As night fell, the Crown Plaza Hotel in Yin City buzzed with excitement. As the entire company gathered to celebrate the remarkable achievement of Jiang Group's newly appointed female president, Jiang Yue, in securing the Chongbei project. However, the protagonist, Jiang Yue, overwhelmed by the effects of alcohol, was escorted to her room by her close friend, Yi Xiaoxiao. Just as Yi Xiaoxiao laid Jiang Yue down on the bed, her WeChat notification chimed, prompting her to check the message hurriedly. As she replied with a voice message, she stepped out of the room. "Don't worry, Yue. I've safely delivered her to her room," Yi Xiaoxiao confidently assured her correspondent, forgetting to close the door behind her. As the night deepened, the room was suddenly illuminated, causing Jiang Yue to furrow her brow. She pulled the blanket over her head and impatiently muttered, "Xiaoxiao, I wish to sleep, please wake me later." When no response came, only the sound of heavy breathing filled the air. Before Jiang Yue could lift her head, a massive figure loomed over her, eagerly pressing their lips against hers. "Give it to me," a hoarse voice whispered in her ear. "Let go of me, you scoundrel." Jiang Yue, jolted awake, fought back fiercely, pushing against the shoulders of the mysterious man. Yet, when she caught sight of his face, she froze in disbelief. "Shen Yuqing, why are you here?" At that moment, Shen Yuqing was unable to think clearly. The heat coursing through his body and the desire surging within him left him in torment. Realizing he had been drugged, he only craved the antidote, which lay in the form of the woman before him. With one hand, he seized Jiang Yue's wrists, pinning them to the headboard, while the other slipped beneath her clothing to grasp her softness, leaning down to seize her lips with fervor. Shen Yuqing whispered frantically, "Lanji, I miss you, give yourself to me." Upon hearing that name, Jiang Yue pushed against him with all her might, trembling as she exclaimed, "Shen Yuqing, pay attention. I am Jiang Yue, not Lanji." With that, she bit down fiercely. The metallic taste of blood flooded their mouths, sending a jolt through Shen Yuqing's temples. The pain mingling with his rising desire, torturing him further. He slightly lifted himself, gazing at Jiang Yue, who pouted, her eyes glistening with moisture, her clothes disheveled, yet her expression remained defiant. His rationality crumbled entirely as he swept her into his arms, tearing away her garments. Jiang Yue gasped, then wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing at his handsome face, a sigh escaping her lips. Unable to bring herself to hurt him, she resorted to biting his neck, her eyes shimmering with longing. "Are you a dog? Don't cry later." Shen Yuqing's eyes darkened as he swiftly shredded Jiang Yue's clothing, pressing himself against her, capturing her softness with his mouth while his hands kneaded the other. The sudden stimulation elicited an uncontrollable moan from Jiang Yue, her hands gripping his shoulders as her eyes sparkled with an unfamiliar emotion. "Shen Yuqing, you provoked me first, do not regret it." In response, Shen Yuqing only intensified his fervent conquest. Awakened by the harsh sunlight, Shen Yuqing opened his eyes to find a face staring back at him. With an oval visage, pale and delicate, imbued with a faint blush, her skin was as smooth as porcelain, rivaling any starlet. Shen Yuqing rubbed his eyes. What was happening? How could Jiang Yue be sleeping beside me? He shut his eyes again, praying it was merely a dream, hoping that when he opened them, she would still be there. To his astonishment, Jiang Yue rolled over, reaching out to embrace his neck. Beneath the sheets, she lay bare, her body adorned with crimson marks. Shen Yuqing slowly rose, his gaze complex as he studied Jiang Yue. Memories of the previous night began to resurface. He recalled being invited to the celebratory banquet, feeling warmth wash over him as he drank, sensing something amiss before realizing he might have been drugged. He had excused himself to rest in his hotel room, and from there, everything faded into oblivion. Shen Yuqing massaged his temples. If it were any other woman, he could have easily dismissed the situation, but this was Jiang Yue, the formidable businesswoman who had recently made waves in the corporate world, leaving him feeling vexed. When had the illustrious president of the Shen Group ever found himself in such a predicament, troubled by a woman? Little did he know, he was about to be completely ensnared by her. As Shen Yuqing sighed and began to dress, Jiang Yue, who had long been awake, secretly opened her eyes to observe him. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his sculpted physique boasted 8-pack abs indeed. She felt fortunate. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became, inadvertently letting out a chuckle. At the sound, Shen Yuqing turned to face her, their eyes locking, as if a storm was brewing. "You're awake, then let us converse." Dressed and seated on the room's sofa, Shen Yuqing spoke coldly. "Last night was an accident. I was drugged. Jiang, whatever compensation you desire, I am willing to provide." Jiang Yue, wrapped in her blanket, sat up, anticipating his denial, but not expecting such a heartless response. His heart, indeed, was as cold as ice. Perhaps it was due to a lack of love, as his affections lay elsewhere. "Mr. Shen, how generous of you to offer anything I desire." Shen Yuqing nodded gravely, responding calmly, "Indeed." Jiang Yue then smiled, her eyes sparkling in the sunlight. "Then I want us to marry." Shen Yuqing's brows furrowed tightly, and he immediately stood up, anger flaring in his voice. "No." Jiang Yue lowered her gaze, toying with her hair, seemingly foreseeing his reaction. "Shen Yuqing, oh Shen Yuqing, you were the one who initiated this. Didn't you say you would grant any compensation? Are you so quick to backtrack?" Shen Yuqing approached the bed, leaning down to Jiang Yue with a serious expression. "I will not marry someone I do not love. Aside from that, I am willing to give you anything else." His declaration of not marrying someone he did not love caused a heaviness to settle in Jiang Yue's heart. Indeed, a forced relationship would yield no sweetness, especially with someone as cold as Shen Yuqing. The thought ignited her anger. She had given him her first night, and he expected no responsibility? It would not be so simple. "We will discuss this later. Turn around," Jiang Yue commanded. "Why? I need to put on my clothes." The remnants of last night's attire lay scattered across the floor, a testament to the ferocity of their encounter. Heat crept up Jiang Yue's cheeks. Upon hearing her request, Shen Yuqing promptly turned away. Jiang Yue quickly threw off the blanket and attempted to rise. However, as her feet touched the ground, her legs buckled, causing her to collapse. "What happened?" Shen Yuqing turned back, alarmed by the noise. "Don't look back!" Jiang Yue shrieked in distress. Her face flushed crimson, her legs weak and unable to rise. She silently cursed Shen Yuqing for being a beast. After a moment, she steeled herself against the pain and hurriedly gathered her scattered clothing. To her dismay, not a single piece remained intact. Her underwear lay in tatters. "My clothes are all ruined." "Shen Yuqing, you scoundrel!" Jiang Yue exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot before retreating back under the covers. Shen Yuqing turned to face her, witnessing Jiang Yue glaring at him. Her eyes wide with fury, it was evident she was outraged. With a resigned sigh, Shen Yuqing replied, "I'll call my assistant to bring new ones." Chapter 2. The love hidden deep within. The assistant brought in a classic Dior women's ensemble. Jiang Yue glanced at the attire and appreciatively turned to Shen Yuqing, saying, "Mr. Shen has impeccable taste." Before extending her hand toward him, Shen Yuqing furrowed his brow, perplexed, and inquired, "What are you doing?" "My body is incapable of rising on its own to reach the bathroom. Wouldn't Mr. Shen carry me there?" Jiang Yue playfully blinked. Shen Yuqing rubbed his forehead, casting his gaze over the scattered clothes and the crimson spots above Jiang Yue's chest, thinking to himself, "I've encountered quite the troublemaker." He then picked up a blanket from the sofa and walked toward her. Step by step, his eyes filled with an assertive intensity. Jiang Yue felt a flutter of anxiety as he approached, retreating until her back met the wall, leaving her with no further room to escape. What are you going to do?" she stammered out. "Of course. I am here to assist Miss Jiang with her bath and attire," Shen Yuqing replied with a teasing tone, swiftly pulling back the covers to reveal Jiang Yue's alluring form beneath. "Ah, you scoundrel!" Jiang Yue exclaimed, quickly snatching the blanket from his grasp to cover herself, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She retaliated by delivering a swift kick toward his groin. Anticipating her move, Shen Yuqing deftly pinned her leg down with his body. Their positions became suggestively intimate, their bodies pressed closely together, and the room's temperature seemed to rise several degrees. Jiang Yue's heart raced inexplicably, her face flushed. She attempted to push him away, but her efforts were in vain. Embarrassed and irritated, she exclaimed, "Why you? Get off. I'll manage myself." As she struggled, the blanket slipped further, revealing the pale skin marked by his previous night's affection, her shoulders and neck adorned with red marks, resembling a ripe peach. Ripe for the picking. It must be said that Jiang Yue possessed the confidence of someone who knew her worth. Regaining his composure, Shen Yuqing slowly rose, gently adjusting the blanket around her, before turning to head toward the bathroom. "I'll run some water for you to enjoy a soak," he said. Jiang Yue felt a flutter of warmth within her as she sank into the steaming bath, her body finally relaxing. Gazing at the remnants of the previous night's passionate encounter, her mind wandered back to the robust figure she had surrendered to under the cover of darkness, her cheeks heating anew. Focus, Jiang Yue, she chided herself. The most pressing matter now is how to compel that despicable man outside to take responsibility. She raised her hand to pat her cheeks, trying to regain her composure. As the current leader of the Jiang family, she was decisive and effective in her professional life, evidenced by the flourishing achievements of her company in recent years. Yet, beneath her formidable exterior lay the vulnerability of a woman harboring a love concealed for nearly a decade. Indeed, Jiang Yue had cherished feelings for Shen Yuqing for almost 10 years. Ever since her youthful days at 18I in their circle, it was easy to gather information about one another, and she was well aware that Shen Yuqing had an unattainable ideal, a white moonlight of his own. She had resigned herself to the belief that she would never have a chance. Yet fate had conspired to entangle her with him. This opportunity, she vowed, she would seize with both hands. With determination, Jiang Yue clenched her fist, encouraging herself. Meanwhile, Shen Yuqing was not idle outside. He began investigating the events of the previous night. He noted the room number 306, realizing it was not the suite he had reserved. 307.it appeared he had mistakenly entered Jiang Yue's room, resulting in the unexpected turn of events. However, he was certain that the alcohol from last night had been tampered with. Shen Yuqing promptly pulled out his phone to call Assistant Chen. Investigate the surveillance footage from last night's bar. Find out who meddled with my drink. The sooner, the better, he instructed darkly. Understood, President. I will get right on it, Assistant Chen replied. After hanging up, Shen Yuqing turned to check on Jiang Yue, only to freeze in place. Jiang Yue emerged from the bathroom, the Dior ensemble fitting her perfectly, accentuating her curves and slender legs, transforming her into a vision of sensuality. Shen Yuqing's gaze intensified as he recalled how he had held her waist tightly the night before. The sight of her tear-streaked face beneath him. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Yue adjusted her clothing and asked, "Would you like to wash up as well? It might be more comfortable." "No need. There are pressing matters to attend to. This is my business card, Miss Jiang. Should you wish for appropriate compensation, feel free to call me," Shen Yuqing said, retrieving a card from his wallet and handing it to her. The atmosphere abruptly chilled, and Jiang Yue stared at the card with a heavy heart. "What if I said I want to get married?" "Why? Give me a reason," Shen Yuqing pressed, his brow furrowing. "In families like ours, a union is the most prudent choice, and I believe you would be a fitting match for me." Shen Yuqing's lips curled into a faint, elusive smile. "Regrettably, I have no intention of marrying for the sake of family." With that, he grasped Jiang Yue's hand, placing the card firmly in her palm before turning and leaving the room without a backward glance. Jiang Yue, incensed, hurled the card to the floor and shouted at the door. "Shen Yuqing, you are a complete scoundrel." Upon returning home, Jiang Yue collapsed onto her bed, fiddling with Shen Yuqing's business card. Indeed, she had initially discarded it but reluctantly retrieved it, her thoughts consumed by him. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair. She could not simply sit idly by. Immediately, she rose and messaged her dear friend Yi Xiaoxiao on WeChat. "What kind of person am I, Jiang Yue, to give up so easily? I need to consult with you on a strategy. Xiaoxiao, what should a girl do if a man sleeps with her yet refuses to take responsibility?" "Ding ding, true to form," her best friend replied in an instant. "Such a scoundrel should not be given a pleasant face. If he doesn't offer 10 million, report him. He should be able to provide 10 million. But the girl wants marriage. Which girl is foolish enough to reject 10 million for a wedding? Wait, this girl isn't you, is it?" As Jiang Yue pondered how to respond to Yi Xiaoxiao, she was taken by surprise by a barrage of phone calls from her friend. Quickly, she answered, but before she could utter a word, Yi Xiaoxiao's booming voice rang out. "Jiang Yue, confess freely, or face severe consequences. Tell me exactly what happened." Jiang Yue recounted the entire episode, aware that Yi Xiaoxiao had long known of her feelings for Shen Yuqing. Upon hearing the details, Yi Xiaoxiao exploded with rage, leaping from her sofa. "What the hell? Shen Yuqing is utterly despicable for attempting to dodge responsibility. Not exactly dodging. He simply prefers a different form of compensation." Jiang Yue lamented. Yi Xiaoxiao slapped her forehead, realizing the predicament. "This is an opportunity. He owes you. Seize this chance to claim him," she urged excitedly. "But I don't know how," Jiang Yue admitted, "Don't worry. That's why I'm here. I'll devise a plan for you. Just follow my lead." Chapter 3. Invite me to dinner the following day. Shen Yuqing was at work in the Shen Group. "President, I have made some progress on the matter you asked me to investigate yesterday," Assistant Chen announced, producing a stack of photographs and pointing to a man in one of the images. "This bartender is suspicious. He took your drink and took 15 minutes before delivering it, during which time there is a gap in the surveillance footage. We suspect he tampered with your drink, and he has since resigned." "Have we located this man?" Shen Yuqing inquired, tapping his fingers on the desk. "We are still tracking him. It will take some time," Assistant Chen replied awkwardly. "Move quickly, I want to know who dared to scheme against me." Shen Yuqing growled, his fists clenched, his eyes flashing with a dangerous intensity. "Understood, President. I will expedite the investigation," Assistant Chen said hastily before making his exit, eager to avoid the wrath of the furious CEO. Shortly after Assistant Chen left, Secretary Qiao entered the office, carrying coffee. "President, your coffee is ready. Someone wishes to meet with you." Shen Yuqing was still fuming and had no desire to meet anyone. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I don't want to see anyone, not a soul. It's Jiang Yue from Jiang Group who wishes to see you." Secretary Qiao announced. At the mention of Jiang Yue's name, Shen Yuqing's hand froze mid-motion, and he cleared his throat, saying, "If it's Miss Jiang, then it is necessary to meet. Please invite her in." Secretary Qiao nodded and departed. Unbeknownst to Shen Yuqing, when Secretary Qiao mentioned Jiang Yue, the oppressive atmosphere around him lifted, replaced by a palpable tension. He understood that Jiang Yue was there to negotiate regarding that absurd night. Moments later, Jiang Yue arrived at Shen Yuqing's office door, the secretary knocking before gesturing for her to enter and then stepping aside. Nervousness gripped Jiang Yue as her heart raced, yet her gaze remained resolute. She encouraged herself, "You can do this, Jiang Yue," and pushed the door open. Hearing the door creak, Shen Yuqing looked up, momentarily captivated. Jiang Yue was adorned in an elegant, chest-length dress that flowed gracefully, clinging to her skin and accentuating her alluring figure. Her long, jet-black hair danced in the breeze, contrasting beautifully with her fair complexion and bright eyes, sparkling like stars in the night sky. An enchanting sight that left him breathless. "You're here," he remarked. "I've arrived." Jiang Yue replied in unison with him. Their eyes locked in mutual recognition. Shen Yuqing was the first to break the silence, addressing Jiang Yue. "I am aware of the purpose of your visit today. Please take a seat on the sofa. We can have a proper conversation." Jiang Yue tightly clasped her Hermes handbag, nodding with a smile as she replied, "All right." She promptly settled onto the sofa, then patted the space beside her, saying to Shen Yuqing in a tone reminiscent of a gracious host, "You should sit as well." Observing Jiang Yue's endearing behavior, Shen Yuqing found himself involuntarily smiling. Pondering who the true host was, yet obediently took a seat beside her, maintaining a gentlemanly distance of 1 meter. Jiang Yue felt a surge of happiness as she watched him sit, but her joy quickly dissipated upon noticing the gap between them. Thinking to herself, "I am not a ferocious beast. Why sit so far away?" With a slight pout, she displayed her dissatisfaction openly. "You're not moving, are you? Then I shall." Without hesitation, Jiang Yue placed her Hermes bag behind her, stood up, and stepped closer to Shen Yuqing, reducing the distance between them to merely the width of a fist, as if she could feel his breath. The sudden shift caught Shen Yuqing off guard. Just as he intended to create some space, Jiang Yue seized the opportunity, grasping his arm and leaning in to playfully whisper in his ear, "Are you afraid, Mr. Shen?" Not wanting to take responsibility, after speaking, she pressed her lips together, gazing at him with an expression that appeared innocent yet betrayed her reddening ears, revealing her nervousness and shyness. Shen Yuqing, seeing through her facade, entertained the thought of teasing her. He immediately grasped Jiang Yue's wrist, pulling her even closer, until they were seated side by side without any gap. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yue's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart racing as if a little rabbit were trapped inside her. Despite her shyness, her bright, sparkling eyes remained fixed on Shen Yuqing, resembling an adorable little bunny. For a moment, Shen Yuqing found himself entranced, momentarily forgetting to respond. "Could you please let go of my hand?" Jiang Yue complained with a hint of grievance. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Shen Yuqing quickly regained his composure, releasing her hand and clearing his throat to mask his earlier blunder. "Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Have you decided what you want, Miss Jiang?" Shen Yuqing asked, his expression serious as he gazed at Jiang Yiwei. Yes, I've made up my mind. You must treat me to a meal, Jiang Yiwei replied with a radiant smile. A meal? Is that the compensation you desire? Shen Yuqing exclaimed in shock, looking at her incredulously. Jiang Yiwei nodded earnestly, saying, Indeed, it's just a meal. I'll set the time and place and notify you later. Shen Yuqing, still puzzled, asked again, Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Jiang Yiwei promptly took out her phone and gently tapped Shen Yuqing's arm. Let us add each other on WeChat so I can contact you later. Shen Yuqing regarded Jiang Yiwei with confusion, reflecting on how someone who had been so eager to discuss marriage could change so drastically overnight, as if a single meal could resolve everything. Women's hearts are truly as elusive as a needle in the ocean, impossible to comprehend. Despite the peculiarities in Jiang Yiwei's demeanor, Shen Yuqing obediently added her as a friend on WeChat. All right, all set. Jiang Yiwei beamed at her phone, her face aglow with joy in her heart. Adding Shen Yuqing on WeChat felt more exhilarating than sealing a multi-billion-dollar deal. She had accomplished 50 of her plan with her best friend and was determined to push forward. We will communicate via WeChat from now on. I won't disturb you at work any longer. Goodbye. Jiang Yiwei cheerfully waved at Shen Yuqing and left with a light step. Shen Yuqing quietly watched her retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable emotion stirring within him. Few could touch his heartstrings, but Jiang Yiwei was one of them. Gazing at her adorable avatar, resembling a cute character, on his phone, a subtle smile flickered in his eyes. Chapter 4. The stalking. Driving home in her Bentley, Jiang Yiwei hummed a cheerful tune, feeling utterly elated. Just then, her best friend's call came through, and she promptly activated the car's Bluetooth to answer. Hello, Weiwei. How is everything progressing? Yi Xiaoxiao dove straight into the topic. Everything is going smoothly. I've arranged to have dinner with him, and we've added each other on WeChat. Jiang Yiwei replied, her face brimming with pride. That's impressive. As expected of you, Weiwei. You can solve any problem with just a single move. Yi Xiaoxiao chuckled. Now it's my turn, as your dedicated photographer, to ensure that you two appear as a couple in love. Who would dare say otherwise? Yi Xiaoxiao giggled, covering her mouth with amusement. Xiaoxiao, do you think this plan will work? It seems a bit unreliable. Jiang Yiwei expressed her unease. Indeed, the plan we discussed last time was to have Jiang Yiwei and Shen Yuqing dine together while as the paparazzi, capture their moments to expose them online, generating romantic rumors. According to my covert investigation, which involved mingling with a group of wealthy matrons to gather first-hand gossip, Shen Yuqing's grandfather is pressuring him to settle down. This could create an opportunity to fabricate a scandal between Jiang Yiwei and Shen Yuqing. And with a little bribery, we could make it seem real, prompting Shen's grandfather to initiate a business marriage between them. While Yi Xiaoxiao was lost in her flawless plan, she confidently reassured Jiang Yiwei, Don't worry, Weiwei, in the entire Yin city, who could be more suitable for Shen Yuqing than you, if you don't take a chance. How will you know? Jiang Yiwei nodded, recognizing the logic in her reasoning. Then let us proceed as planned. Great. Tomorrow, dress beautifully and charm Shen Yuqing into your embrace. I'll hang up now. See you tomorrow. Dear, Yi Xiaoxiao said with a smile. See you tomorrow. The next evening, Shen Yuqing arrived at the top-level restaurant in Hongfei Tower as agreed. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, with silver accents on his tie and cuffs. He exuded an air of nobility and elegance. His model-like physique, paired with a meticulously crafted black Tom Brown suit, showcased a perfect blend of sophistication and nonchalance. Shen Yuqing approached this date with unusual seriousness. Seated at the reserved table, overlooking the dazzling nightscape of Yin City, quietly absorbing the city's vibrant glow. Upon arrival, Jiang Yiwei immediately spotted Shen Yuqing, whose striking handsomeness set him apart, living up to her expectations of the man she had chosen. She delicately lifted her skirt and approached him. Mr. Shen, you truly are a man of your word, arriving so promptly. Jiang Yiwei remarked with a twinkle in her eyes. Shen Yuqing turned at the sound of her voice, momentarily captivated, as he stood to pull out a chair for her, inviting her to sit. Miss Jiang, you look stunning today. She wore an elegant purple evening gown, radiating mystery and grace. The dress was perfectly tailored, accentuating her figure beautifully. A string of pearls adorned her neck, soft as moonlight, contrasting strikingly with her purple gown, creating a memorable impression. Jiang Yiwei smiled with satisfaction, taking her seat without hesitation and fully relishing Shen Yuqing's attentiveness. She possessed the confidence and allure to be the center of attention. Once seated, Jiang Yiwei clasped her hands together, tilting her head toward Shen Yuqing, saying, "You don't have to call me Miss Jiang." "Then what should I call you?" "Miss Jiang," Shen Yuqing teased. Jiang Yiwei quickly waved her hand. "No, no, just call me Yiwei." Shen Yuqing replied, "All right, in that case, I shall call you Yuqing." Jiang Yiwei blushed, smiling, while gazing expectantly at Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing, realizing he had unwittingly stepped into someone else's carefully laid trap, felt an odd sense of resignation rather than anger. Perhaps only in the presence of Jiang Yiwei would he feel this way. Given his debt to her, "Shall we begin ordering now, Yiwei?" Her name, spoken for the first time by Shen Yuqing, carried a cool tone yet held an enchanting charm that instantly captivated Jiang Yiwei. She wished she could record it and cherish it forever. "What is wrong? Why are you silent?" Shen Yuqing waved his hand in front of her, puzzled by her sudden stillness. Oh, all right." Jiang Yiwei stammered, flustered, as she abruptly grabbed the menu to shield her face. Though it couldn't hide the faint blush creeping up her ears, "You're easily flustered," Shen Yuqing mused, though he knew this might compromise his gentlemanly demeanor. "By the way, your menu is upside down." He chuckled, gently tapping his fist against his lips, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Jiang Yiwei pouted in indignation. Feeling embarrassed and directing her frustration at Shen Yuqing, "It's my fault." He laughed heartily, genuinely enjoying the company of someone so amusing. Meanwhile, the dedicated paparazzi, Yi Xiaoxiao, was stealthily executing her plan from a diagonal position behind them, ensuring she could capture their faces clearly. "Your every move is within my grasp," Yi Xiaoxiao thought to herself, stifling laughter as she carefully maneuvered her camera, concealing it behind a bouquet on the table. Snapping photos rapidly die in the meantime. Jiang Yiwei and Shen Yuqing had successfully placed their orders. Shen Yuqing raised his elegantly crafted goblet filled with red wine and gently clinked it against Jiang Yiwei's. Gazing into her eyes, he expressed his heartfelt sentiments. "If a mere meal were to serve as compensation, I would consider it a profound disrespect towards you. Hence, I have prepared a gift." With that, Shen Yuqing retrieved a small gift box from his pocket and delicately pushed it towards Jiang Yiwei. Overwhelmed by his words, Jiang Yiwei felt a tidal wave of astonishment surge within her, rendering her momentarily speechless. She had never anticipated that Shen Yuqing would present her with a gift. Slowly lifting her gaze, she looked at him with tender affection, her eyes shimmering like stars, seemingly conveying the boundless joy nestled in her heart. "Thank you, Yuqing. I truly did not expect you to prepare a gift," she said, reverently cradling the small box in her hands as she began to open it. Inside lay a pair of ruby earrings. The central stone a natural pigeon blood red ruby, resembling a drop of solidified blood, both powerful and romantic. Surrounding diamonds twinkled like distant stars, enhancing the brilliance of the ruby. It was evident that Shen Yuqing had invested considerable thought and wealth into this gift. "Thank you so much. I absolutely adore this present," Jiang Yiwei said, her eyes sparkling with delight. A subtle smile gracing her lips, illuminating the tranquil night like the radiant North Star. Shen Yuqing appeared entranced by the brilliance of this star before him. Chapter 5. Scandalous rumors. The two shared a delightful first date that concluded on a high note. Upon returning home, Jiang Yiwei eagerly called her friend Yi Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, how did it go?" Jiang Yiwei inquired softly. "Rest assured, I will handle it. We just need to find a suitable time to release it," Yi Xiaoxiao replied. "But Xiaoxiao, I feel a bit uneasy about this. I had a date with him tonight, and he was genuinely kind, even gifting me something. I believe that if we take our time to get to know each other, I can win his heart." Jiang Yiwei suddenly came to a realization, feeling that such actions were rather unscrupulous. It would be more prudent to gradually understand each other and earn his affection. "You make a valid point. I'll follow your lead. And I'll send them to you." TSK, I've been admiring the photos all night. What a handsome couple," Yi Xiaoxiao teased. As Jiang Yiwei listened to her friend's playful banter, she reminisced about her date with Shen Yuqing, her cheeks flushing as she hurriedly said, All right, I'll leave the photos to you. I have something else to attend to." By with that, the call ended, but Jiang Yiwei's thoughts lingered. Lying in bed, a smile crept across her face as she glanced at the ruby earrings resting on her bedside table. A gift from Shen Yuqing. A moment later, a notification pinged on WeChat. It was her friend Yi Xiaoxiao sending her the photos. She quickly opened them and couldn't help but marvel at how stunning Shen Yuqing looked, his handsome features, Chiseled jawline and prominent nose were mesmerizing, while her own bright eyes and radiant smile exuded both charm and elegance. The two of them together in the same frame was truly a sight to behold, as if they were a match made in heaven. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became, promptly saving the images on her phone in a private album, secured with a password titled My Love. Lost in the endless loop of admiration for the photos, Jiang Yiwei gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber. As a gentle breeze wafted through the air and the sun shone brightly, workers hurriedly navigated various modes of transportation to clock in for work. Shen Yuqing was engrossed in reviewing reports from his project team when suddenly, Assistant Chen burst into the CEO's office, exclaiming, "President, we have a serious problem." Shen Yuqing furrowed his brow, slamming the report down in annoyance. "Assistant Chen, did I not instruct you to remain calm at all times?" "I apologize, President. I acted impulsively." Assistant Chen quickly composed himself and reported, "There are negative comments about you circulating online." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuqing's expression darkened, and Assistant Chen presented an iPad, displaying the news headline that had just broken. Shen Yuqing, CEO of Shen Corporation, allegedly spotted in a passionate night with a woman. Clicking on the link revealed a video as evidence. The footage showed Shen Yuqing entering a room late at night, and later, a woman exiting the same room, her face obscured by her hair, making her identity unrecognizable. Yet, Shen Yuqing knew precisely who it was. The woman in the video was Jiang Yiwei. The scandalous news had led to a significant drop in Shen Corporation's stock price that morning. Gritting his teeth, Shen Yuqing realized someone was sabotaging him. Immediately arranged for public relations to suppress this. Remove all related content from trending topics. Assistant Chen hurriedly complied, knowing that tonight would see Shen Corporation ablaze with activity as employees worked late into the night. Not long after Assistant Chen left, Shen Yuqing's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was his grandfather calling, and he knew the reason for the call without a doubt. His parents were often absent from home, and he had been raised by his grandparents, forging a deep bond. With a resigned sigh, Shen Yuqing answered the call. "You insolent brat, get back home at once." His grandfather launched into a tirade without granting Shen Yuqing a moment to explain before abruptly hanging up. Shen Yuqing stared at the now silent phone, shaking his head in exasperation, realizing he would have to return home and face the music. After settling company matters, he drove alone to the Hillside Villa area, a renowned affluent district in Yanqing, where each house was a standalone villa nestled against the mountains, far removed from the city's clamor. His grandparents, having retired, lived there, cherishing the tranquility and proximity to nature. Shen Yuqing, due to work commitments, primarily resided in the city center but made a point to visit his grandparents on weekends. Upon arriving at the villa, he handed his car keys to the butler and glanced at the entrance, inquiring, "What's the current situation?" The butler, understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly warned, "Master is quite irate. You should tread carefully." Shen Yuqing nodded and, under the butler's watchful gaze, stepped inside. At that moment, Grandfather Shen was seated in the central sofa of the reception hall, leaning on his cane, his expression exceedingly stern, his eyes blazing with anger. While Grandmother Shen attempted to soothe him, "You wretched boy, how dare you show your face here?" Upon seeing Shen Yuqing enter, Grandfather Shen began to berate him, throwing his cane at him with great force. Aware of his wrongdoing, Shen Yuqing did not flinch and accepted the blow, letting out a grunt. Grandmother Shen, noticing her grandson being chastised, immediately felt sorrowful and scolded her husband. "Why strike him so hard? You might injure my precious grandson." She promptly rose to check on Shen Yuqing. "I'm fine." "Really?" He quickly reassured her, picking up the cane and returning it to his grandfather. Seeing Shen Yuqing's obedient demeanor, Grandfather Shen's ire subsided somewhat. After all, he was the cherished grandson he had raised. Once Shen Yuqing had settled, the interrogation began. "Yuqing, is what they're saying online true? Are you fooling around with someone?" Though aged, Grandfather Shen still emanated an unyielding authority. Shen Yuqing met his grandparents' gaze for a few seconds before shaking his head. "The incident is real, but I am not fooling around." "What do you mean by the incident is real? But you're not fooling around? Is that woman your girlfriend?" Grandfather Shen's expression brightened. He had long wished for his grandson to marry and had hoped to introduce him to a friend's granddaughter to foster a relationship. But Yuqing always brushed it off with work excuses. "Well, she isn't exactly my girlfriend." Chapter 6. Let us get married. Upon hearing this, Grandfather Shen erupted in fury, striking the ground with his cane. So you are indeed fooling around. Shen Yuqing hurriedly tried to placate him, explaining, that night was an accident. Nothing inappropriate happened between us. Grandfather Shen looked at him quizzically. You spent the night together, yet you claim nothing happened? Do you not wish to take responsibility for her? Shen Yuqing found himself at a loss for words. He did not want to hastily label his relationship in such a manner in his mind. An ideal marriage was one of free love, not one sacrificed for family interests. Grandfather Shen was unconcerned with such sentiments, his temper flaring as he saw his grandson silent. Are you still pining for that Lanji? She left you for America 5 years ago. She hasn't thought of you since, only her dancing dreams. Shen Yuqing was taken aback by his grandfather's mention of Lanji. He hadn't thought of her for quite some time. Especially since meeting Jiang Yiwei. No, grandfather, she and I are merely friends now. If you are just friends, then why have you not started dating? Do not use work as an excuse. Just as Shen Yuqing was about to retort, he looked up to see his grandfather collapse before him. Grandfather. In the hospital, the doctor had just exited Grandfather Shen's ward when Shen Yuqing rushed forward, inquiring, Doctor, how is my grandfather's condition? The patient's vital signs have stabilized. This episode was primarily due to emotional distress. Please ensure he is not subjected to further stress in the future, the doctor advised. Shen Yuqing nodded, acknowledging the advice, and immediately called his grandmother to report that all was well. Upon learning the situation, Grandma did not reproach Shen Yuqing. Instead, she urged him to relax, remarking that Grandpa was in good health. Perhaps it was merely the urgency surrounding your emotional and marital matters that led to this predicament. She was reluctant to pressure him, especially considering the precedent set by your parents' experiences, Grandma sighed. After concluding the call with her, he gazed towards Grandpa's hospital room, seemingly resolute, and dialed a certain someone's number. The following day, Grandfather Shen awakened, and Shen Yuqing had spent the entire night at the hospital by his bedside, the dark circles under his eyes betraying his sleeplessness. Grandfather, witnessing this, felt a pang of concern and urged Shen Yuqing to return home for a proper rest. Shen Yuqing stood up and tucked the blanket around his grandfather. Grandpa, I'm fine. Please don't worry, I'll bring someone to meet you shortly. Who? Who are you bringing to see me? Just as Shen Yuqing was about to respond, there was a gentle knock at the door, and Jiang Yue entered, arms laden with gifts. Hello, Grandfather Shen. I've come to visit you. Grandfather Shen's eyes lit up at the sight of the adorable and lovely girl, and he hurriedly invited Jiang Yue to sit down. Shen Yuqing naturally accepted the gifts from Jiang Yue and placed them on the table. Then, with a serious demeanor, he took hold of Jiang Yue's wrist and introduced her to his grandfather. Grandpa, this is Jiang Yue, my girlfriend. Both Grandfather Shen and Jiang Yue were taken aback. She turned to Shen Yuqing in astonishment. Last night, he had merely asked her to visit his hospitalized grandfather and discuss how to handle the online rumors. Leaving her oblivious to her sudden promotion to girlfriend status, Shen Yuqing gently squeezed Jiang Yue's wrist, and she instantly understood. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that she certainly wouldn't let slip away. She immediately linked her arm with Shen Yuqing's, resting her head against his shoulder, exuding the sweetness of a couple. Hello, Grandfather. It's a pleasure to meet you. The more Grandfather Shen looked at Jiang Yue, the more he liked her. He held her hand and asked her various questions, completely forgetting his illness. Jiang Yue responded enthusiastically to his inquiries, making the elderly man laugh heartily. Observing this scene, Shen Yuqing couldn't help but smile. His gaze tender as he watched them. As their conversation continued, Grandfather Shen suddenly paused, a serious expression crossing his face as he looked at Jiang Yue. Yue, regarding the rumors about Yuqing on the internet. He wanted to defend his grandson without resorting to falsehoods, grappling with his words. Yet he was reluctant to lose this charming and delightful potential granddaughter-in-law. Jiang Yue quickly sensed Grandfather Shen's misunderstanding and gently patted his hand to reassure him. Grandpa? The girl mentioned in the rumors about Yuqing is actually me. Grandfather Shen blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. I always knew my grandson, whom I raised, had impeccable character. Then, turning to Shen Yuqing with a scolding look, he added, You should have clarified this sooner. Why drag it out and make me suffer? Shen Yuqing quickly nodded, obediently accepting his fault. Jiang Yue, witnessing Shen Yuqing's rare moment of embarrassment, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle lightly. It was genuinely amusing to discover this side of him. The more she got to know him, the more delightful surprises she encountered. Grandfather Shin, looking at the charming pair before him, expressed his satisfaction. You two are no longer young. While this old man is still around, you should promptly choose an auspicious day to get married and settle this matter. Jiang Yue, initially thinking this was merely a ruse to play the girlfriend role, was taken aback by the mention of marriage. Although she understood it was all for Grandfather Shin's happiness, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she cast her gaze downward, stealing glances at Shan Yuqing's reaction. Shan Yuqing moved closer to Jiang Yue, his hand naturally resting on her shoulder as if offering her strength. Grandpa, we've already been discussing marriage. We will be the first to inform you of any joyous news. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yue turned to Shan Yuqing, her eyes wide with astonishment. The sudden shift was too swift. Just the night before, he had adamantly refused the idea of a commercial marriage, and now he seemed willing. Was he merely placating Grandfather Shen with empty words, considering her girlfriend's status was fabricated? Jiang Yue felt a twinge of worry, biting her lip to calm herself. She resolved to play along with this charade for now, trusting that Shan Yuqing would explain everything later. She then placed her hand over Shan Yuqing's hand resting on her shoulder, her eyes crescent-shaped as she smiled at him. Yes, we have plans. Grandfather Shen's joy was palpable, and to avoid disturbing his rest, Shan Yuqing soon led Jiang Yue out. As they walked side by side, reaching the window at the end of the corridor, Shan Yuqing paused, waiting for Jiang Yue to catch up. He had something to say. I'm really sorry for having you pretend to be my girlfriend. It's all right, as long as Grandpa is happy. However, this pretense can only last temporarily, not indefinitely. I understand. And while what I'm about to say may sound abrupt, I still wish to express it. Jiang Yue looked at him, puzzled. What do you want to say? Let us get married. Chapter 7. A contract marriage for 1 year. To say Jiang Yue was shocked would be an understatement. She stood frozen for several seconds, processing this unexpected turn of events. Could it be that Shan Yuqing had changed his mind and was willing to marry her? This happiness arrived too suddenly, and just as she was about to agree, Shan Yuqing doused her enthusiasm with cold water. We will have a contract marriage for 1 year. I know you need a commercial marriage. The union of the Shin and Jiang families can maximize benefits, Shan Yuqing stated gravely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yue lowered her head in silence, biting her lips slightly, feeling a twinge in her heart. It was clear he genuinely want to marry her. Perhaps it was merely to appease Grandfather Shen. Yet, Jiang Yue quickly reconsidered. This could also be an opportunity. Perhaps her long-standing crush would finally yield results, whether good or bad, and she was determined to seize this chance. Jiang Yue silently encouraged herself, then resolutely responded to Shan Yuqing. All right, let us get married. Upon hearing Jiang Yue's definitive answer, Shan Yuqing's grip relaxed. During the brief seconds he awaited her response, his palms had grown clammy with nervousness, an unusual occurrence. Shan Yuqing recognized the insanity of this arrangement, but for the sake of his grandfather, to quell the scandal, and to halt the decline of the company's stock price, there was no better choice than to marry Jiang Yue. He understood it was unfair to her. She was the victim caught in this whirlwind. Therefore, he would not refuse any request she made. If you have any demands, please feel free to voice them. I want refuse, Shan Yuqing said earnestly. Jiang Yue crossed her arms over her chest, pondering with a slight pout. I must make sure to ask for something worthwhile. Shan Yuqing, unable to catch her words clearly, bent down, bringing his ear closer to her lips. The sudden proximity startled Jiang Yue. She was close enough to count his eyelashes, and the elegance of his profile, with its high nose and exquisite lips, seemed to beckon her. Just as she was captivated by Shan Yuqing's beauty, he turned to face her, and before she could react, their lips brushed gently together in their first kiss, a soft and fervent moment. Jiang Yue's eyes widened, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. She hastily stepped back, lowering her gaze to avoid Shan Yuqing's, muttering that her requests could wait for later. And with a swift motion, she dashed away. Shan Yuqing watched as Jiang Yue fled, his fingers brushing his lips, as if lingering traces of her unique fragrance remained. The next day, Shen Group swiftly clarified the rumors. The Shen and Jiang families are entering into a union. The individuals in the video are Shan Yuqing and his fiancée Jiang Yue. Please refrain from excessive scrutiny regarding the president's private life. Following this announcement, both the Shen and Jiang stock surged, the powerful alliance sending shockwaves through the market. Presidents and directors of well-connected companies rushed to congratulate the two families, though the sincerity of their congratulations remained dubious. The business realm was akin to a battlefield, with everyone harboring ulterior motives. Upon hearing the news, Shen Yuqing's close friend, Lu Feiyue, immediately sped to Shen Group in his Maserati, bursting into the president's office. "What's going on? You have a fiancée?" And I was completely unaware. "Are we not best friends anymore?" With that, Lu Feiyue placed his hands on his hips, leaning over Shen Yuqing's desk, as if he wouldn't let Shen Yuqing off the hook without an explanation. Seeing this, Shen Yuqing could only sigh in exasperation. The Shen and Lu families had a long-standing relationship, and Shen Yuqing and Lu Feiyue had grown up together, practically sharing the same upbringing. However, Shen Yuqing was perceived as the academic prodigy, excelling in all areas, while Lu Feiyue was notorious for his poor academic performance. Moreover, Lu Feiyue was known for his loose lips. If he were to learn the specifics of the contract marriage, it would inevitably reach grandfather Shen's ears. Shen Yuqing could only simplify the situation, stating that they had accidentally spent a night together and subsequently found a mutual interest in a commercial marriage, thus leading to the current arrangement. Lu Feiyue harbored no doubts regarding Shen Yuqing's words, nodding in understanding. "So that's how it is, however. A marriage of convenience lacks genuine emotion. What if, in the future, my sister-in-law finds someone she truly loves and decides to divorce you?" Upon hearing the words "someone she loves" and "divorce," an inexplicable anger surged within Shen Yuqing's chest, which he struggled to suppress. "Have you been too idle lately?" Have I? I think I'm doing just fine," Lu Feiyue replied, perplexed. "If you weren't idle, how would you have the time to come here and pry into my affairs? I might as well call Uncle Lu and have him cultivate you properly." Upon saying this, Shen Yuqing reached for his phone, but Lu Feiyue hurriedly pressed his hand down. "I'm quite busy, oh dear. I nearly forgot I have an appointment. Let's chat another time." With that, Lu Feiyue dashed off. Having sneaked out during work hours, he'd be in serious trouble if his father found out. With Lu Feiyue gone, the office felt much quieter, yet his words lingered in Shen Yuqing's mind a year later. Their contractual marriage would come to an end. Why, upon contemplating this, did his heart feel so restless? Shen Yuqing raked his fingers through his hair. "Never mind, I should focus on work first." That night, within the starry bar, Jiang Yue donned a vibrant red gown that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure, capturing the attention of everyone present as soon as she entered. "Wei Wei, I'm over here," Yi Xiaoxiao called out. Waving her over, Jiang Yue approached, taking a seat beside Yi Xiaoxiao, and noticed the empty glasses on the table, indicating that her friend had indulged quite a bit. "You didn't even wait for me and drank so much by yourself?" Jiang Yue recounted her contractual marriage with Shen Yuqing to Yi Xiaoxiao, who had also seen the clarifications online, while Yi Xiaoxiao remarked that the process was insignificant compared to the outcome, asserting that even if their marriage lasted only a year, Jiang Yue had successfully secured Shen Yuqing. Excitedly, she suggested they celebrate this milestone at the bar, leading them to meet at Starry Bar. Yi Xiaoxiao eagerly took Jiang Yue's hand, presenting her with a fresh cocktail, exclaiming, "Isn't this wonderful? Come, let us toast to your success in this phase, and capturing Shen Yuqing will be within reach." They clinked glasses and enjoyed each other's company, discussing the various facets of life, work, gossip, and the endless topics that friends share. As the conversation flowed, Yi Xiaoxiao steered the topic toward herself, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "So, my dear Jiang Yue, was your first night with your fiancé quite thrilling?" Chapter 8. A chance encounter at the bar. Whether it was the wine or memories of that night, Jiang Yue's cheeks flushed, her heart racing as she took another gulp of her drink. It was just like that." Jiang Yue attempted to deflect, but Yi Xiaoxiao was relentless, pressing on. "What exactly do you mean by just like that?" Yi Xiaoxiao shook Jiang Yue's arm playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief, determined to extract details. Just as Jiang Yue, feeling overwhelmed, reached for another drink to evade the barrage of questions, a long and powerful hand gently clasped her wrist. "Drink less." Jiang Yue froze, recognizing that familiar voice, cool yet refined. Who else could it be but Shen Yuqing? Turning her head, she found him standing there. At that moment, their gazes locked, and it felt as if time had stopped, the rest of the world fading away. Shen Yuqing wore a light casual shirt, the loose fit and soft fabric harmonizing perfectly, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Yi Xiaoxiao, unable to bear the sight of others displaying affection before her, pretended to cough. Jiang Yue quickly regained her composure and withdrew her hand, awkwardly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "What are you doing here? a friend invited me out for a drink. Shen Yuqing replied, feeling the lingering warmth of Jiang Yue's wrist in his palm. He then inquired why she was there. Realizing Yi Xiaoxiao was still beside her, Jiang Yue hastily introduced, "This is my best friend, Yi Xiaoxiao." Shen Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement, a subtle greeting to Yi Xiaoxiao, feeling the effects of the alcohol, pondered if that was it for introductions. She had imagined Jiang Yue would embellish her introduction with a series of flattering adjectives, such as graceful, poised, clever, and uniquely charming. Just as she was lost in this daydream, Jiang Yue's simple introduction snapped her back to reality, and a playful idea to tease her friend sparked in her mind. "Jiang Yue, you've finished introducing me, so it's only proper that you introduce this gentleman to me," Yi Xiaoxiao said, raising an eyebrow, her eyes glinting with mischief. "This is Shen Yuqing, my..." Jiang Yue's face flushed crimson as her finger pointed at Shen Yuqing, her heart racing like a rabbit, struggling to utter the words fiancé. Yi Xiaoxiao quickly grasped Jiang Yue's hand, her expression earnest. "So, he is your dashing fiancé, the one as handsome and charming as a young pan, and I can see now that he truly lives up to the reputation." Jiang Yue hurriedly covered Yi Xiaoxiao's mouth. "She's had too much to drink?" Embarrassed, she glanced at Shen Yuqing. A smirk played at the corners of Shen Yuqing's mouth, amusement dancing in his eyes as he leaned closer to Jiang Yue and whispered, "Yue, your friend is quite entertaining, just like you." Jiang Yue's ears burned with heat, feeling as though they were radiating warmth. "Brother, I didn't know you were here, making it hard for me to find you." Lu Feiyue clapped Shen Yuqing on the shoulder, leaning forward. "I was wondering where you disappeared to. Turns out you were here flirting." Before he could finish, Shen Yuqing kicked him lightly. "Behave yourself. Address her properly." Noticing Shen Yuqing's serious demeanor, Lu Feiyue quickly realized the gravity of the situation and bowed slightly. "Hello, sister-in-law. I am Lu Feiyue, a good friend of Shen Yuqing." As Jiang Yue prepared to stand and shake hands in politeness, Shen Yuqing, seemingly sensing her intention, unceremoniously swatted Lu Feiyue's outstretched hand away, coldly stating, "A nod of acknowledgement suffices." Lu Feiyue watched his hand being brushed aside. Feeling a twinge of hurt, he scoffed inwardly, thinking, "If you don't want to shake hands, that's fine, but why be so petty? You'll surely end up being henpecked." Subsequently, Lu Feiyue and Yi Xiaoxiao exchanged introductions. His gaze flitted between Shen Yuqing and Jiang Yue. Realizing that tonight's outing had been planned to celebrate Shen Yuqing's transition from bachelorhood to the grave of marriage. As the evening progressed, Lu Feiyue noticed Shen Yuqing frequently glancing out the window, drink in hand, yet hardly making a dent in his glass. Soon, he excused himself, claiming to have spotted an acquaintance, and stepped outside. Lu Feiyue, typically carefree, was not naive. Shen Yuqing's status was unparalleled in Yin City, and it was curious that someone warranted his personal greeting. Driven by curiosity, Lu Feiyue discreetly followed him. To his surprise, he discovered Jiang Yue was present, explaining Shen Yuqing's distracted demeanor while drinking. "Isn't it said that a marriage of convenience lacks emotion? Yet it appears otherwise. Sister-in-law, if you don't mind, may we join you? It would be much more enjoyable with everyone together," Lu Feiyue said eagerly, rubbing his hands together in anticipation of Jiang Yue's response. If it were just her, Jiang Yue would have readily agreed. However, with Yi Xiaoxiao present, she hesitated, intending to consult her friend, only to find Yi Xiaoxiao nodding vigorously in agreement, urging Lu Feiyue to join them. The booth Yi Xiaoxiao reserved was cozy for 2 women but would feel cramped with 2 additional men. Shen Yuqing noticed this and stopped Lu Feiyue, who was about to sit down. "Let's move to the private room upstairs. It's more spacious and comfortable." Lu Feiyue smacked his forehead. "How could I forget? We have a private room booked upstairs. Ladies, we cordially invite you to join us." He gestured for them to follow. Leading the way, upon hearing private room, Yi Xiaoxiao sprang up from her seat, eagerly matching Lu Feiyue's pace, completely forgetting about her best friend Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue sighed, exasperated. "Xiaoxiao, slow down, wait for me." Just as she stood and took a step, something tripped her foot, causing her to stumble. Just as she feared a fall, a warm hand swiftly grasped her waist, stabilizing her. It was Shen Yuqing, who had rushed forward to catch her. Their faces were uncomfortably close, and she could feel his breath, her heart racing in her ears. "Thank you," Jiang Yue stammered, gradually regaining her balance, her cheeks burning, her heart pounding wildly. Shen Yuqing's gaze lingered on Jiang Yue's delicate form, as if savoring the moment. Her waist is truly soft. Chapter 9. May I borrow your shoulder to lean on? After a while, Jiang Yue and Shen Yuqing arrived at the private room. What took you so long? Yi Xiaoxiao and Lu Feiyue chimed in unison. It wasn't us who were slow. It was you two who were too hasty, Shen Yuqing retorted, ignoring their teasing as he guided Jiang Yue directly to the sofa. Adjusting the air conditioning to a more comfortable temperature, Jiang Yue donned a rather delicate dress, and Shen Yuqing noticed that she involuntarily shivered upon entering the private room. Consequently, he promptly adjusted the air conditioning to a warmer setting. A warmth spread through Jiang Yue's heart as she observed Shen Yuqing's considerate gesture. The sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. Before long, Lu Feiyue summoned Jiang Yue and Shen Yuqing to join him for a game of mahjong. Shen Yuqing initially intended to refuse the boisterous Lu Feiyue, but upon catching sight of Jiang Yue's eager expression, he halted his refusal. Then let us all play together. The four of them formed a perfect quartet for the game. With simple rules dictating that the ultimate loser must drink, Lu Feiyue, self-assured in his mahjong skills, often found himself on the verge of victory, only to be thwarted by Shen Yuqing's timely interventions. Frustrated, Lu Feiyue downed 3 large cups of liquor, vowing that such grievances would not go unavenged. Gritting his teeth, he devised a plan. While he could not overpower Shen Yuqing directly, he could target his Achilles heel. Jiang Yue, he was determined to make Shen Yuqing drink on her behalf. Thus, unbeknownst to Jiang Yue, she lost 2 rounds consecutively. When she lost the 3rd game, she resignedly reached for the drink on the table. But Shen Yuqing swiftly took the glass from her hand, gently stating, "You cannot drink any more. I shall drink in your stead." He then downed the liquor in 1 gulp, and Jiang Yue found herself captivated by the sight of Shen Yuqing's Adam's apple moving as he swallowed. Lu Feiyue chuckled inwardly, seizing the opportunity. Drinking on behalf of someone is against the rules. You must drink an extra cup. Shen Yuqing narrowed his eyes, piercingly gazing at Lu Feiyue, and without uttering a word, he picked up another cup and drank. Jiang Yue attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Her heart ached at the sight. Sensing her gaze, Shen Yuqing lightly patted her hand to reassure her. Jiang Yue was no pushover. Witnessing the man she cherished being taken advantage of ignited her fighting spirit. "Let us go again." Lu Feiyue, still reveling in his perceived victory over Shen Yuqing, remained blissfully unaware that he was about to face dire consequences, as he became the target of a relentless tag team between Shen Yuqing and Jiang Yue. With each round, he lost and had to drink. And though Lu Feiyue had a decent tolerance for alcohol, his stomach could not withstand such punishment. He quickly clasped his hands together in surrender, pleading, "Let us stop. I concede." "How can we stop after just a few rounds? This is hardly exhilarating." "Let us continue," Shen Yuqing replied with a devilish smile. Lu Feiyue's scalp prickled at the prospect of playing on, realizing that the one who had set this trap was none other than Shen Yuqing, and his only escape lay in seeking assistance from his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, let us not play anymore." Jiang Yue rested her chin on her hand, casually toying with the mahjong tiles, and replied nonchalantly, "We can stop, but you must pick up the tab tonight." Lu Feiyue hurriedly agreed, fearful of Jiang Yue changing her mind, and promptly summoned the waiter to settle the bill. Shen Yuqing picked up his suit jacket from the sofa and approached Jiang Yue. "I'll take you home. It might be a bit chilly outside. Here, put this on." He draped the jacket over her shoulders. Jiang Yue adjusted the coat, her eyes shimmering with warmth as she said, "Thank you." Initially, she had wished to invite Yi Xiaoxiao along, but the perceptive Yi Xiaoxiao waved her off, saying she would take a taxi downstairs. Jiang Yue and Shen Yuqing stood side by side on the roadside, awaiting the arrival of Shen Yuqing's driver. The night was slightly cool, but with Shen Yuqing's suit jacket, Jiang Yue felt adequately warm. She discreetly glanced at Shen Yuqing, whose tall and upright figure emanated a sense of security. "Thank you for tonight." Shen Yuqing turned his head slightly, his gaze still fixed ahead, and replied with a nonchalant tone, "No need for thanks. This is what a fiancé ought to do." Jiang Yue tightened the jacket around her. Staring into the endless darkness ahead, her heart gradually sinking. She understood the implications of Shen Yuqing's words. His gallant behavior stemmed solely from their contractual marriage, a sense of obligation rather than affection. His impeccable upbringing ensured he never lost his composure, particularly with Jiang Yue, whom he was bound to by contract. When the car arrived, Shen Yuqing opened the door, gallantly allowing Jiang Yue to enter first. After she was settled, he walked around to the other side, sliding into the seat beside her, maintaining a slight distance between them. Jiang Yue squinted as she observed Shen Yuqing's actions, thinking to herself, Shen Yuqing, truly, even with your fiancé, you sit so far away. Am I a ferocious beast? Her mood soured instantly, her brows knitting together, lips pressed tightly as if ready to unleash a fiery retort. Shen Yuqing turned to inquire about Jiang Yue's address. Though she responded, there was a hint of irritation in her tone. Sensing her unusual demeanor, Shen Yuqing assumed she was unwell from drinking too much and quickly asked, What's wrong? Is your stomach bothering you? I can have the driver stop at a pharmacy to get you something. At the sound of Shen Yuqing's concerned words, Jiang Yue felt her heart soften, mentally chastising herself. Jiang Yue, you truly lack resolve. How can a mere expression of concern make you surrender? Yet, looking at his handsome face, brimming with genuine care, it was difficult not to yield. Jiang Yue shook her head. I'm fine. Just a bit tired. May I borrow your shoulder to lean on? Shen Yuqing gazed into her eyes, which seemed to convey a profound weariness. Just as he was about to respond, Jiang Yue stepped closer and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Shen Yuqing's body tensed instantly, unsure how to react, as a delicate fragrance enveloped him. With her eyes closed, Jiang Yue reveled in the warmth and safety he provided, a faint smile of happiness gracing her features. Before long, she drifted off to sleep. The car glided smoothly, soon arriving at their destination. The driver was about to announce their arrival when Shen Yuqing interrupted with a gesture for silence. He looked down at Jiang Yue, who was peacefully asleep, and a helpless smile crept across his face, his eyes reflecting an affection he had not yet recognized. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Yue stirred awake, rubbing her bleary eyes. Have we arrived? We've been here for 10 minutes already. Jiang Yue abruptly lifted her head from Shen Yuqing's shoulder. Why didn't you wake me? I couldn't bear to disturb your peaceful slumber. Shen Yuqing replied, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Yue's face flushed crimson, and she playfully punched Shen Yuqing's shoulder before hastily exiting the car. Shen Yuqing rubbed his shoulder, realizing it had borne the brunt of the night's events. Chapter 10. The marriage license. The two exited the vehicle, locking eyes in silence. Jiang Yue broke the quiet, extending the suit jacket back to him. Thank you for your jacket. Shen Yuqing accepted it, his fingers inadvertently brushing against Jiang Yue's soft skin. Her complexion was so fair, so smooth, that it ignited an urge to touch. She was undeniably alluring, a temptation he wished to keep to himself. Shen Yuqing's gaze was tumultuous, while Jiang Yue smiled up at him like an innocent little rabbit. It's getting late. You should head home to rest. Had a wonderful time today. She shyly lowered her gaze afterward. Shen Yuqing remained transfixed by Jiang Yue, her charming beauty tugging at his heartstrings, and he blurted out without thinking. Let us go get our marriage license tomorrow. He could not fathom why he felt such impulsiveness. It seemed like an instinctive reaction. Recalling Lu Feiyue's words about Jiang Yue's affections, he knew he could not allow any changes or surprises. He had to ensure the completion of their contractual marriage. Yes, everything was aimed at expediting the process. Obtaining the license was essential. Jiang Yue was momentarily taken aback by Shen Yuqing's words. Although their marriage was based on a contract for mutual benefit, she still harbored dreams of a fairy tale proposal. She was human, with her own desires and emotions. Despite their rocky start, Jiang Yue believed that perhaps there was a glimmer of something different in Shen Yuqing's heart. Perhaps they could ultimately achieve a beautiful ending. There were no flowers, no diamond rings, no romantic declarations of love. Claiming to have no regrets or grievances would be disingenuous. Perhaps one day, if Shen Yuqing came to love her, he would make it up to her. Jiang Yue could only silently console herself, for she too was uncertain whether Shen Yuqing would ever develop feelings for her, considering they had only a year of marriage ahead. Seeing Jiang Yue in silence, Shen Yuqing felt a surge of anxiety, fearing she might have second thought. He quickly grasped her hand, saying, the marriage is only for a year. It will put my grandfather's mind at ease for that duration. Afterwards, I'll tell him we've grown apart and will separate. Following that, I will provide you with anything you desire. Shen Yuqing's promise was worth its weight in gold. Anything he wished for was within reach. He wanted to keep Jiang Yue close, though he couldn't quite grasp why. Perhaps it was for his grandfather's sake. Couldn't. Because of feelings, yes, it was to ensure his grandfather's peace of mind. Jiang Yue gently patted Shen Yuqing's hand, smiling, rest assured, I want to go back on my word. Tomorrow we shall go get our license, before turning to head home. Once she turned away, a bittersweet smile graced her lips. She felt a pang of reluctance. A marriage that began with a contract felt so fleeting and fragile. She yearned to make this union last longer, ideally, for a lifetime. She would not relinquish this opportunity. Having finally attained it, she was determined to give it her all. Even if she ended up battered and bruised, she would accept it all. Shen Yuqing silently watched Jiang Yue's retreating figure until the driver's inquiry brought him back to reality. Shall we head back? The following day, before the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shen Yuqing arrived early, clad in an elegant black suit with his collar slightly unbuttoned, accentuating his tall and striking figure, exuding an air of composure. Last night, he had mentioned the matter of obtaining a marriage certificate to his grandfather, who was overjoyed and called him bright and early, insisting that the groom must arrive first to avoid keeping the bride waiting. He even warned that if Shen Yuqing made Yue wait, he would come over with a blade. Shen Yuqing had intended to rise early anyway, but it seemed his grandfather was even more enthusiastic and concerned, indicating a shift in his family standing. When Shen Yuqing arrived at 8:30, he waited for half an hour before Jiang Yue finally appeared. He observed her as she approached, dressed in a crisp white shirt adorned with age embroidered on the collar. Presumably a custom piece exclusively for Miss Jiang. She wore a sleek black pencil skirt and had applied light makeup, her long black hair cascading softly over her shoulders. This appearance was somewhat different from the Jiang Yue he had seen previously, who often sported fiery red lips and a more sultry allure. Today, she radiated a refreshing and straightforward urban elegance. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Jiang Yue said with a smile as she drew closer. "Not at all, I just arrived." "You look stunning today," he replied. Compliments are universally appreciated, and Jiang Yue was no exception. She had meticulously prepared herself that morning to present her best self for this significant occasion. Hearing Shen Yuqing's praise made her heart flutter. "Shall we go in?" Shen Yuqing suggested, smiling. "Yes," Jiang Yue replied, following him into the Civil Affairs Bureau, where they filled out forms and took photographs, by the time they completed the process. "It was already 11 o'clock, I'll give you a ride," Shen Yuqing offered. Jiang Yue nodded, having planned for him to drive since she had sent her chauffeur home early. They got into the car, with Shen Yuqing at the wheel and Jiang Yue in the passenger seat. Just as he was about to start the engine, he heard her voice softly request, "Could you help me with my seatbelt?" "Ah?" Shen Yuqing turned, surprised to find Jiang Yue struggling with the seatbelt, unable to fasten it. Perhaps it was the sports car's unfamiliarity or the design itself that posed a challenge. Without a second thought, he leaned over to assist her, entirely oblivious to the mischievous smile she wore. As he leaned in, he caught a whiff of her fragrance, a slightly intense floral scent that stirred his senses. His palms grew clammy as he reached for the seatbelt. The confined space of the sports car contrasted with Jiang Yue's delicate white shirt, which was slightly open at the collar, accentuating her alluring figure. Shen Yuqing swallowed hard, focusing solely on fastening the seatbelt, but just as he pulled it across her chest, Jiang Yue unexpectedly coughed and leaned forward. His hand inadvertently brushed against her chest. Despite the layers of clothing, he could still feel an exquisite softness. He froze for a moment, glancing at Jiang Yue, who simply gazed back at him without saying a word. Chapter 11. The brother returns. A flush crept onto Shen Yuqing's handsome face as he felt a surge of panic. He struggled to maintain his composure while fastening her seatbelt, holding his breath and avoiding the intoxicating scent emanating from her. Once the seatbelt was secured, he straightened up, gripping the steering wheel tightly, staring ahead as he tried to rationalize the situation. "It's fine. We're married now, she is my wife, and I've seen every part of her." Yet, his heart raced uncontrollably, refusing to settle. Jiang Yue watched him, curling a strand of hair around her finger, slightly turning her head to face the window, stifling a giggle. "He's so easy to fool," she thought, completely at odds with his usually stoic demeanor. Shen Yuqing was indeed becoming more intriguing the more she got to know him. She hadn't anticipated discovering this charming side to him. "Should I take you home or to the office?" Shen Yuqing asked, regaining his composure. "Let's go to the office first. I have some work to finish up." Jiang Yue replied. He nodded, starting the car and rolling down the window to let the refreshing breeze in, clearing his head a bit. Jiang Yue sat quietly beside him, holding 2 red booklets, taking a quick photo with her phone and posting it on social media with the caption, "A joyous occasion today." Moments later, her phone buzzed with a flurry of messages, mostly from her plastic sisterhood of socialites, feigning congratulations while probing for gossip. Jiang Yue only responded to Yi Xiaoxiao, ignoring the rest. Leaning against the window, enjoying the wind, she wore a smile. Nothing could rival the joy of marrying her secret crush, especially one as dashing and affluent as Shen Yuqing. Aside from his lack of affection for her, he was practically perfect. Love, she believed, must be cultivated over time. She was determined to win Shen Yuqing's heart, confident that her beauty would eventually capture his attention. Glancing down at her chest, she contemplated whether to enhance her assets to increase her chances of seduction. Though Shen Yuqing was focused on driving, his gaze frequently flicked toward Jiang Yue, attentive to her every move. "Why don't you move in with me?" he inquired, recognizing that now that they were married, cohabitation was inevitable. His spacious 350-square-meter apartment in the city center was more than sufficient for two. If Jiang Yue found it lacking, they could easily acquire a larger place. Money was no object. As long as they lived together. "Sure. I'll have my secretary arrange to move my things over later," Jiang Yue replied with a smile. She had no intention of living apart now that they were married. Dismissing notions of a platonic arrangement, winning Shen Yuqing's heart was her foremost goal for the coming year, and she understood that without intimacy, there could be no emotional connection. Before long, they arrived at the Jiang Group's headquarters. Just as Jiang Yue was about to exit the car, Shen Yuqing called out, "Grandfather is thrilled about our marriage. We're having dinner at the old residence tonight. I'll come pick you up after work." Jiang Yue nodded with a smile, unbuckling her seatbelt before stepping out of the car. As she entered her office, she was greeted by a delightful surprise. "Brother, you're back?" Jiang Yue exclaimed, rushing to embrace her brother. Jiang Shuran, a surgeon, had been away for a month undergoing intensive training, leaving the siblings with little time to communicate. Their bond was strong, with a 5-year age difference. Jiang Shuran had always cherished his younger sister, especially since their parents were often preoccupied with work. In many ways, Jiang Yue was raised by him. "If I hadn't come back soon, I feared my sister would forget me for a new love." Jiang Shuran pretended to wipe away a tear, feigning hurt. Upon returning, he had seen the news of his sister's engagement to someone without his knowledge, especially to Shen Yuqing, who was rumored to be cold and unfeeling. How could his sweet, innocent sister be involved with such a man? The thought troubled him greatly, prompting his swift return to uncover the truth. "Not at all. I'll always have a place for you in my heart." Jiang Yue reassured him, "I truly missed you, brother." She then clung to his arm, her affection reminiscent of their childhood. Gently stroking her hair, Jiang Shuran regarded her with adoration. "I missed you too." After a brief chat on the sofa, Jiang Shuran shifted to a more serious topic. "Wei, has the family business encountered any difficulties lately?" From a young age, Jiang Shuran had little interest in business, preferring to immerse himself in his studies, which led him to become a successful surgeon. In contrast, Jiang Yue had always been adept at navigating her parents' expectations and making a profit from her entrepreneurial ventures, establishing herself as a savvy little businesswoman. Given the Jiang family's prominence, they needed a successor, and with Jiang Shuran's disinterest, their parents had turned their attention to Jiang Yue. "Everything is running smoothly. Why do you think there are problems?" Jiang Yue asked, puzzled. "Then why are you engaged to Shen Yuqing?" Jiang Shuran inquired, his surprise evident. Anticipating this question, Jiang Yue replied, "Actually, it's not an engagement anymore. We are married." "What?" Jiang Shuran's eyes widened in disbelief as he jumped from the sofa, struggling to process her words. "You are already married?" Jiang Yue smiled and nodded, producing the freshly acquired marriage certificate to show him. "Look, we just got this morning. Both copies are right here." Jiang Shuran gazed at the 2 crimson booklets cradled in Jiang Yue's hands, feeling as though the sky had collapsed upon him. His heart was a desolate wasteland. His little sister, whom he had cherished since childhood, was marrying without his presence to bear witness. His hostility towards Shen Yuqing deepened. Chapter 12. It must be Shen Yuqing's machinations. Jiang Shuran straightened Jiang Yue's shoulders, his expression grave as he inquired, "Why would you marry Shen Yuqing? Did he take advantage of you in some way, coercing you into this union?" Jiang Yue shook her head with a smile, insisting it was not the case. Jiang Shuran remained perplexed. His sister was dignified, elegant, and accomplished, lacking neither wealth nor affection. She was the beloved of the family, with parents and brother eager to provide her with the finest of everything. How could she possibly choose to marry at such a young age? It could not possibly be her fault. Shen Yuqing must be to blame. As a devoted brother, Jiang Shuran could not fathom it any other way. He firmly believed that his beloved sister was being forced into this marriage against her will. Reluctantly, he pressed on, if that's true, then why marry him at all? Jiang Yiwei tilted her head, countering, do you think Shen Yuqing is truly that terrible? Zhang Xiran paused for a moment. Aside from his cold demeanor and apparent lack of warmth, Shen Yuqing was quite respectable within their elite circle. He was principled, abstaining from the vices associated with their social class, and was dedicated to managing the family business, ensuring its success, in contrast to other spoiled heirs who squandered their privilege on debauchery. Shen Yuqing was a commendable candidate for a union in their world. Zhang Xiran gritted his teeth, begrudgingly acknowledging that Shen Yuqing was not as bad as he had initially thought. He was, in fact, somewhat exceptional. Shen Yuqing, heir to the Shen Group, stood tall at 185 centimeters, with striking looks and a robust physique. He was young, accomplished, and devoid of any detrimental habits, an ideal match in their social milieu. No matter how you slice it, I can't lose, Jiang Yiwei remarked with a smile. But you don't like him, Zhang Xiran muttered, vexed. Jiang Yiwei understood her brother's heart well. He had always doted on her and surely wished for her to marry someone she loved, rather than enter a union for familial or financial gain. After a period of seclusion studying, receiving the news of her marriage was a shock to anyone. Gently grasping her brother's hand, reminiscent of their childhood secrets, she confessed, I like him, Zhang Xiran. That once again, the world seemed to crumble around him. How could the infuriating Shen Yuqing win the heart of his irresistibly adorable sister? It was intolerable. Zhang Xiran was engulfed in a frenzy. Brother, please don't tell anyone. This is our secret, Jiang Yiwei implored, playfully squeezing his hand. She understood him well, knowing just how to soothe her irritable brother. Of course, I promise I won't say a word. Zhang Xiran vowed with conviction, determined to keep Shen Yuqing oblivious to his sister's affections, ideally for all eternity. Does he like you? Zhang Xiran asked, suddenly realizing the implication of her confession. Jiang Yiwei shook her head. Her expression clouded with uncertainty. I don't know. Perhaps he has a slight fondness for me, Zhang Xiran. His irritation towards Shen Yuqing intensified, further fueling his disdain for the man. After much effort, Jiang Yiwei managed to pacify Zhang Xiran and return to the hospital for her checkup. Sensing her brother's strong disapproval of Shen Yuqing, she resolved to postpone their meeting. Originally intending to invite her brother for dinner that evening, she deemed it best to avoid introducing them for now. By the end of the workday, Jiang Yiwei had nearly completed her tasks and was preparing to leave when she received a message from Shen Yuqing. I have arrived, waiting for you in the parking lot. After replying, she grabbed her bag and hurriedly took the elevator downstairs, feeling a rush of excitement at the prospect of Shen Yuqing picking her up from work for the first time. She took out a small mirror from her bag to touch up her lipstick and smooth her hair. Ding! The elevator chimed as it reached the underground parking level. Jiang Yiwei immediately spotted the handsome man leaning against his sports car and rushed over. Hearing the commotion, Shen Yuqing looked up to see her approaching. There's no need to rush. We have plenty of time, he said to her. I'm just worried that Grandpa might get anxious, Jiang Yiwei replied. Her cheeks flushed. She would never admit that her eagerness to see him had driven her to her UN. They engaged in light conversation and settled into the car. Jiang Yiwei fastened her seatbelt independently. Shen Yuqing. He withdrew his hand, smiling at her without uttering a word. Perplexed by Shen Yuqing's delay in starting the car, she turned to him and asked, Why aren't we moving yet? Grandpa will really get anxious otherwise. I didn't expect Mrs. Shen to grasp the intricacies of fastening a sports car seatbelt so quickly. You've mastered it in just one morning, he remarked, surveying her with amusement. Jiang Yiwei's face flushed, her hands gripping the seatbelt tightly as she defiantly declared, Of course, I am Mrs. Shen. Although she spoke boldly, her heart raced uncontrollably. To her dismay, her ruse had been uncovered so swiftly. She had hoped to enjoy Shen Yuqing's attentiveness a little longer. Who wouldn't want to gaze upon such a handsome face up close? Shen Yuqing, captivated by Jiang Yiwei's adorably flustered demeanor, felt his heart flutter, as if brushed by a feather. Teasing Mrs. Shen was undeniably delightful. As he drove towards the family estate, he remarked, having such an intelligent and charming Mrs. Shen is truly a blessing, Jiang Yiwei. How could Shen Yuqing be so charming? Wasn't he supposed to be cold and aloof? Now, he seemed like a prince of romantic words, effortlessly weaving sweet nothings. Jiang Yiwei was nearly overwhelmed, her ears burning with embarrassment. Quickly, she opened the window to let in a breeze, hoping to compose herself. Subsequently, she broached the subject of her brother Jiang Xiuran's visit that morning. Shen Yuqing glanced at her, a hint of guilt in his voice as he said, "I should have visited your family first. It's my oversight. How about you call your brother and invite him to join us for dinner?" Jiang Yiwei's heart raced with alarm as she recalled her brother's thunderous expression upon leaving. If the two were to meet, she had a strong premonition. Jiang Xiuran would undoubtedly confront Shen Yuqing, demanding he leave his sister alone. This could not happen. They had only just married, and she had yet to win over Shen Yuqing completely. Brother is busy. Perhaps another time. There will be plenty of opportunities. Jiang Yiwei replied, shaking her head. Chapter 13. Returning to the family estate for dinner before long, they arrived at the family estate. As they stepped out of the car, they were greeted by Shen grandfather, who had come to welcome them personally. "Grandpa, why did you come out yourself? It's quite windy. We should hurry inside," Jiang Yiwei urged, supporting him. Shen grandfather's heart swelled with joy as he looked at Jiang Yiwei. He had received the news of their marriage earlier that day and had been in high spirits ever since. Knowing they would be dining together that evening, he instructed the house staff to meticulously prepare the residence and feast, eagerly anticipating their arrival. He even called his friends to boast about his grandchild's marriage, exclaiming, "I have a granddaughter-in-law now." The other grandfathers, whose grandchildren were still single, seethed with envy and promptly hung up the phone. Plotting to vent their frustrations elsewhere, "Grandpa is happy. You two are married," Shen grandfather exclaimed, grasping Jiang Yiwei's hand in excitement. The two entered the house, engaged in cheerful banter, completely oblivious to Shen Yuqing trailing behind. Shen Yuqing thought it seemed he was destined to become an afterthought in this household. Upon entering the Shen family estate, they encountered the butler, impeccably dressed in a tailcoat and white gloves, flanked by the household staff, all standing in neat rows. The hallway was adorned with a red carpet, and in unison, they greeted, "Welcome, young master and young mistress. Welcome home." The spectacle was nothing short of grand, reflecting the Shen family's respect for their new daughter-in-law. Jiang Yiwei. She was taken aback by the grandeur of the Shen family's welcome. They truly embodied the elegance of a prestigious family. Smiling brightly, she responded, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Shen Yuqing covered his eyes, wishing he could disappear. What was going on? In just a few days, had everyone become so ostentatious? This was undoubtedly his grandfather's doing. After such a grand welcome, the trio finally reached the dining table, where Shen grandmother had been waiting eagerly. "Dumb, why lovely Wei Wei has finally arrived," she exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Jiang Yiwei's hand, inspecting her with delight. "Truly, an exquisite beauty. Your grandfather was right. You are indeed a treasure." "A blessing for our Yuqing." Jiang Yiwei, nestled against her grandmother's arm, playfully replied, "Thank you, Grandma. You are beautiful as well. Your sweet words are 100 times more charming than my grandson's." Shen grandmother laughed heartily. As Shen Yuqing observed this harmonious scene, a smile crept onto his face. It had been quite some time since his grandparents had looked so joyful. He had not anticipated Jiang Yiwei would navigate the familial dynamics with such ease. She was undoubtedly exceptional, worthy of managing the entire Jiang group. What kind of man could possibly capture her attention? Shen Yuqing felt a flicker of curiosity, yet he suppressed it, sensing that delving deeper into the matter might lead to unpleasant thoughts. At long last, everyone settled down and commenced the meal. Jiang Yiwei and Shen Yuqing occupied one side of the table, while the grandparents sat across from them. An array of sumptuous dishes filled the table, each a feast for the senses. Wei Wei, these dishes were specially prepared by a master chef from Cantonese cuisine. They are incredibly fragrant. Do try them. Shen grandfather enthusiastically remarked. "Thank you, Grandpa," Jiang Yiwei replied with a smile. Shen grandfather observed his grandson, who was wholly engrossed in his meal, neglecting to attend to Jiang Yiwei, failing to serve her any dishes. This was utterly unacceptable. Fuming, Shen grandfather kicked Shen Yuqing under the table. Shen Yuqing frowned, looking at his grandfather in confusion. The elder subtly nodded towards Jiang Yiwei, a silent cue that Shen Yuqing was meant to heed. Shen Yuqing thought to himself, what on earth is Grandpa up to? Can't we just enjoy our meal? Ignoring the hint, he continued eating. Shen grandfather was seething, his frustration palpable. He longed to pry open his grandson's head and discern why he was so oblivious. If he lost his wife due to his negligence, There would be no end to his lamentations. "Darling, this beef is delicious. You should try some," Jiang Yue said, placing a piece of beef into Shan Yuqing's bowl. Shen Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, staring at Jiang Yue. Did she just call me darling? He was momentarily at a loss. Jiang Yue lowered her head, whispering conspiratorially in his ear, "Grandpa and Grandma are watching. We need to appear affectionate." In that instant, Shen Yuqing grasped her intention. The grandparents believed they were married out of love and were unaware of the contractual nature of their union. If they exhibited any distance, suspicions would surely arise. Hence, they had to perform as a loving couple. "Thank you, wifey." Shen Yuqing emphasized the last two words, leaning closer to her ear, completely oblivious to the effect he had on her. Jiang Yue felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, forcing herself to maintain composure as her heart raced like a drum. It was fine. Shen Yuqing was merely acting for the benefit of his grandparents. "Wifey understands," Shen grandfather said, observing them. "You should cherish such a wonderful wife, my boy." Shen grandmother nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, Yuqing, you must treat Wei Wei well. If you dare mistreat her, just wait and see what we'll do." Jiang Yue smiled, thanking her grandparents. Shen Yuqing, however, felt as though he was the only one in a world of hurt. After dinner, Jiang Yue stayed in the living room to chat with Grandma, while Shen Yuqing was summoned to the study by Grandpa. In the study, the two were engrossed in a game of chess. "Yuqing, it's been a while since we played. I didn't expect your skills to have improved," Grandpa remarked, eyeing his grandson. "You flatter me, Grandpa. I still have a long way to go compared to you," Shen Yuqing replied. "Have you made any progress in investigating who leaked the video of you and Wei Wei to the media?" Grandpa asked solemnly. Shen Yuqing frowned, tightening his grip on the chess piece. "Not yet. The culprit is quite elusive, and they came prepared. You'll need to put in some effort." Shen Yuqing nodded, his gaze fixated on the chessboard. "And pay more attention to Wei Wei. A wife like her is hard to come by," Grandpa said, growing increasingly frustrated with Shen Yuqing's obliviousness. This was their wedding night. He should return to rest early. Grandpa's implication was unmistakable. Tonight was a special occasion, and he hoped his grandson would not squander it. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuqing's hand trembled, his thoughts momentarily scattered, leading to an erroneous move. His mind was no longer focused on the chessboard, and the outcome was predictable. Before long, Grandpa checkmated Shen Yuqing. Observing his grandson's distracted demeanor, Grandpa couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed even the mightiest of heroes were no match for the charms of a beautiful woman. Chapter 14. Wedding night. After finishing his conversation with Grandpa, Shen Yuqing and his grandfather soon set off home together. They arrived at one of Shen Yuqing's properties in the city center, Zhenghai de Pingcheng, one of the premier luxury residences in Yinqing, home to the affluent and powerful. The exclusive underground parking lot was filled with an array of luxury vehicles, including McLarens, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and other renowned sports cars. Jiang Yue followed closely behind Shen Yuqing as they entered the elevator. As she gazed at their reflections in the smooth, mirror-like elevator doors, she noted how they stood side by side, close yet slightly distant. The pairing of a handsome man and a beautiful woman was undeniably striking, a feast for the eyes. Anticipating the events of the evening made Jiang Yue feel a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. How could one not look forward to their wedding night? The last time, after a few drinks, their first encounter had been a blur. This time, however, neither had indulged in alcohol. Both were entirely sober. A blend of anticipation and anxiety filled Jiang Yue's heart. Moments later, they arrived home. Shen Yuqing turned on the lights and bent down to retrieve a pair of shoes from the shoe cabinet, placing them at Jiang Yue's feet. "There are only men's slippers in the house. They might be a bit large. Please be careful when you walk. I'll have the butler buy you a new pair in your size tomorrow." Jiang Yue felt a surge of joy. The presence of only men's slippers hinted at a significant implication. No woman had set foot in this home for at least 2 or 3 years, indicating Shen Yuqing had been single during that time, leaving plenty of opportunity for her to win him over. With a smile, Jiang Yue slipped on the slippers. Though a tad large, they were quite comfortable. As she entered the living room, she took a moment to survey her surroundings. The decor was minimalistic and cozy, perfectly aligning with Shen Yuqing's style. "If there's anything you're unhappy with, feel free to make changes to the furnishings, or we can always buy a new house," Shen Yuqing offered, handing her a glass of water. Jiang Yue accepted the water and shook her head. "No, it's just fine as it is. I'll be in the study handling some work." Make yourself at home. Jiang Yue nodded obediently. After a long day filled with marriage license paperwork, dinner at the old residence, and dealing with her disapproving brother, she was utterly exhausted and longed for a shower in the bedroom. Her clothing had already been arranged by her secretary earlier that morning. She opened the walk-in closet in the master bedroom. She found it brimming with clothes. On one side were Shan Yuqing's garments, which were rather limited in style, primarily comprising black, white, and gray suits. The other side was filled with Jiang Yue's diverse array of attire, including dresses, trousers, blouses, suits, and tank tops, boasting a vibrant spectrum of colors. After a moment of contemplation, she selected a delicate, low-cut nightgown, her expression one of determination. Tonight, she would captivate Shan Yuqing. She hummed a little tune, her steps light as she made her way to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Shan Yuqing, though appearing to be engrossed in work, found his thoughts wandering to the bedroom. He occasionally glanced at the door, feeling conflicted. Their marriage was a business arrangement devoid of any emotional foundation, with a prearranged divorce in a year. Thus, love and children were unnecessary. Yet, he had to admit that their physical chemistry was undeniable. The passionate night they shared lingered in his memory. Once a man had tasted the fruits of passion, he craved more. Jiang Yue were unwilling. He would not force her. Such matters required mutual consent. Having reached a conclusion, Shan Yuqing promptly returned to the room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Jiang Yue emerging from the bathroom. Having just finished her shower, she wore a pink, low-cut nightgown that dipped to her collarbone, revealing ample porcelain skin, while the hem barely grazed her knees, exposing her long, fair legs. Jiang Yue turned to look at him as he entered. Her cheeks flushed and her sultry gaze alluring. Shan Yuqing stood frozen, his throat dry, feeling a rush of warmth. I'm done showering. You should wash up too, Jiang Yue said with a smile before walking to the vanity to begin her skincare routine. Shan Yuqing quickly dashed into the bathroom for his shower, yet the heat coursing through him showed no signs of abating. After finishing her routine, Jiang Yue perched on the bed, awaiting Shan Yuqing's emergence. With a chime, the bathroom door swung open, and Jiang Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. Shan Yuqing stepped out, clad only in a towel around his waist, his damp hair cascading over his handsome features. The steam accentuated his muscular physique, exuding an aura of primal strength and sensuality. Why did he come out without wearing pajamas? Jiang Yue felt flustered, hastily grabbing a book from the bedside table to shield her face. Her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Though they had already consummated their marriage, this sight still made her shy. Shan Yuqing, towel in hand, approached Jiang Yue, saying, Wei, we need to talk. Her heart raced at his words as she set the book down. About what? Shan Yuqing took a seat on the edge of the bed, his body tense. About fulfilling our marital obligations. If you... Before he could finish, with a sudden thud, the world spun, and Jiang Yue straddled his waist, wrapping her arms around his neck. Their proximity allowed Shan Yuqing to see her clearly. In her haste, the loose nightgown slipped, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her soft curves. The delicate fabric, with its built-in padding, clung to her form without the support of a bra, making her appear irresistibly alluring. Shan Yuqing caught a whiff of her intoxicating scent, a fragrance that stirred his passions, igniting a fervor within him. Jiang Yue lowered her head, drawing closer to Shan Yuqing, her hand resting upon his solid chest. Her voice was soft as she spoke to his face, exhaling like the fragrance of orchids. I have no need for a marriage of convenience that involves separate beds. We shall fulfill all the duties of a couple, and you do enjoy my body, do you not? At that moment, Shan Yuqing's mind exploded like a severed string. He grasped the back of Jiang Yue's head, kissing her fervently. His primal instincts took over as he embraced her and savagely nibbled at her lips like a beast. He pressed the disheveled Jiang Yue onto the bed, his hands braced on either side of her. His crimson eyes fixed upon her. At this moment, her delicate face was flushed, her eyes glistening, her clothes half removed. It was utterly alluring. Jiang Yue's small hand caressed his abdominal muscles, continuing to entice him. Don't stop. Keep going. In an instant, Shan Yuqing tore apart Jiang Yue's nightgown and descended upon her. Chapter 15. Once more the sun filtered through the curtain's gap, casting light upon the bed. Jiang Yue awoke. Though the two had engaged in a passionate battle until the late hours of the night, her biological clock still roused her at the appointed hour. As she stirred, Discomfort radiated through her body, especially below, where a faint ache lingered. She turned to gaze at Shen Yuqing, who was still deep in slumber. His brows were furrowed, lips pressed together, exuding an air of coldness and heroism. His handsome visage seemed like a masterpiece sculpted by a master artist. And no matter how many times she looked, Jiang Yue could never tire of it. Last night, he had succumbed to her seduction, like a wild beast, devoid of tenderness and unaware of cherishing her. It was only her second time, and her body had yet to fully acclimate to him. It was simply unbearable, exhausting beyond measure. When later in the night, Shen Yuqing sought a third encounter, she refused without a second thought. Yet even as Jiang Yue wept with tear-stained cheeks, pleading softly, Shen Yuqing ultimately did not relent, continuing to carry her away amidst the storm and that tempest. He was the only anchor she could grasp. He did not love her, but he relished her softness. Jiang Yue glanced down, noticing the marks left upon her by Shen Yuqing. She reached for her phone, sending a message to her secretary, declaring her absence from work for the day. The commotion stirred Shen Yuqing from his dreams. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around Jiang Yue, his hand brushing against something round and pleasing to the touch, which he squeezed a couple of times. Jiang Yue's face turned crimson in an instant, feeling Shen Yuqing's rising arousal beneath her. Gradually, he began to awaken. Jiang Yue gently nudged him. "Yuqing, you should get up." Shen Yuqing stirred, opening his eyes to find Jiang Yue ensconced in his embrace. His hand resting upon her chest. "Shen Yuqing." His mind snapped to attention, and he released her. Both felt an awkwardness as they averted their gazes, though they had engaged in all that was to be expected the night before. He and Jiang Yue remained unfamiliar with one another, devoid of any emotional connection. Moreover, he had been entirely consumed by desire, behaving excessively, even bringing her to tears despite her pleas for him to stop. Shen Yuqing had no inclination to ponder why he had lost control in nearly 30 years of life. He had never once lost control, never longed for something so fervently. Last night, he had succumbed. Like a beast long in waiting, finally discovering its prey. Gazing down at the unclad Jiang Yue, his desire surged anew. He felt no desire to release her. He wanted her again. With that thought, Shen Yuqing's gaze shifted, and he rolled over, positioning himself on either side of Jiang Yue, looking down at her. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yue placed her hand against his chest. Shen Yuqing's eyes bore a resemblance to those of the previous night, and it seemed Jiang Yue's thigh had brushed against something. He desired her once more. Jiang Yue attempted to rise and escape, but her lack of strength proved futile as Shen Yuqing swept her up and laid her back down on the bed. Once more. "No." Jiang Yue's protest was swallowed by Shen Yuqing's kiss. The two became once again inseparable, feeling each other's warmth. By afternoon, Jiang Yue stirred, her hand reaching out to find the space beside her empty. She pouted, venting her frustration by smacking the bed. "Shen Yuqing, you scoundrel. You devoured me and then left without a trace." Attempting to rise, she found herself in discomfort. Her skin bore the marks of the previous night, and her inner thighs ached, leaving her utterly drained. Jiang Yue internally cursed Shen Yuqing once more. Not only did he not spare me last night, but he returned for more this morning. Now he is nowhere to be found, devoid of even a hint of warmth between spouses. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Grabbing Shen Yuqing's pillow, she embraced it fiercely, using it to vent her frustrations while muttering about his transgressions. Just as Jiang Yue was lost in her ire towards Shen Yuqing, the master bedroom door swung open, and he entered as she lay with her back to the door, absorbed in her tirade against the pillow. She remained oblivious to Shen Yuqing's presence as he approached her side. Leaning down to hear her soft complaints, "I never anticipated that I would be missed so soon by my wife." Shen Yuqing sat at the edge of the bed, leaning in close to Jiang Yue's ear, startled. Jiang Yue tossed aside the pillow, turning to face Shen Yuqing's handsome countenance, their proximity so close that they could feel each other's breath. "I didn't miss you at all." Jiang Yue pushed against Shen Yuqing. "You are too close, I believe. I just heard Mrs. Shen lamenting that I left her all alone." Shen Yuqing replied, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yue. A smile playing at his lips, Jiang Yue lowered her head, her eyes darting, her hand pressed against Shen Yuqing's advancing chest. "There's no such thing. You must have misheard." Shen Yuqing observed the faint flush on Jiang Yue's cheeks. The porcelain skin exposed beyond the covers, and the blossoms of red upon her collarbone. his gaze deepening. It seemed he could no longer tease Mrs. Shun. Otherwise, he might lose control once again. Shen Yuqing found himself at a loss for how to explain the situation. Although he held no feelings for Jiang Yue, their physical connection was remarkably harmonious. He could scarcely suppress the surging desires within him, a perilous sign indeed. Perhaps one day, he would lose control because of Jiang Yue. Shen Yuqing lifted Jiang Yue from the bed, and she yelped, "What are you doing? Put me down." She hurriedly shielded her body, realizing she wore nothing at all. Her bare form was completely exposed to Shen Yuqing's gaze, and her face flushed crimson, wishing to disappear into the ground. Shen Yuqing unabashedly gazed at Jiang Yue, teasingly remarking, "Where on your body have I not seen? Why be shy?" With that, he whisked Jiang Yue into the bathroom to freshen up. Jiang Yue's heart raced as she instinctively covered Shen Yuqing's eyes, playfully saying, "That won't do." With a captivating beauty in his grasp, and a wife at that, Shen Yuqing could hardly remain unaffected, a heat rising within him. Yet he held back. If he continued, the little wildcat in his arms would surely be overwhelmed, and perhaps he would never receive her again. He resolved to endure for the sake of their future happiness. Chapter 16. A man who can cook. After Jiang Yue finished her wash and enjoyed a soothing bath, she changed into fresh clothes and made her way to the dining room. Shen Yuqing was seated there, awaiting her arrival, an iPad in hand as he handled work matters. Upon seeing Jiang Yue, he gestured towards the dishes on the table, saying, "I prepared a few simple dishes. I hope they suit your palate." Jiang Yue glanced at the spread of 4 dishes and a soup, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. "Did you make all of this?" Shen Yuqing nodded. Noticing Jiang Yue's surprise, explaining, "I studied in the UK, and to enjoy authentic Chinese cuisine, I had to learn to cook for myself. Over time, I picked up a few simple recipes. These were hardly mere simple dishes. Sweet and sour ribs, steamed sea bass, braised pork, cold bamboo shoots, and tomato egg soup. All were visually appealing and flavorful, worthy of a restaurant." Jiang Yue was taken aback to discover Shen Yuqing was a skilled cook. A delightful surprise indeed. In her heart, she awarded him an extra point. Truly, marrying him felt like an incredible gain. A handsome, wealthy man who could cook was a rarity. Having engaged in fervent activity the previous night and that morning, Jiang Yue was ravenous, quickly taking her seat to indulge in the meal. Each bite was delicious. She looked at Shen Yuqing with admiration. "Your cooking is truly remarkable, even better than our family chef. I'm glad you enjoy it." Shen Yuqing replied with a slight smile, warmth shining in his eyes. As Shen Yuqing watched Jiang Yue relish her meal, her animated expressions exclaiming how delicious it was. He found her utterly charming. Was she always this delightful? She resembled a little rabbit. He felt a curious urge to learn what her work demeanor was like. Such an adorable woman was the president of the Jiang Corporation. Few would believe it if told. Unbeknownst to Shen Yuqing, Jiang Yue only displayed this side of herself to those she was close to. In her heart, Shen Yuqing had long been a person of significance, someone incomparable. Yet, this was a truth Shen Yuqing remained unaware of. After the two had finished their meal, Shen Yuqing departed for work, while Jiang Yue scheduled a spa session with Yi Xiaoxiao. Observing Shen Yuqing's spirited demeanor as he left, Jiang Yue felt a flicker of indignation within her. How could this man possess such vitality? She had been utterly exhausted from the previous night's tribulations, nearly unable to rise, yet he appeared unfazed, brimming with energy as he resumed his duties. The thought left her feeling rather unbalanced. Given her petite frame, she knew that without a soothing massage, she would struggle to make it to work the following day. At Shen Group, the entire company buzzed with a singular topic: the astonishing news that President Shan had, for the first time ever, failed to report for duty this morning. Everyone knew Shen Yuqing was a workaholic, never once taking a day off. His presence at the daily morning meetings was as certain as the rising sun. To think that such a streak had finally been broken. Whispers circulated in the small groups, with one person claiming, "I just saw President Shen this afternoon. He seemed in excellent spirits, and I noticed a red mark on his neck." This revelation sent shockwaves through the office, igniting a flurry of gossip. Some speculated that President Shun had spent a delightful night with Jiang Yue, the head of Jiang Group, which accounted for his absence from the morning meeting. Others, with less noble intentions, suggested he might be entangled in other romantic escapades. As Shen Yuqing's assistant, Qian Tezu was not only adept at his duties but also well-versed in company gossip. Being a key player and life assistant to Shen Yuqing, He was privy to the fact that Shen and Jiang Yue had officially tied the knot just yesterday. After all, Shen Yuqing's public image was synonymous with that of the company, and maintaining it was imperative for his year-end bonus. Chen Tezu knocked on the door of the president's office and briefed Shen Yuqing on the swirling rumors regarding him. Pondering for a moment, Shen Yuqing realized that he and Jiang Yue had indeed entered into a legitimate marriage, with no intention of keeping it under wraps, to prevent a recurrence of past scandalous rumors and the meddling of idle speculators. It was essential to formally announce their union. He instructed Chen Tezu, "Prepare wedding candies for me and Yue to distribute to the entire company." Chen Tezu promptly understood and set off to make arrangements. Before long, every employee received a lavish gift box of wedding treats from President Shen: Godiva chocolates, Ferrero Rocher pralines, assorted fruit candies, and delectable biscuits, all elegantly adorned with gold foil emblazoning the initials SJ. The rumors quickly dissipated, confirming that Shen Yuqing had indeed spent an exhilarating night with Jiang Yue. Meanwhile, the heroine of the story, Jiang Yue, was indulging in a luxurious spa treatment, relishing a high-quality massage. "Oh dear, just look at how her once smooth skin has transformed," Yi Xiaoxiao teased, observing Jiang Yue's collarbone and the exposed skin on her back. Last night must have been quite the battle. Shen Yuqing must not have indulged in such pleasures for ages to leave you in this state. Jiang Yue quickly covered Yi Xiaoxiao's mouth, wary of her friend's provocative words. "Don't say such things, it's not that obvious, right?" He was quite gentle. "Actually," Yi Xiaoxiao gazed at her friend incredulously. "Not obvious? That's what you call gentle? You've clearly lost your rationality to love, my dear Yue." The marks of their passionate encounter were evident, even if some had faded, while others still bore a slight bruise. Yi Xiaoxiao, focusing on the upper body, could only imagine what lay beneath. Shaking her head, Yi Xiaoxiao remarked, "You've been thoroughly devoured, yet you still count your profits." Jiang Yue retorted dismissively, "Not at all, I'm doing quite well. Thank you." With Shen Yuqing's tall stature, sun-kissed skin, striking features, and well-defined abs, she felt fortunate rather than deprived. For every flaw Yi Xiaoxiao could point out, Jiang Yue could counter with 100 virtues of Shen Yuqing, embodying the notion that love renders one blind. Realizing their banter could go on indefinitely, Yi Xiaoxiao swiftly shifted the topic. "Have you informed your parents about your marriage to Shen Yuqing?" Jiang Yue replied in a soft murmur. "Not my brother knows, but I haven't told my parents." Yi Xiaoxiao gasped. "How bold of you. You've decided to go ahead without their knowledge." Jiang Yue pondered, "The timing isn't right. I'll tell them when the moment feels appropriate." As the sole princess of the family, she had always been cherished by her parents, who indulged her every whim. Even if she wished for the stars, they would not hesitate to pluck them from the sky for her. Thus, when she expressed a desire to join the family business after graduation, her parents vehemently opposed, insisting their precious daughter should remain unburdened by hardship. Her brother, Zhang Xuran, a doctor, felt the weight of their discontent and silently accepted the blame, striving to persuade Jiang Yue not to pursue the path of hardship for their family. Despite their fervent objections, Jiang Yue remained resolute in her aspirations to learn and grow within the family enterprise, yearning to break free from the confines of being a sheltered flower. More importantly, she sought to stand beside Shen Yuqing, to be seen by him and walk alongside him at that time. Shen Yuqing had already assumed command of Shen Group, while Jiang Yue was still an undergraduate, merely able to admire him from afar. Understanding that to match Shen Yuqing's pace, she needed to gain experience within her own company, she ultimately persuaded her parents to allow her to join. Starting from the ground up, she diligently immersed herself in the company's key operations, fearlessly traveling abroad for inspections, and proposing various constructive reforms that propelled Jiang Group to new heights. Thus began Jiang Yue's ascent as a formidable female president, earning her recognition far and wide. Her parents, filled with pride, could not resist showcasing their remarkable daughter to anyone who would listen. Within a few years, they entrusted her with the entire company, happily embarking on their globe-trotting adventures. Should they discover her hasty marriage, they would undoubtedly rush back to confront her, laden with heartfelt admonitions. The mere thought of this filled Jiang Yue with trepidation. Given her parents' protective nature, her own chances of suffering were negligible. But Shen Yuqing's fate was uncertain. They would undoubtedly scrutinize him with great intensity. Fortunately, she had forewarned her brother to keep their marriage under wraps until she was ready to share the news herself. She and Shen Yuqing were still in the early stages of their relationship. She could not allow her parents to meddle and disrupt their budding romance. Additionally, she felt it prudent to prepare Shen Yuqing for what lay ahead. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Jiang Yue felt her parents might hinder her pursuit of Shen Yuqing, prompting her to hastily send them a text message, encouraging them to enjoy their time abroad and reassuring them that all was well at the company. She also transferred 5 million to their account as a gesture for their next travel adventure. Jiang's parents were overjoyed upon receiving her warm message, promising to enjoy their time abroad. Yi Xiaoxiao, witnessing her friend's series of actions, couldn't help but admire her. How can one person possess both a romantic and a business-minded brain? You're truly remarkable. After their massages, the two strolled around and dined before heading home. As they parted ways, Yi Xiaoxiao patted Jiang Yue on the shoulder, offering a kind piece of advice. Though your newlywed life is still fresh and exciting, you must exercise restraint for the sake of your health. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yue's ears flushed crimson as she playfully shoved Yi Xiaoxiao toward the car, exclaiming, I know. Shen Yuqing is the type to lack self-control either. Observing her friend's naive demeanor, Yi Xiaoxiao sighed inwardly. Yue, you're still too innocent. You've never experienced love and don't comprehend just how overwhelming a newly awakened man can be. Should Shen Yuqing dare to mistreat you, I will surely confront him. After bidding farewell to Yi Xiaoxiao, Jiang Yue drove home, only to find the house empty, indicating that Shen Yuqing had yet to return from work. Glancing at her phone, she noticed it had been a whole day without a message from him. Even as the clock approached 10 p.m., he had not returned home or bothered to send her a single text. It felt as though he had cast aside all semblance of being a married man. The wave of disappointment washed over Jiang Yue. With her spirits low, she finished her shower early and climbed into bed. But sleep eluded her. She tossed and turned, repeatedly checking her phone, only to be met with the same disheartening silence. It was well past midnight, and he still hadn't sent her a message, failing to inform her of his whereabouts. She felt utterly let down by his lack of consideration for their marriage. Frustrated, she tossed her phone aside and pulled the covers over her head. Yet her heart softened, leaving a light on as she awaited Shen Yuqing's return. Shen Yuqing returned home and noticed the light glowing at the head of the bed in the bedroom. He felt an unexpected jolt in his heart. In the past, when he worked late and returned home, he was greeted by an enveloping darkness, with no one waiting for him. However, things were different now. Someone had left a lamp on for him, eagerly anticipating his return. His gaze softened as he looked at Jiang Yue, imbued with a subtle hint of affection. He gently approached the bedside, seated himself, and leaned forward quietly, eager to ascertain whether Jiang Yue had already drifted into slumber. She was snugly tucked in, with only half of her face visible, her eyes closed, suggesting she was indeed asleep. Her long, curling eyelashes bestowed upon her a playful aura, while her high nose, rosy lips, and fair complexion resembled exquisite porcelain. His wife was undeniably beautiful. Shen Yuqing continued to gaze at Jiang Yue in silence. Unsure how much time had passed before he finally rose to leave, careful not to disturb her, he turned off the bedside lamp and went to the bathroom in the adjacent room to wash up. Just as the bedroom door clicked shut, Jiang Yue opened her eyes. She had not been asleep. She had remained wide awake, simmering with irritation. How could she possibly sleep? Shen Yuqing had been staring at her in silence, causing her to tense up, and she had pretended to be asleep. And then he had left. Did that mean he wouldn't be sleeping with her tonight? She had no idea what was going through his mind. While Jiang Yue was lost in her thoughts, Shen Yuqing had finished his shower and returned to the master bedroom. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Jiang Yue knew he was back. Chapter 18. A tiff. Jiang Yue rolled over heavily, turning her back to Shen Yuqing. Her movements were exaggerated, seemingly intended to capture his attention. Shen Yuqing, oblivious to his wife's antics, quietly approached the bed, lifted the covers, and lay down beside her, reaching out to pull Jiang Yue closer, wishing for her to sleep nearer to him. However, as soon as he drew her close, she slowly shifted away again. Shen Yuqing furrowed his brow, suspecting that Jiang Yue was simply restless in her sleep, and he reached out once more to bring her into his embrace. Yet, as soon as he loosened his grip, she inched away again. He immediately sensed something was amiss with Jiang Yue and softly inquired, "Are you awake? Did I wake you?" Jiang Yue offered no reply, continuing to distance herself from him. Shen Yuqing attempted to reach for her again. She shook him off before he could make contact. Shen Yuqing. His brow knitted tightly, It was evident that Jiang Yue was throwing a little tantrum, yet he was still unaware of the cause of her displeasure. Shen Yuqing began to reflect on his actions. Had he behaved poorly today? Had he done something wrong? Had he disturbed her rest by returning so late? Or was it something else altogether? Unable to grasp the situation, he recognized that the immediate priority was to appease Jiang Yue. Shen Yuqing was at a loss. He had never had to placate anyone before, lacking such experience, as the esteemed president of the Shen Group. He was accustomed to others bowing and scraping before him, not lowering himself to curry favor. Now, faced with Jiang Yue's sulking, he found himself in a quandary. When he tried to engage her in conversation again, she merely gave him a cursory glance and coldly stated, "It's late. You should rest early." With that, she aggressively pulled the covers away, taking half of them with her. Shen Yuqing, how could he possibly sleep like this? Panic stirred within him. To think that a mere 2 days into their marriage, a crisis had already arisen. Running a hand through his hair, he suddenly recalled his brother Lu Feiyue's advice. When your wife is upset, when she is throwing a fit, the first step to placating her is to apologize, regardless of whether it's your fault. An apology resolves half the issue. You must lower your posture and speak sincerely to win her back. He had previously scoffed at Lu Feiyue's words, yet now, he felt he had no choice but to give it a try. Wei, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Please don't be angry, Shen Yuqing said, lowering his head towards Jiang Yue. Upon hearing his apology, Jiang Yue's initial intention to remain angry softened immediately, her ire dissipating by half. Indeed, Shen Yuqing was her Achilles heel, capable of dismantling the walls she had just erected. Jiang Yue turned on the bedside lamp, facing Shen Yuqing, and poked his chest with her finger, reproaching him. Do you even know what you did wrong? Shen Yuqing, relieved at Jiang Yue's willingness to engage with him, quickly grasped her hand tightly. I don't know. Please enlighten me, my dear wife, he said, then lowered his head to kiss her hand. Jiang Yue, that was against the rules. How could Shen Yuqing tempt her like this? She was still upset. Steady yourself, Jiang Yue. Don't give in to temptation. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but Shen Yuqing held on tighter, wrapping his other arm around her waist and pulling her close to him. As he embraced her, he gently stroked her back, burying his head in her neck, his warm breath tickling Jiang Yue, sending shivers down her spine. Her heart softened once more. She understood that honesty was essential between spouses, and she had no intention of bottling this matter up within herself. Although their marriage was a business arrangement devoid of affection, she still wished to nurture this relationship, leaving no room for regrets. Pushing against Shen Yuqing, she locked her gaze onto his and said, Why didn't you message me when you got back so late? Just to let me know. Shen Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered that to be the issue. Having lived alone for so long, since moving out of the family home after reaching adulthood, he had never developed the habit of informing anyone of his whereabouts, be it for work, social engagements, or business trips. Thus, even after working late that night, he hadn't thought to send Jiang Yue a message. He had always been alone, but now it was different. There was someone at home waiting for him, caring for him, wanting to know about his whereabouts. This was an unprecedented experience for him. His heart was profoundly moved by this realization, an indescribable sense of gratitude swelling within him. Releasing Jiang Yue's hand, he gently caressed her hair, his gaze filled with remorse as he said, I'm sorry. It was inconsiderate of me. I never thought to inform anyone of my schedule before. From now on, I will message you every day, no matter the circumstance. After hearing Shen Yuqing's words, Jiang Yue's earlier grievances had already melted away. She willingly nestled into Shen Yuqing's embrace, wrapping her arms around him tightly, relishing the warmth emanating from his body, and tilted her head up to say, I was worried about you too. You don't think I'm being overly dramatic, do you? Shen Yuqing gazed at Jiang Yue, shaking his head in response. Not at all. I simply haven't been attentive enough. Thank you for being so forthright. Thus, this minor tempest was successfully resolved by Shen Yuqing. It seemed Lu Feiyue's advice had its merits after all. The two held each other closely, and Shen Yuqing pressed a kiss to Jiang Yue's forehead, then trailed kisses down to her eyes, nose, and mouth. The room's atmosphere grew increasingly heated, the dim lighting amplifying the intimate ambience. Shen Yuqing buried his face in Jiang Yue's neck, continuously nipping and kissing her, as the night gradually progressed towards an uncontrollable and indescribable climax. Jiang Yue found herself ensnared by Shen Yuqing. lost in his tenderness, unable to extricate herself. However, just as Shen Yuqing's kisses began to venture below her waist, Jiang Yue suddenly jolted awake, pushing him away and cautiously stating, "It still hurts, not tonight." Shen Yuqing. Jiang Yue was truly his little tormentor, deliberately testing his resolve. Shen Yuqing's body had already ignited with heat, desire surging within him, as if he could devour Jiang Yue on the spot. Yet, gazing at her innocent, teary-eyed expression, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt wash over him. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, suppressing his fervent emotions, abruptly releasing Jiang Yue and turning towards the bathroom. Chapter 19. Killing two birds with one stone. The sound of dripping water echoed in the bathroom as Jiang Yue adjusted the covers, casting a glance toward the bathroom, a slight smirk playing on her lips, as if she were stifling a laugh. She was well aware of Shen Yuqing's intentions in the bathroom. A spirited man in his prime, how could he possibly resist with a stunningly beautiful wife in his embrace? She had distinctly sensed Shen Yuqing's bodily reaction moments ago. But for the sake of her own well-being, and considering she had work in the morning, she had to draw the line tonight. If he pursued her further, her body might not survive the encounter. Shen Yuqing was akin to a ravenous beast, while she was his delectable prey, laid out before him. Last night's experience had taught Jiang Yue that once Shen Yuqing breached her defenses, he would not relent, regardless of her pleas or tears. Tonight, she cleverly leveraged his guilt to evade a potential ordeal. She was quite the clever one. Not only had she addressed the communication issue in their marriage, ensuring that Shen Yuqing would inform her of his whereabouts in the future, but she had also used his remorse to sidestep the impending marital activities. A twofold victory. Perfect. Jiang Yue intended to wait for Shen Yuqing to emerge and bid him good night before they both drifted off to sleep. However, as drowsiness began to envelop her, she found herself unable to resist, gradually succumbing to a gentle slumber. After Shen Yuqing had washed away his surging desires with cold water, he pushed open the bathroom door and stepped out. His gaze fell upon Jiang Yue, who was sleeping soundly, a serene smile gracing her lips, suggesting she had been dreaming sweetly. Shen Yuqing quietly approached the bedside and turned off the light, as the room descended once more into darkness. Shen Yuqing ascended to the bed, lifting the covers to burrow beneath them. His long arm reached out, encircling Jiang Yue and drawing her into his embrace once again. This time, however, Jiang Yue did not shy away. Instead, her body instinctively nestled closer into Shen Yuqing's warmth. Observing her endearing reaction, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of Shen Yuqing's mouth. It appeared that his wife was quite easy to please. The two slumbered soundly until dawn, rising together to freshen up. As they stepped out of the bedroom, the sounds of the kitchen reached their ears. "Young master, young mistress, you are awake," Aunt Chen exclaimed, emerging from the kitchen with a platter of dishes. Upon seeing the couple, her eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, they were a match made in heaven. The old master had spoken truly. The young mistress was exceptionally beautiful, exuding an air of delicate charm beside her husband. "Hello, Aunt Chen," Shen Yuqing greeted before turning to introduce Jiang Yue. "Aunt Chen has come from the old residence to oversee our daily needs. If you have any particular dishes in mind, feel free to speak with her directly." He continued, a hint of bashfulness creeping into his demeanor. "Grandfather was concerned that I might be too busy to take care of you, which is why Aunt Chen is here. I meant to tell you yesterday, but I returned too late and forgot," Shen Yuqing added, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. "I promise to keep you informed in the future." He raised his hand, 3 fingers together in a solemn vow. Casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yue for her reaction, Jiang Yue nodded with a smile. "I believe you. Now, stop standing around and let us have breakfast." After exchanging pleasantries with Aunt Chen, she took her seat at the table. Shen Yuqing let out a sigh of relief and joined her for breakfast. Unbeknownst to Shen Yuqing, had Lu Feiyue witnessed this scene, he would have been utterly astounded. The illustrious president of the Shen Group, Shen Yuqing, was actually afraid of upsetting his wife? Surely, this was the hallmark of a man firmly under his wife's thumb. The breakfast spread was a traditional Chinese feast. Soup dumplings, steamed buns, beef buns, soybean milk, and rice rolls. The array was as sumptuous as that found in a fine restaurant, each dish appearing delectable and enticing. Jiang Yue savored every bite, showering praises for the meal. It was evident that Aunt Chen's culinary skills, honed over years in the Shen household, were exceptional. Jiang Yiwei couldn't help but give Aunt Chen a thumbs up. Aunt Chen, this breakfast is absolutely delicious. I'm so glad you enjoy it, young mistress. I was worried it might not suit your palate. Aunt Chen replied, her apron-clad hands wiping away any remnants of flour, her gaze warm and affectionate towards Jiang Yiwei. Why cooking is renowned in this household. Do eat your fill. With that, Shen Yuqing picked up a soup dumpling and placed it in Jiang Yiwei's bowl. Seeing her master's tender care, Aunt Chen felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. It was clear that Shen Yuqing held a deep affection for his wife in all her years at the Shen residence. She had never witnessed him display such gentleness towards any other woman. It seemed the old master's wish for a great-grandchild would soon come to fruition. After finishing their breakfast and bidding each other farewell, they each headed off to their respective offices. As Jiang Yiwei settled into her chair, barely getting comfortable and without even sipping her coffee, Secretary Qiao rushed in, breathless. Boss, here's the bid proposal for the Chongbei project that just came out yesterday, and also the financial report for the Xingyao Entertainment subsidiary from last year. Jiang Yiwei sighed internally, realizing that after just one day of leave, work had piled up tremendously. It appeared she would need to work diligently today. As she began to examine the report, she noticed Secretary Qiao lingering, as if she had something to say. Secretary Qiao was her junior from university, an outstanding student with whom she had bonded during club activities. After graduation, she had become Jiang Yiwei's personal secretary, proving to be quite reliable. Thus, Jiang Yiwei quickly discerned the unusual demeanor of Secretary Qiao today. Qiao, what's on your mind? Do you have something to say? Jiang Yiwei asked, resting her chin on her hand, exuding calm and composure. Secretary Qiao nodded with a smile, her expression turning curious. Senior, you seem particularly radiant these days. There's some good news? Only in more private settings. When it was just the two of them, did Secretary Qiao refer to her as senior? Of course, there was an exception when it came to gossip. Jiang Yiwei feigned contemplation, sighing dramatically. Do I usually look dull and lacking in luster? No, senior, you always look splendid. It's just. Secretary Qiao quickly waved her hands in denial, fearing Jiang Yiwei might misunderstand. Seeing Secretary Qiao's flustered reaction, Jiang Yiwei couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, teasing her junior was quite enjoyable. All right, enough jesting. Just ask what you wish to know, Jiang Yiwei said, sipping her coffee while gazing at Secretary Qiao, awaiting her inquiry. Well, it's nothing too serious. It's just that everyone is quite curious. Not just me, but the entire company. Secretary Qiao hesitated, her hand nervously brushing the back of her neck. Since you weren't at work yesterday, everyone is dying to know. Are you married to Shen Yuqing, the president of the Shen Group? Chapter 20. Sweet Revelations. Jiang Yiwei was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a question. How did everyone find out about her marriage to Shen Yuqing? It had been less than a day, and they were not celebrities. There were no reports online regarding their wedding. How on earth did the company come to know of this? Furrowing her brow, she asked, how did you find out? Really, senior, you are indeed married. Congratulations, congratulations, Secretary Qiao exclaimed, suddenly jumping up and seizing Jiang Yiwei's hands in excitement. Jiang Yiwei was nearly startled by her enthusiasm, yet she felt a swell of joy at the heartfelt congratulations. A marriage that could elicit such well wishes was indeed a blessing. Calm down, Qiao. You still haven't told me how everyone learned of this, Jiang Yiwei said, gently patting Secretary Qiao's shoulder to help her regain her composure. Oh dear, senior, don't you know? President Shen announced your marriage publicly at his company yesterday. Many people shared the luxurious wedding candies he posted on their social media, and someone from our company saw it, which is how the news spread so quickly. What? Jiang Yiwei stood up in shock. She had never anticipated Shen Yuqing would take such a step. Their marriage was a contractual arrangement, valid for only a year. She had naturally assumed he would keep their marriage discreet and hidden from the public. To her astonishment, he had announced their union on the very first day and prepared wedding candies, demonstrating a level of thoughtfulness that was unexpected. Perhaps, to him, this marriage was not merely a transaction. Thank you for sharing this news, Jiang Yiwei nodded in appreciation to Secretary Qiao. Also, I need you to assist me with something. What is it, President? Secretary Qiao immediately shifted back into work mode, responding earnestly. Prepare wedding candies to distribute to everyone in the company, Jiang Yiwei said with a subtle smile, then sat down, lowering her gaze to her phone as if deep in thought. Before long, all employees of the Jiang Group received wedding candies from their president. As Jiang Yiwei was engrossed in handling documents, her phone chimed with a new message. Upon checking, she saw it was from her brother. Zhang Xiran, Weiwei, are you free tonight? Let us have dinner together. It's been ages since we last dined together. I miss you. Sad face emoji. It should be fine. I'll let Yuqing know. How about the three of us dine together? Yuqing is eager to meet you too. Cute face emoji. Upon reading Jiang Wei's response, Zhang Xiran's mood soured instantly. Why was Shen Yuqing always involved? He wanted to have dinner alone with his sister, without any other presence. As a serious and dedicated doctor outside, he was a doting brother at home, naturally harboring no fondness for Shan Yuqing. Maybe next time. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Fist emoji. Jiang Yiwei chuckled at her brother's message, realizing that he would need some time to adapt to her sudden marriage. After all, it had all happened so unexpectedly, and he had no mental preparation. It was only natural for him to feel some resentment towards Shen Yuqing. All right, tonight it'll just be the two of us. After replying to Jiang Xiran, Jiang Yiwei promptly informed Shen Yuqing of the plan. She did not anticipate an immediate response, considering both of them were busy, yet within a minute, a notification chimed. To her surprise, it was indeed a message from Shen Yuqing. She eagerly opened it to see what he had to say. Okay, was that it? Such a lack of warmth, not even an emoji. Why couldn't he engage in a bit more conversation? He was even less expressive than her brother. Jiang Yiwei pouted, mentally critiquing Shen Yuqing. Moments later, another message from him arrived. I won't be working late tonight. I'll return home early. As evening approached, Jiang Yiwei finished work and drove to the restaurant Jiang Xiran had chosen. It was a trendy Western restaurant located in the city center. Renowned online and often fully booked even a week in advance. The decor exuded a European romantic style, opulent and luxurious. After confirming her reservation number, Jiang Yiwei followed the server to her table. Settling in as she awaited her brother's arrival, she planned to order some dishes in advance, saving room for her brother to choose the rest upon his arrival. Jiang Yiwei had just placed her bag down and was about to pick up the menu on the table when someone patted her shoulder, followed by an unfriendly voice whispering in her ear, I want this seat. Jiang Yiwei frowned and turned around, only to be surprised to see Zhong Gufei. Zhong Gufei was equally astonished. She had not expected to encounter Jiang Yiwei here. For Zhong Gufei, Jiang Yiwei was a lingering shadow from her student days. Both had grown up in comparable circumstances, residing in the same neighborhood and attending the same primary, secondary, and high schools. However, Jiang Yiwei had always been the epitome of the ideal child in the eyes of adults, academically outstanding, beautiful, and a paragon of excellence at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy. Once a favored daughter of heaven, Zhong Gufei found herself overshadowed by Jiang Yiwei, whose parents constantly praised her, leaving Zhong Gufei feeling resentful and unable to voice her frustrations. Thus, she had always been at odds with Jiang Yiwei, often scheming against her in secret. Jiang Yiwei was one to settle scores immediately, never holding grudges overnight, which only solidified their enmity early on. Unexpectedly encountering you here, Zhong Gufei feigned politeness. Jiang Yiwei merely responded with a hint of indifference, returning her attention to the menu. For the sake of our old friendship, could you give me this seat? She suggested. Without even glancing back, Jiang Yiwei waved her hand dismissively, coldly replying, sorry, we're not close. Zhong Gufei stood awkwardly, her discomfort palpable, until a nearby waiter hurried to intervene, suggesting, Miss, why don't you sit here? The view from this seat is quite nice. With an annoyed huff, Zhong Gufei reluctantly followed the waiter to another table. Finally, the surrounding noise subsided, and Jiang Yiwei swiftly ordered her meal while waiting for her brother. Jiang Xiran, I'm sorry, Weiwei, for making you wait. Jiang Xiran arrived a bit late, immediately apologizing, explaining that an unexpected patient had come in for a follow-up. Jiang Yiwei shook her head gently, saying, it's all right, brother, I just got here myself. You should order now. I've already placed my order. Jiang Xiran took the menu from Jiang Yiwei's hands and ordered several dishes, all of which were her favorites. Indeed, he maintained his reputation as a devoted brother. After confirming the order with the waiter, he turned his attention to Jiang Yiwei, examining her closely. Her complexion was rosy, her vitality evident, and she radiated a certain glow. He had expected his sister, who had married a man she did not love, to appear much more haggard. Yet, she looked well, even better than before. He thought to himself that if she had lost even a little weight, he would confront Shen Yuqing. Chapter 21. Enemies on narrow paths. Jiang Shuran retracted his scrutinizing gaze and adopted a serious demeanor. Wei Wei, are you happy in your marriage? Yes, he was genuinely concerned about his sister's marital status. Having watched her grow up, the sudden transformation into a married woman felt like a swift passage into adulthood, and he could not help but feel a twinge of unease. His sole wish, at any time and in any place, was for her to be eternally happy. If this marriage brought her joy, he could reluctantly accept Shen Yuqing, but if it did not, he would make sure to confront Shen Yuqing and ensure Jiang Yue left him. Jiang Yue turned her gaze to the window, seemingly lost in thought. The reflection in the glass showcased her delicate features, her eyes bright and clear, her brows gently arched, and a subtle smile gracing her lips. Yes, brother, I am somewhat happy now, she replied softly. Nodding gently, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Being with Shen Yuqing was a long-held desire of hers. With her wish now realized, how could she not feel happiness? Yet, she sensed she was still a step away from complete bliss. Still yearning for Shen Yuqing to truly love her. Jiang Shuran gently patted Jiang Yue's hand, speaking tenderly, as long as you are happy, Wei Wei. My greatest wish in this life is for your happiness. Jiang Yue felt a warmth in her eyes, glancing at her brother. Thank you, brother, I will surely find happiness. She sincerely appreciated her brother's concern and blessings. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of guilt for not revealing the true nature of her situation to him. Their marriage was a contractual one, limited to just 1 year. She was uncertain if, after a year, Shen Yuqing could ever come to love her or if their marriage could be transformed into a lifelong commitment. Even if it were to fail in the end, she would have no regrets, for at least she had fought for it. Should the conclusion lead to separation, she could accept it gracefully. Jiang Shuran nodded, sharing her belief that his sister would indeed find happiness. After all, he, along with their parents, would always be by her side, supporting and protecting her. Just then, the waiter brought their food, and they both delved into the culinary delights. Jiang Shuran was initially engrossed in his meal until he casually glanced at Jiang Yue's hand and noticed the conspicuous absence of an engagement ring. He set down his fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and pointed at Jiang Yue's hand, exclaiming, Wei Wei, why don't you have a diamond ring? Jiang Yue was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had indeed forgotten about acquiring a ring. Noticing her sudden lapse in attention, Jiang Shuran's expression hardened as he gritted his teeth. It wouldn't he be that Shen Yuqing, that scoundrel, hasn't he bought one for you? Would he? Jiang Yue sensed the atmosphere growing tense around her brother, realizing he was preparing to become furious. Since childhood, whenever she faced even the slightest injustice, he would erupt in anger, completely discarding the decorum befitting a gentleman, ready to confront anyone who dared to bully his sister. Quickly, Jiang Yue waved her hands in a calming gesture, explaining, it's nothing of the sort. We're still discussing which type of ring to buy, still choosing brands and styles. It hasn't happened that quickly. After hearing her explanation, Jiang Shuran's ire began to dissipate. That's good. I was worried his company might be on the verge of bankruptcy if he couldn't even afford a ring for you. Jiang Yue remained silent, acutely aware of her brother's animosity towards Shen Yuqing. One could only imagine the stormy confrontations that awaited them. After their meal, Jiang Shuran went to settle the bill while Jiang Yue excused herself to the restroom to freshen up. To her dismay, fate intervened once more, and she encountered Zhong Gufei. Oh dear, Miss Jiang, what a coincidence to see you again, Zhong Gufei said, applying lipstick while casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue merely acknowledged her with a slight hm. Focusing intently on washing her hands, intentionally ignoring Zhong Gufei as if she were invisible. Frustrated by Jiang Yue's indifference, Zhong Gufei, unwilling to be dismissed, paused her makeup, turned to face Jiang Yue with a mischievous smile. I heard that Miss Jiang has married young Master Shen Yuqing. What does that have to do with you? Jiang Yue replied coldly, of course it doesn't concern me, but my dear friend Lanzi is bound to be heartbroken. She fancied Shen Yuqing and was preparing to return to the country. Zhong Gufei leaned in closer to Jiang Yue, emphasizing her words. Jiang Yue had initially felt indifferent, but upon hearing Lanzi's name, her mind momentarily blanked, her hand-washing action slowing to a halt. Steadying herself, Jiang Yue turned off the faucet, dried her hands with a paper towel, and replied nonchalantly, is that so? And what of it? It's not just anything. But their once passionate romance was well known in their circle. I heard that Shen Yuqing had a fierce argument with old Master Shen over marrying Lanzi. They say old Master Shan intervened to separate them, leading to their regrettable breakup. Lanzi then went abroad to further her studies. It's such a pity, Zhang Gufei continued, keen to gauge Jiang Yue's reaction. Unfortunately, Jiang Yue remained unfazed, retrieving her phone to check messages. Is that all? I expected you to share something new that I didn't know, but it seems all you have are these stale, years-old gossip tidbits. What a waste of my time, she remarked, casting a disinterested glance at Zhang Gufei before leaving with an air of nonchalance. Zhang Gufei was left fuming, stamping her foot in frustration, her eyes wide with disbelief as she glared at Jiang Yue's retreating figure. She had gone to great lengths to investigate and prepare for this confrontation. Yet Jiang Yue's indifference towards Shen Yuqing's romantic history suggested their union was merely a business arrangement devoid of genuine affection, leaving room for Lanzi's potential return to In truth. Was Jiang Yue truly indifferent? No, she was deeply affected. She simply did not wish to grant Zhang Gufei even a shred of satisfaction. Her calm demeanor was merely a faade, expertly maintained to mask the tumultuous emotions roiling within her. As she returned to her seat, a long sigh escaped her lips, her mind swirling with thoughts. Lanzi was coming back. Shen Yuqing's first love was preparing to return to the country. Jiang Yue felt a subtle pang in her heart, a wave of bitterness washing over her. During her middle school years, Jiang Yue excelled academically and attended a prestigious institution, but it was quite far from home, requiring at least half an hour's travel time without traffic. To alleviate her burdens, her parents purchased an apartment near the school for her convenience. Chapter 22. Memories. Jiang Yue would walk to and from school each day, a mere 5 or 6 minutes away. Making it quite convenient, Zhang Xiran had initially intended to pick her up after school daily, but the high school he attended was too far away, requiring a 15-minute drive, so he had to abandon that idea. Every day, he would remind her to stay safe, instructing her not to linger anywhere after school and to return home promptly. Jiang Yue endured her brother's incessant prattling every day, which had long since wearied her. She would often pout and retort, "I know, brother. I'm already grown up in junior high, so you can rest easy." Zhang Xiran chuckled as he playfully patted Jiang Yue on the head, teasing, "How grown up can you be? You're still shorter than me by half a head." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yue's temper flared instantly. She swatted his hand away, asserting, "Well, that's only because you're older. Naturally, you'll be taller than me. Stop patting my head." "I still want to grow." Zhang Xiran, unfazed, continued to tease her. Frustrated, Jiang Yue chased after her insufferable brother, causing a commotion in the house. Her fateful encounter with Shen Yuqing occurred during the winter that time. She was in her 3rd year of junior high, diligently preparing for the impending high school entrance examination. Even after school, she would study for a while before returning home. On that particular day, the weather was frigid, with strong winds blowing. Everyone else had hurried home, but Jiang Yue remained engrossed in the assignments given by her teacher. Unbeknownst to her, the sky gradually darkened. The students on cleaning duty finished tidying up and prepared to leave, reminding Jiang Yue to head home early and to remember to turn off the lights and lock the door. Jiang Yue nodded, assuring them, "Don't worry, I will," and continued to concentrate on her studies. After a while, Jiang Yue glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was already 7 p.m. How could it be so late? I must hurry home. The sky had turned completely dark, and Jiang Yue swiftly gathered her books. Donning her knitted hat and wrapping a scarf around her neck, she set off for home, resembling a plump penguin. The streetlights flickered ominously, as if on the verge of malfunctioning, due to the biting cold. Jiang Yue walked lethargically, her breath visible in the frosty as she entered a shortcut through a narrow path. Jiang Yue suddenly noticed a shadowy figure swaying in the distance, gradually approaching her, which felt unsettling. A sense of alarm surged within her, prompting her to turn and flee. However, just a few steps later, the figure behind her began to run, startling her into a sprint. In her haste, she stumbled and fell, her knees striking the ground. "Ouch, that hurts." Jiang Yue winced, pressing her hand against her thigh, suppressing the pain while keeping her eyes fixated on the approaching figure, inching away from the impending danger. The shadow drew nearer, accompanied by a boyish, melodious voice. "Are you all right? Why are you running so fast?" Jiang Yue froze for a moment, lifting her gaze to meet the eyes of the approaching figure. Under the glow of the street lamp, his handsome face gradually came into view, a strikingly attractive young man. He possessed a captivating visage, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and a well-defined jawline. His features exquisitely carved, reminiscent of finely sculpted jade, each aspect harmoniously unique. Jiang Yue was momentarily spellbound, her heart racing as if a fawn were bounding within her chest. This was the exhilarating sensation of infatuation, one she had never anticipated would linger for many years to come. "Classmate, are you all right? I was just in a hurry and didn't mean to scare you," the young man said, scratching his head in embarrassment as he extended a hand to help Jiang Yue up. Her cheeks flushed crimson, whether from the cold or shyness, she could not tell as she reached for his outstretched hand. A sharp pain shot through her, causing her to wince. "It hurts," the young man, noticing her discomfort, quickly knelt beside her to assess her injury. "Did you fall on your knee? Is your ankle okay?" Before Jiang Yue could respond, he gently grasped her foot to examine it. The moment Jiang Yue felt his warm grasp around her foot, her face turned beet red, her delicate nose buried in her scarf, her eyes a mixture of fear and shyness. Aside from her father, no other man had ever held her foot. His hands were long and strong, completely enveloping her small foot, radiating warmth and strength. It seemed her ankle was unharmed, but her knee had merely scraped, so the young man carefully set her foot down, apologizing. "I'm really sorry for causing you to get hurt." Jiang Yue, observing the young man's guilty expression, quickly waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I just need to apply some medicine when I get home. You don't need to worry about it, but your hand is bleeding," he exclaimed, rummaging through his pockets to produce a handkerchief, which he tied around her wound to staunch the bleeding. This handkerchief was exquisitely crafted, embroidered with a dragon motif, the fabric soft and luxurious, unmistakably of high quality. Jiang Yue lowered her gaze, watching him earnestly tending to her injury, and a wave of sweetness washed over her heart, a feeling of infatuation. "All right, it's bandaged now. Try to keep the injured area dry for a few days so it heals faster," the young man said, looking up to meet her gaze. Jiang Yue shyly nodded, burying her face deeper into her scarf, attempting to hide the flush of her cheeks from him. "Climb on. I'll carry you home," he said, squatting down and offering his back. No, it's all right. Just let me rest a moment. I can walk home myself," she hurriedly refused, aware of the heavy layers of clothing she wore that would undoubtedly weigh him down. This was a girl's subtlety. "I'm not comfortable letting you go home alone like this. Come on, hop on," he insisted. Left with no choice, Jiang Yue gently climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Once she was settled, he effortlessly stood up, exclaiming, "You're so light. It feels like I'm carrying nothing at all." His bright voice lingered in her ears, and Jiang Yue, too bashful to reply, merely nodded slightly. What girl wouldn't he enjoy being told she was slender? Especially by the object of her affections? The streetlights flickered incessantly in the dark, as the young man strode through the biting wind, carrying her. Jiang Yue lay quietly on his back, relishing the warmth and strength of his broad shoulders. As she rested her head against him, she studied his features, chiseled like a sculpture, sharply defined, captivating to behold, aligning perfectly with her aesthetic preferences. In that moment, Jiang Yue found herself lost in admiration. "He is truly handsome. He fits perfectly into my ideal type." She pondered his name, curious if he was around the same age as her brother, likely a high school student as well. "You live quite close. It feels like we've almost arrived," the young man remarked, glancing back at Jiang Yue. She nodded gently. "My parents bought a house near the school for my convenience. They must care for you a great deal," he observed, his tone shifting from lighthearted to tinged with a hint of sadness. Sensing this change, Jiang Yue quickly shifted the topic. "Weren't you looking to ask me for directions earlier? Where are you headed?" She lightly patted his shoulder. "Yes, I'm on my way to my brother's birthday party. I took a shortcut, and when I checked my phone, I realized I was running late, which startled you. I'm really sorry." He reiterated his apologies. "That it's nothing. I wouldn't call it a scare, rather a delightful surprise." Jiang Yue whispered under her breath, her voice barely audible like a mosquito, but he did not catch her words. "What did you say? I didn't quite hear you," he asked, tilting his head in curiosity. Jiang Yue shook her head. "Nothing, just nothing." Thus began the silent sprouting of a young girl's secret crush. In no time, the young man had escorted Jiang Yue to her doorstep. "Thank you for walking me home." She expressed gratefully. "It's nothing. It was my duty," he replied with a smile. "Now, quickly head inside and rest." Remember to apply medicine to your wound. I'll take my leave now. Just then, a video call interrupted their conversation. He politely nodded to Jiang Yue before answering. Shen Yuqing, why haven't you arrived yet? You didn't forget that today is my birthday, did you? Lu Feiyue exclaimed excitedly from the other end of the line. Look at the time. The party has already started, and you're still not here. Are you on a date with some pretty girl? Lu Feiyue teased, eyeing Shen Yuqing as if he were a suspect. Could you think of something more normal? I just ran into a little trouble. I'll be there soon, Shen Yuqing replied, brushing off the banter. Jiang Yue found their playful exchange amusing, and more importantly, she gleaned a crucial piece of information. His name was Shen Yuqing, a name she found quite pleasant. Shen Yuqing, Shen Yuqing, Shen Yuqing. Jiang Yue mused, glancing at the handkerchief in her hand, silently repeating his name in her mind, determined to remember it. Classmate, are you even listening? Shen Yuqing inquired. Having finished his call with Lu Feiyue, he quickly mentioned he needed to leave, but Jiang Yue seemed lost in thought. He waved his hand in front of her eyes to elicit a response. Oh, Jiang Yue snapped back to reality, hurriedly responding, yes, I was listening. Then I'll be off, bye. Shen Yuqing waved goodbye and dashed away. Jiang Yue stood frozen, momentarily dazed. He.s. leaving just like that? So quickly? I didn't even get to ask which school he attends? She suddenly realized she had forgotten to add him on WeChat. How could I have overlooked that? Surely, we will meet again. Jiang Yue sighed internally, gazing longingly in the direction Shen Yuqing had departed, wishing for another chance to encounter him. Little did she know, fate had other plans, and they would not cross paths again. She had already transitioned into high school while he was now in university. A prominent figure among his peers, every winter, she finds herself reminiscing about those heart-fluttering moments, recalling the young man who carried her home against the biting cold winds. Years have swiftly passed. She is now in university and, by chance, she glimpses his photograph on the campus's honor roll. It is then that she discovers he is Shen Yuqing, the heir of the Shen Group, and that he has a passionate first love. Lan Ji, with whom he shares a fervent college romance. A bittersweet pang spreads through Jiang Yue's heart, as if an invisible hand is tightly gripping her chest, causing her immense pain. If only she had seized the opportunity back then to ask for his phone number, to add him on WeChat. Would the outcome have been different? Could it have been her standing beside him? Alas, there are no what-ifs. They did not cross paths again. Jiang Yue has wandered countless times down the path where they first met, yearning for another encounter, longing to obtain his contact information. Yet each time, she has failed, and that dazzling youth who captivated her during her adolescence has never reappeared. When she finally learns of his news again, he is already with someone else. Perhaps it is time for her to let go. Their true second meeting occurs at a private soiree. She has shed the innocence of her youth, donning a radiant red gown that accentuates her allure and sophistication. Shen Yuqing, too, has transformed, shedding his youthful naivety for a more mature demeanor, his features now sharply defined, his brows like swords and eyes like stars, exuding an air of nobility. They exchange pleasantries through the host's introduction. Greetings, Miss Jiang. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Shen Yuqing, he states, extending his hand with polite formality. Jiang Yue reciprocates, smiling, it is a pleasure to meet you. Their hands part swiftly, and Shen Yuqing offers no further conversation, soon melting into the crowd. Gazing in the direction he departed, she feels a lingering warmth in her hand, a bittersweet reluctance washing over her. He has completely forgotten her, regarding her as merely a stranger. After all, nearly a decade has passed. It is only natural that he would not recall her. He is likely still with his first love. Perhaps preparing for marriage, as these thoughts swirl in her mind, a sense of agitation rises within her, prompting her to take a sip of champagne. She settles onto a sofa, where other young ladies gather, chatting about the latest gossip within their circle. Finding the conversation tedious and noisy, she is about to rise and leave when a voice exclaims, "Have you heard? Shen Yuqing, the heir of the Shen family, has broken up with his first love." Jiang Yue sits up straight, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her ears perking up in keen interest. She does not relish gossip. She merely wishes to glean some insight into Shen Yuqing's current circumstances. Really? Wasn't he very much in love with his first love? How did they break up? I thought they were planning to marry. It seems it was due to Shen Laozu's disapproval of their union. Shen Yuqing and Shen Laozu had quite the argument over it. Why the disapproval? Rumor has it, it's a matter of social standing. That's how the outside world portrays it. I see. Does this mean other heiresses now have a chance? Indeed, Shen Yuqing is quite the catch in our circle, tall, handsome, and of excellent character. Jiang Yue maintains an outwardly calm demeanor, yet internally, she is brimming with excitement. Shen Yuqing is now single. Moreover, Shen Laozu favors social parity. This is monumental news for Jiang Yue, as it implies she still has a chance. Her unrequited love need not wither away, nor be eternally buried in the depths of her heart. There is still potential for a turn of events. Still an opportunity if she seizes it. Jiang Yue is determined to win Shen Yuqing's heart. She must first enhance her own strength, so that he may notice her. Thus, the day following the soiree, Jiang Yue informs her parents of her desire to join the family business to learn, as she does not wish to merely be a pretty vase. Unable to dissuade their daughter's resolve, her parents reluctantly agree. From then on, Jiang Yue embarks on her journey of self-improvement within the Jiang family enterprise, soaring up the ranks to the position of CEO, where she boldly implements reforms, causing the Jiang Group's stock prices to ascend to unprecedented heights, elevating the company to new horizons. Yue, why are you in a daze? What are you thinking about? Jiang Xiuran, having settled the bill, returns just as Jiang Yue appears lost in her own world. Oh, nothing, brother. Just contemplating some matters regarding the company, she replies as she stands to leave. Don't overexert yourself. Your health comes first, Jiang Xiuran says affectionately, ruffling her hair with gentle eyes, as if regarding a precious treasure. I know, brother, but please refrain from tousling my hair in public. I still have my image to maintain. Jiang Yue lightly swats his hand away, pouting in playful protest. Haha, understood, Miss Jiang, I will certainly be mindful next time. The two bicker jovially as they exit the restaurant, parting ways in the parking lot before driving home separately. Upon entering her house, Jiang Yue prepares to change her shoes at the entrance. Opening the shoe cabinet to find a pair of pink women's slippers, without a doubt, she knows who purchased them. The warmth spreads through her heart, and an involuntary smile graces her lips. The feeling of being cared for is truly delightful. Jiang Yue slips on the pink slippers and ventures into the living room, glancing around in search of a familiar figure. Yet, the room is empty, with only the lights on, indicating someone is home. Earlier, Shen Yuqing had messaged her, saying he would return early today. He must be somewhere in the house. Jiang Yue quickly shifts her search to other areas. As she approaches the study, she notices a sliver of light seeping through the door. Shen Yuqing must be inside. Jiang Yue quietly approaches, finding the door slightly ajar. Peering through the gap, she sees Shen Yuqing engrossed in work at his computer, typing away. Clad in a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses. His deep-set eyes rest thoughtfully on his chin, a frown adorning his brow. A perfect embodiment of the refined rogue. Truly, he is the man I have chosen. He is extraordinarily handsome, an absolute pinnacle of beauty. With no flaws in sight, every feature aligns perfectly with my aesthetic, utterly captivating. Lost in her admiration, Jiang Yue fails to notice as Shen Yuqing becomes aware of her presence at the door. Aren't you tired standing there? Why not come in? Shen Yuqing raises an eyebrow and addresses her. Jiang Yue steps inside, her cheeks slightly flushed. I was afraid of interrupting your work. It's nothing particularly important. Next time, feel free to just come in. It's no trouble, he assures her earnestly. Jiang Yue nods lightly in acknowledgement and begins to survey the study. Having never entered before, she is surprised by its spaciousness. A large bookshelf filled with books occupies the back wall, and in front of it stands Shen Yuqing's desk. As she peruses the shelves, she discovers an array of subjects: finance, psychology, philosophy, and more. Shen Yuqing turns his chair to face Jiang Yue, observing her as she explores the books like a child encountering new wonders. Some books are placed high up on the shelves, requiring her to tiptoe to reach them. Today, she wears a form-fitting professional skirt, and as she stretches upward, the fabric inadvertently rides up, revealing her delicate, fair skin, subtly concealed beneath her stockings, a tantalizing sight. Shen Yuqing's gaze darkens, desire flickering in his eyes, utterly unmasked. Rising from his seat, he approaches Jiang Yue. Leaning against the bookshelf, his gaze fixed intently on her. If you wish to read these in the future, feel free to take them, he says, his hand subtly brushing against her lower back. All right. Jiang Yue feels the heat of his proximity, her gaze wandering, pretending to examine the book in her hands while secretly monitoring Shen Yuqing's next move. Every nuance of her actions does not escape Shen Yuqing's observant eyes. She resembles a hapless little rabbit ensnared in the grasp of a cunning wolf. with nowhere to escape. Shen Yuqing is a man who will not overlook a tempting morsel within arm's reach. He snatches the book from Jiang Yue's hands and discards it, and before she can react, he lifts her chin, capturing her lips in a fervent kiss. Shen Yuqing envelopes Jiang Yue in his arms, slowly savoring her enticing mouth. Overwhelmed by the intensity of his advances, Jiang Yue finds herself defenseless, softly gasping as she parts her lips. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yuqing deepens the kiss with a fervor akin to a raging storm. Their bodies press tightly together. Jiang Yue feels herself weaken, nearly losing her footing. Sensing her vulnerability, Shen Yuqing swiftly lifts her onto his desk, continuing his passionate assault, his hands gradually exploring her skirt, eager to remove it. Realizing his intentions, Jiang Yue snaps back to reality from her days of desire. She does not wish to be on the desk, especially without having showered first. The thought is far too embarrassing. No, I don't want to do it here. I haven't showered. Darling, please get up. A man consumed by desire hears nothing but his own cravings. Shen Yuqing resumes his kisses, trailing down her body. Just then, the shrill ring of his phone interrupts the moment. Jiang Yue, hearing the sound, urgently nudges the head buried in her chest. You should answer the phone. Declining the call, Shen Yuqing swiftly picked up his phone and dismissed the incoming notification before returning to kiss Jiang Yue, the entire exchange lasting mere seconds. Yet, the phone rang once more, the incessant chime aggravating Shen Yuqing's already frazzled nerves. Chapter 25. You scoundrel! It seemed she had been overly naive in her expectations. Yi Xiaoxiao's words rang true. A man who indulged in carnal desires was devoid of restraint. Despite the frequency of their encounters, Jiang Yue had to admit that her moments of intimacy with Shen Yuqing were pleasurable and gratifying. Although their feelings had yet to align, their bodies were undeniably in sync. They languished through the night, intoxicated by each other's presence, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. After completing her skincare routine, Jiang Yue threw back the covers and nestled into bed. Assuming Shen Yuqing had retreated to the adjacent room for a shower, she picked up her phone to pass the time. To her surprise, she discovered a message from her brother, Jiang Xuran. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, she promptly replied, being able to marry him would be true happiness. Accompanied by a cheerful emoji, Jiang Xuran responded, the grudge of a brother stealing his sister's happiness is irreconcilable. Furious emoji. Jiang Yue chuckled, her brother's humorous retorts never failing to amuse her. She understood his concerns for her well-being. Although Shen Yuqing had yet to fall in love with her, she did not feel despondent. Rather, she felt a flicker of happiness and gratitude for her fortuitous circumstance of being with him. As the saying goes, the one who is close to the water tower gets the moon first. As long as she remained by Shen Yuqing's side for the year, gradually nurturing their relationship and making her advances, she was confident that she would win his heart. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. Clenching her fists, she began to cheer herself on, murmuring, "You can do it, Jiang Yue, keep going." It seemed as though the day when she would capture Shen Yuqing's heart was drawing near. Entirely unaware that he had already finished his shower and returned to the master bedroom. "What are you doing?" Shen Yuqing asked, bemused by Jiang Yue's peculiar antics. "Ah," Jiang Yue exclaimed, startled by his sudden appearance. "How could you walk so silently? You nearly scared me to death." She gently caressed her racing heart, pouting in mock reproach at Shen Yuqing. "I knocked, but it seems you didn't hear," he explained. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Jiang Yue quickly threw the covers over herself, lying back down with flushed cheeks. "That must have been me. I was lost in thought about work and didn't hear." Wrapped snugly in the blanket, only half her face peeked out, her big eyes sparkling as they gazed at Shen Yuqing, both adorable and amusing, unwittingly tempting him. Shen Yuqing approached the bed, grasping the corner of the blanket, intending to pull it back. However, the bashful Jiang Yue would not allow him to succeed, hastily pushing him away with one hand. Wait a moment, have you showered?" "I have." "You can check for yourself," he replied, teasingly lifting Jiang Yue's hair and leaning in to inhale her post-bath fragrance. His gaze deepening as he fixated on her, the sight before him. A stunningly beautiful woman with disheveled hair, a strap slipping off her shoulder, and a hint of her delicate curves, was a feast for Shen Yuqing's senses, igniting a primal urge within him. Every smile, every movement was a siren's call, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. "How do I check?" Jiang Yue's eyes darted away, her hands pressed against Shen Yuqing's encroaching chest. You're too close. Is this considered close, Mrs. Shun? He lifted her effortlessly, turning her so that she was seated upon him, while he lay beneath her, his hands gripping her slender waist. What are you doing? Jiang Yue's face turned crimson. The position far too intimate, her hands bracing against his robust chest. Put me down, quickly. What if I refuse? Shen Yuqing leaned closer, tightening his embrace and mischievously pressing her against him. Is this distance too close? I believe we are better suited for negative space. Jiang Yue froze momentarily, acutely aware of Shen Yuqing's body reacting to the situation. She buried her face in her hands, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish from sight. How could he brazenly utter such shameless words, his demeanor completely unfazed? You scoundrel, I won't play with you anymore, she declared, attempting to distance herself, oblivious to how her movement caused her already short nightgown to ride up further, revealing her delicate, fair legs as exquisite as a work of art. Shen Yuqing could hardly withstand such temptation. His eyes darkened, one hand supporting her back while the other tangled in her hair, pulling her closer for a kiss. His kiss was laden with an overwhelming possessiveness, leaving Jiang Yue breathless, gasping for air as he finally released her lips, only to descend upon her crimson earlobe and kiss her soft, pale shoulder. He then pressed her back onto the bed, trailing kisses along her collarbone and further down. Jiang Yue wrapped her arms around Shen Yuqing's neck, her gaze drawn to his chiseled jawline, his deep, sultry breaths dangerously enticing. Her blood surged, her skin aflame with embarrassment under the light. Could you turn off the lights, please? I choose to ignore your request, Shen Yuqing replied, continuing to kiss the tip of her nose. His voice low and tender, you are too beautiful. I want to gaze upon you. Jiang Yue's resistance waned, her defenses crumbling under his sweet nothings. The pain prompted her to instinctively bite down on Shen Yuqing's shoulder, while his toned physique, accentuated by their movements, formed enticing curves. She was overwhelmed, her brow furrowing in distress, yet gradually feeling adrift in a sea of tenderness, her throat releasing sounds of suppressed desire. Shen Yuqing paused, kissing her ear, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. Do you want it? Jiang Yue gasped, struggling to articulate her thoughts, a wave of loneliness washing over her as she cast a pleading glance at Shen Yuqing. Silently expressing her discontent, Shen Yuqing continued to tease her, thrusting his hips forward as he repeated the question. Tell me, Wei Wei, do you want it? I want what? She stammered, overwhelmed by his advances. Shen Yuqing leaned in, nibbling on her earlobe, coaxing her to speak. Unable to withstand the pressure, Jiang Yue broke down, sobbing and striking Shen Yuqing's shoulder with her fists. Shen Yuqing, you're terrible. You're awful. Shen Yuqing appeared pleased with her reaction, swiftly flipping her over. Chapter 26. Does Wei Wei have someone she likes? You'd better have an urgent matter, Lu Feiyue. Shen Yuqing gritted through clenched teeth. Seizing the opportunity during his phone call, Jiang Yue made her escape back to the master bedroom. Shen Yuqing, watching the prize slip away, felt a surge of frustration, impatiently addressing the caller, spit it out. I have important matters to attend to. Oh, Shen, our esteemed CEO still has to work late at night? Truly commendable, Lu Feiyue laughed mockingly at his friend. Shen Yuqing rubbed his temples, enduring the heat rising within him. How could he be brothers with such a dimwit? If lacking intelligence weren't enough, he was devoid of emotional awareness as well. He truly owed Lu Feiyue from a past life. Get to the point. If you have something to say, say it, Shen Yuqing said, uninterested in the roundabout conversation, eager for Lu Feiyue to convey the essential details without wasting his time. After all, a night spent in passion was priceless. Want to go out for drinks? Old Three Jiming is back. We haven't gathered in ages, Lu Feiyue suggested. Shen Yuqing firmly declined, not free. Another time that I have plans tonight. What could be more important than your wife? He thought, recalling the allure of a stunningly beautiful partner. Shen Yuqing was determined not to let Jiang Yue escape his grasp. Tonight, the wolf would feast upon the delicate little rabbit, with thoughts of Jiang Yue igniting the heat within him once more. He cast a deep, longing gaze toward the master bedroom. Work could never compare to the allure of drinks and camaraderie. Come on out, Lu Feiyue persisted, mistakenly believing Shen Yuqing's reluctance stemmed from work obligations. Continuing to coax him, Shen Yuqing fought against the urge to leap through the phone and strangle Lu Feiyue. He took several deep breaths, reminding himself not to engage with an idiot. It simply wasn't worth it. You re-single. You wouldn't understand, Shen Yuqing declared before abruptly hanging up, denying Lu Feiyue any chance to retort. Lu Feiyue stared at the disconnected call, scratching his head in confusion. What did he mean by "you're single"? You wouldn't understand? Was he mocking him for being single and unloved, implying he needed Shen Yuqing's company? What nonsense! Lu Feiyue had plenty of friends to hang out with, even while single. Seeing Lu Feiyue's puzzled expression, Xie Zhiming inquired, "What's wrong? Is the big brother not coming?" Lu Feiyue recounted the recent conversation, while simultaneously venting his frustrations about Shen Yuqing. What did he mean by "you re-single"? You wouldn't understand? It's utter nonsense. If he doesn't want to come, then he shouldn't. Xie Zhiming replied, "I don't think he was attacking you personally." Then why? Lu Feiyue turned to Xie Zhiming, seeking clarity from the only person who could provide answers. Lu Feiyue's mind truly seems to be rather unresponsive. Xie Zhiming, with a hand on his forehead, explained with an air of resignation, "Just look at the time. It's nearly 11 p.m. Surely you haven't forgotten that our elder brother is already married? With a beautiful wife at home, how could he possibly choose to indulge in merriment and drink with us?" Lu Feiyue suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh right, my sister-in-law is home, newlywed bliss, ha ha ha." He then seized a bottle from the table and drank heartily, throwing an arm around Xie Zhiming's shoulder. "In that case, it seems I'm quite loyal, doesn't it? You come back, and I'm the first to welcome you with a feast." "Ha ha!" Xie Zhiming smiled in response, clinking his glass with Lu Feiyue's, and they drank together. After dispatching Lu Feiyue, Shen Yuqing tidied up his study and promptly returned to the master bedroom. He surveyed the room and discovered Jiang Yiwei was bathing in the en-suite bathroom. He had only been on the phone for a mere 10 seconds, and it was less than a minute before he hung up. He had intended to return to the bedroom and continue with what he and Jiang Yiwei had left unfinished. But to his dismay, she had rushed off to bathe within mere minutes. Shen Yuqing began to grumble internally about Lu Feiyue. Why did he have to call at this inconvenient moment? Disrupting his good fortune? Unable to do anything else, Shen Yuqing resigned himself to waiting patiently for Jiang Yiwei to finish her bath. Before that, however, he needed to tidy himself up and take a shower in the adjacent bathroom. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time if Jiang Yiwei emerged from the bath and he was still unwashed. Shen Yuqing retrieved his pajamas from the dressing room, and just as he was about to step out, a notification pinged on his phone. Initially, he thought it was his own, but upon checking, he realized it wasn't. His gaze shifted to the bedside table, where Jiang Yiwei's phone was flashing with light. He should have adhered to the principle that both partners in a marriage should respect each other's privacy, especially since their union was based on a contract requiring only 1 year of companionship. Devoid of romantic affection, it was not appropriate to pry into one another's phones. Yet, for reasons unknown, Shen Yuqing felt an inexplicable urge to approach the bedside table and slowly reached for Jiang Yiwei's phone. The phone was password protected, rendering it inaccessible, but the messages were displayed directly on the screen. One message read, "Wei Wei, I believe you will endure this painful period and ultimately find your happiness. I will always be your strong support. Forever standing by you." After reading the message, Shen Yuqing instinctively tightened his grip on the phone, staring towards the bathroom, lost in thought. Is she suffering now? Does she have someone she likes? I never anticipated that marrying me would bring her such distress. This marriage, in essence, is merely a transaction, a union meant to elevate the fortunes of both families. A loveless marriage is indeed a source of anguish and gloom. After all, it is only for a year. It would be best for both parties to refrain from emotional involvement, allowing for a clean break when the time comes, without any lingering attachments. The thought of divorce inexplicably gripped Shen Yuqing's heart with icy fingers, causing a dull pain. Yet, he chose to ignore that ache. Placing the phone down, he lifted his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes radiating a cold aura. When Jiang Yiwei emerged from the bath, clad in a sensuous camisole, she appeared refreshingly exquisite, her beauty captivating and enviable. Her damp hair fell softly, water droplets gliding down her smooth curves, her skin silky to the touch, each movement exuding endless charm and allure. Jiang Yiwei's cheeks flushed slightly. The thought of continuing their unfinished business made her feel anxious and uneasy. She had imagined the night would be one of quiet repose, wrapped in each other's arms. Having rested only a day, she still felt discomfort. The vitality between men and women is indeed disparate. She felt utterly drained afterward, wishing to lie in bed all day, while Shen Yuqing seemed unaffected. full of energy for work. It was simply too unfair. Chapter 27. Rising Jiang Yiwei's waist sank, her face buried in the pillow, suppressing her fragmented cries. Shen Yuqing bent down to kiss her, nipping at her, leaving no inch of her skin untouched, marking her as his own. Jiang Yiwei lacked the energy to think, swept away in a tumultuous sea of confusion. The summer night was alive with twinkling stars. The glass of the floor-to-ceiling window separating the humid allure of the bedroom. After it was over, Jiang Yiwei felt as though she had been pulled from water, utterly weak, her voice hoarse, the echoes of pleasure still lingering. Emanating a languid charm, Shen Yuqing brushed aside her damp hair, lingeringly kissing the delicate skin of her neck. After a brief respite, as Jiang Yiwei regained her composure, she noticed Shen Yuqing still caressing her, his hands possessively exploring her softness, while another part of him showed signs of awakening. This can't continue. I'm exhausted, Jiang Yiwei pleaded with tearful eyes. Shen Yuqing kissed her lips again. What do you mean you're exhausted? Is your stamina insufficient, Wei Wei? With that, his hand ventured toward the inner thigh of Jiang Yiwei. She quickly stopped him, clutching his hand tightly. Really, no more, it hurts. Jiang Yiwei's face turned crimson as she lowered her gaze, resembling a ripe peach, evoking tenderness. Shen Yuqing took a few deep breaths, suppressing his intense desire. He understood Jiang Yiwei was fatigued. If they continued, he feared he would never have the chance to indulge again. Is it very painful? Let me take a look, he said, lifting the blanket to examine her, contemplating whether she needed some ointment. Jiang Yiwei hurriedly pressed down the blanket, halting his movements, shaking her head vigorously. It's fine. Just need a little rest. She couldn't let him see her pain. That would be far too embarrassing. Despite their previous openness, Jiang Yiwei still felt shy. Once Shen Yuqing relinquished his hold, Jiang Yiwei slowly extricated herself from his embrace. Carefully sliding off the bed, facing away from him, she picked up her clothes to dress, but as she stood, her legs buckled, sending her tumbling back onto the bed. Where are you going? Shen Yuqing swiftly wrapped his arms around Jiang Yiwei. I want a shower, she replied, her voice soft and different, sounding unusually gentle. I'll carry you, Shen Yuqing said, lifting Jiang Yiwei and gently placing her in the bathtub, bending down to adjust the water temperature. How is this? Is it okay? Jiang Yiwei curled her legs, hugging herself, and shyly nodded. It's fine, thank you. Noticing her bashfulness, Shen Yuqing felt a playful urge to tease her. We shouldn't waste all this water. How about we wash together? He feigned stepping into the bathtub. No. Hurry and get out. Wait until I'm done before you wash. Jiang Yiwei pushed his hand, urging him to leave. Shen Yuqing lifted her chin, kissing her lips, then wash well. I'll wait for you outside. Call me if you need anything. He exited the bathroom, closing the door behind him, allowing Jiang Yiwei's racing heart to settle slightly. Immersed in the warm water, her body began to relax, though she couldn't shake the redness from her cheeks. After lingering for quite some time, when she finally emerged, Shen Yuqing had already replaced the soiled sheets. She hadn't expected him to be so considerate, even taking care of the linens. Was he always this gentle and patient with his woman? Upon seeing Jiang Yiwei, Shen Yuqing waved at her. I've changed the sheets for you. Jiang Yiwei smiled and nodded, moving to the bed and collapsing into Shen Yuqing's embrace, yearning for sleep after a night of exhausting exertion. Her fingers felt too weak to lift. Before long, Jiang Yiwei fell into a deep slumber. In her half-asleep state, she felt someone poking her. It was as if they were molding her like clay, rubbing her cheeks, pinching her earlobes, and something seemed to brush against her nose, tickling her. She was utterly fatigued, shifting slightly before drifting off again. This sleep was profound. She didn't dream at all. When the alarm rang, she opened her eyes to find it was already past 9 a.m. Her body felt heavy, and her waist ached severely. As she moved gently, she discovered something weighty pressing against her. Shen Yuqing's arm, tightly wrapped around her waist. He held her from behind, his chin resting on her shoulder, with Jiang Yiwei's back snugly pressed against him. This intimate gesture stirred a sweetness in her heart, and she gently lifted Shen Yuqing's arm, turning to face him. His sleeping visage was equally handsome. His long lashes lowered, his chiseled features appeared as if sculpted by divine hands, causing her heart to race. His arm naturally encircled her, the blanket rising and falling gently with his steady breaths. Are you awake? Shen Yuqing's arm tightened around her waist, his husky voice brushing against her ear. Jiang Yiwei murmured in response, almost simultaneously sensing something pressing against her from behind. Certain images flashed in her mind like scenes from a film, and she suddenly became alert, slowly distancing herself from Shen Yuqing. He stirred, still in a daze, his sleepy eyes revealing a languid demeanor. "Did you sleep well?" "Yes, it was all right," Jiang Yiwei replied. Shen Yuqing chuckled lightly. "You found it all right? But I'm in a terrible state." "Why?" Jiang Yiwei asked, bewildered. "What do you think?" Shen Yuqing once again wrapped his arms around Jiang Yiwei's waist, drawing her into his embrace, engaging in a rather intimate encounter with an object that brazenly hinted at something towards Jiang Yiwei. "You cannot blame me. This is your issue," Jiang Yiwei stated, seizing the opportunity to push Shen Yuqing's arm away and extricate herself from his hold, lifting the covers to get out of bed. She feared that if she lingered any longer, she would end up spending the entire day in bed. No, she still had work today. She couldn't keep taking leave for such matters. It would be utterly embarrassing if word got out. The curtains blocked the light thoroughly, casting the room into a dim haze, where Shen Yuqing's narrow, taut waist and abdomen were faintly visible beneath the light-colored sheets. The moment she departed, he lazily let his left hand rest on the covers, his clearly defined knuckles and the prominent blue veins extending up to his forearm. Jiang Yiwei suddenly recalled last night, her cheeks flushing with heat, and she hastily exited the room. Shen Yuqing propped his head on his hand, chuckling at her hasty retreat. Stretching, he threw off the covers and rose from bed. Chapter 28. The investigation results. After completing her morning routine, Jiang Yiwei descended the stairs for breakfast, just in time. Aunt Shan had prepared fragrant soup dumplings and placed them on the table. "Madam has risen. The soup dumplings are freshly made and piping hot. Do enjoy them while they're warm." "Thank you, Aunt Chin," Jiang Yiwei replied, picking up a dumpling and taking a bite. It was fresh, juicy, and exquisitely flavorful. "Aunt Chin, you are an exceptional cook." Aunt Chin, wiping her hands on her apron, smiled kindly. "I am delighted you enjoy it. Madam, that I shall make more delicious dishes for you in the future. Just continue to grace me with your presence." With remnants of broth at the corner of her mouth, Jiang Yiwei gave a thumbs up to Aunt Chin. "Thank you, Aunt Chin. I am indeed fortunate." "Not at all. It is my blessing to please you, madam," Aunt Chin responded. "Please, no need to call me madam. It feels rather strange, as if I were in a feudal lord's household," Jiang Yiwei said, propping her chin and pouting in jest. "Aunt Chin, you may simply call me Wei Wei from now on." Aunt Chun brought over a plate of pan-fried dumplings, feeling warmth in her heart at Jiang Yiwei's words. "Indeed, the young master has truly chosen well. Madam is genuinely a wonderful person. Not only is she beautiful and radiant, but her kind heart is a perfect match for the young master." "Thank you, Madam," Aunt Chin smiled in response. "Why do you keep calling me Madam?" Jiang Yiwei began to correct Aunt Chin once more when a voice suddenly interjected. "Just let Aunt Chin be. After all, she has been working in the Shen household for over 20 years and is simply accustomed to it." Shen Yuqing approached the dining table and took a seat, clad in a white shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar, resembling someone freshly awoken. His sharply defined features bore a languid allure. "Madam, you need not be so insistent, however." Jiang Yiwei was about to retort when he deftly placed a dumpling into her bowl, his fingers lightly patting her hand. "Just go with the flow. It's all fine. You still need to eat breakfast before heading to work, unless you wish to skip it altogether." Shen Yuqing raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips as his hand enveloped hers, giving it a gentle squeeze, laden with insinuation. Jiang Yiwei's eyes widened in disbelief, her hand withdrawing instantly as her face flushed with embarrassment. "Behave yourself. We are having breakfast, and Aunt Chin is still here." Leaning closer, Shen Yuqing murmured in a low, lingering tone. "What do you mean by not behaving?" His proximity was overwhelming, his cool, deep breath enveloping Jiang Yiwei, utterly disarming her. Unable to withstand his teasing, especially with Aunt Chen present, Jiang Yiwei firmly pushed Shen Yuqing back, asserting, "You eat properly. I need to head to work now." With that, she swiftly grabbed her bag and hurried toward the garage. Shen Yuqing watched her retreating figure, a smile creeping onto his lips. She remained so easily flustered, so susceptible to teasing. Shen Yuqing drove to the office, addressing the remaining paperwork from the previous night. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped at the door of the CO's office. "Come in," Shen Yuqing replied without lifting his gaze, remaining engrossed in his documents. Assistant Chen entered, placing a report before Shan Yuqing. Sir, we have some preliminary findings regarding the leak of the video involving you and your wife. What transpired? Shan Yuqing set down his pen, picking up the report to peruse, curious about who might be behind the chaos. At present, it remains unclear. We investigated the marketing account that released the video. According to their testimony, the video suddenly appeared in the email of an employee that morning, and they believed it had viral potential, hence they decided to exploit it for publicity. Shan Yuqing fell into contemplation. Have you traced who sent it to that marketing account? Assistant Chun shook his head. We are still investigating. The email address originates from a foreign IP, which complicates matters. Continue the investigation. What about the hotel's response? They bear some responsibility since customer surveillance footage was leaked. The hotel claims ignorance and expressed their apologies for the incident. Assistant Chin hesitated, appearing to have more to say but uncertain whether to voice it. Noticing his internal struggle, Shan Yuqing lightly tapped the table. If you have something to say, please do so without hesitation. Even if it's merely your speculation, feel free to share. Assistant Chin exhaled, retrieving a tablet and placing it before Shan Yuqing. This is the hotel's surveillance footage. When I went to verify at the hotel, I stumbled upon this. The tablet displayed an unexpected guest, Shan Yuqing's uncle, Shin Ping. I noticed that shortly after you and your wife departed the hotel, Manager Jiang also exited from the same establishment, Assistant Chen informed him. Assistant Chen had been Shan Yuqing's confidant since college. Well aware of the internal power struggles within the company, Shin Ping, ostensibly Shan Yuqing's uncle and the general manager of Shun Corporation, frequently opposed him behind the scenes, engaging in various underhanded tactics. His motivations stemmed from resentment over Shan Yuqing's ascension as the head of the group. He harbored jealousy toward his nephew. The insatiable human craving for power and wealth was evident in Shin Ping, who, despite holding the position of general manager, covetously eyed Shan Yuqing's authority, attempting to usurp him. It appeared that matters were becoming increasingly intriguing. Shan Yuqing took a sip of his coffee, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Continue the investigation along the lead of my uncle. Understood, Assistant Chen acknowledged, departing the office. Shan Yuqing leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, gazing up at the ceiling while twirling a pen in his fingers, lost in thought. Logically, Shan Yuqing should not have been in a position to wield power over Shan Corporation, given that his father and uncle were still above him. However, curiously enough, Shan Yuqing's father had no interest in business and instead pursued a career in government. His marriage to Shan Yuqing's mother had been a forced arrangement by Shen's patriarch, who insisted that he choose between marriage and inheriting the family business. Reluctantly, his father opted for a marriage of convenience to secure his freedom for the latter half of his life. The eldest son was inept, while the younger son, Shin Ping, was burdened with high expectations. Unfortunately, he lacked the acumen for business, consistently failing in ventures, often requiring Shen's patriarch to bail him out. It would be disingenuous to claim that Shen's patriarch was unconcerned. The vast family business needed a worthy heir. Chapter 29. The ring. Just as Shan Yuqing was born, hope rekindled within Shen's patriarch, who viewed Shan Yuqing as the last beacon of hope and groomed him as the future heir to Shen Corporation. Efforts bore fruit, and Shan Yuqing did not disappoint his grandfather, showcasing remarkable business acumen, managing the company with impeccable precision, even doubling its market value. Observing his grandson's capabilities, Shen's patriarch entrusted the entire company to him, embarking on a well-deserved retirement. While Shen's patriarch rejoiced, Shin Ping found himself in a state of discontent. Despite being the uncle and ranking higher in the family hierarchy, he could not comprehend why the reins of the company had fallen to Shan Yuqing. He resented merely holding the position of general manager, feeling bitter that Shan Yuqing had usurped what he deemed rightfully his, never acknowledging his own lack of ability. Harboring animosity toward Shan Yuqing, he constantly devised various troubles for his young nephew. However, in Shan Yuqing's eyes, these so-called troubles were inconsequential. He hardly felt compelled to acknowledge his uncle. Had it not been for Shen's patriarch's insistence on retaining a position for his uncle, Shan Yuqing would have long since dismissed him. Not only did Shin Ping fail to generate results for the company, but he also engaged in petty schemes, which irked Shan Yuqing. Out of respect for his grandfather, he had tolerated Shin Ping for far too long. But now that Shin Ping had encroached upon his personal life and implicated Jiang Yue, enough was enough. It was time to impart a small lesson to his uncle. However, first, he needed evidence to substantiate Shin Ping's involvement in the video leak to provide his grandfather with a satisfactory explanation. It seems you are quite difficult to find, Xie Zhiming said, striding into Shen Yuqing's office and raising his voice in greeting. "It has been a while. Have you missed me? Missing you would be a crime. Go where you feel comfortable," Shen Yuqing replied, casting a glance at Xie Zhiming, wondering what brought him to his office. "Isn't it rather difficult for you to make an appointment now? Being married is indeed different. Even going out for a drink has become challenging." Xie Zhiming feigned a look of regret, prompting me to personally pay him a visit. Shen Yuqing waved his hand dismissively, his expression indifferent. "You've seen him. You may leave now. Don't be so heartless. I've just returned from abroad," Xie Zhiming remarked leisurely, reclining in the reception area with his legs crossed. "Now that you're married, I must prepare a gift for you. Unlike Lu Feiyue, who seems a bit dim-witted, I won't be inviting you for drinks late at night after your wedding. The gift is unnecessary." "I appreciate your thoughtfulness," Shen Yuqing replied, casting a sidelong glance at Xie Zhiming, his expression suggesting that he did not lack for such offerings. "But wait," Xie Zhiming noted, observing Shen Yuqing's bare hands, devoid of any adornments. "Why aren't you wearing a ring? Didn't you say you got married?" Xie Zhiming scrutinized Shen Yuqing's hands with keen interest. The Xie family is involved in the jewelry business, dealing with various high-end necklaces and rings. He has worn them casually since childhood. After studying abroad, he majored in jewelry design, making him particularly sensitive to such matters. He immediately noticed Shen Yuqing's lack of a diamond ring, seizing the opportunity. "If you haven't ordered a diamond ring yet, you can come to my place. I will personally assist you. I have rings of any style you desire. Feel free to express any requirements. Consider it my wedding gift to you," Xie Zhiming offered. Shen Yuqing finally shifted his gaze from the computer screen to meet Xie Zhiming's eyes, his brow furrowing slightly. He had completely forgotten about purchasing a diamond ring. Were it not for Xie Zhiming's reminder today, he might have continued to overlook it. Zhang Yue had not mentioned it either. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. As an expert in jewelry, entrusting this task to him should suffice. "So, it's yours now," Shen Yuqing said, moving to the reception area and patting Xie Zhiming on the shoulder. "I need to discuss the timing with your sister-in-law and will contact you once we finalize it. Leave it to me. When it comes to high-end jewelry, our family can confidently claim to be the best. No one else dares to dispute that. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive a one-of-a-kind wedding ring," Xie Zhiming declared, thumping his chest with fervor. "Boss, do you wish to decline these invitations?" Secretary Qiao inquired, holding several envelopes for review. "Why are they all about jewelry?" Zhang Yue asked, puzzled. "Perhaps it's because the news of your marriage to Shan has spread, and top jewelers have caught wind of the opportunity, eager to collaborate and customize your wedding rings," Secretary Qiao explained. Zhang Yue paused for a moment, glancing at her own bare right hand, devoid of any adornments, and recalled that she and Shen Yuqing had yet to purchase their wedding rings. Her brother, Zhang Shiran, had mentioned the topic of rings previously, but she had brushed it off at the time. She had intended to bring it up with Shen Yuqing after returning home, but upon her arrival, he had embraced her, leaving no room for her to respond. Lost in a whirlpool of passion, she completely forgot about the matter. "Let us keep them for now," Zhang Yue said, holding an invitation and smiling softly, thinking they might be useful later. After Secretary Qiao finished her report, she left Zhang Yue to ponder the invitation alone. Did Shen Yuqing even care for a ring? After all, selecting wedding bands is a shared endeavor, and she needed to discuss it with him first. She was eager to have matching wedding rings, as they symbolized her status as Mrs. Shen and served as a token of pride. Yet, she was uncertain of Shen Yuqing's thoughts on the matter. They had never delved into this topic, aside from their time in bed. Their conversations seldom ventured into deeper territories. Although Shen Yuqing was ardent and enthusiastic in intimate matters, they had consistently taken precautions, leaving Zhang Yue somewhat frustrated. She yearned to conceive Shen Yuqing's child. Whether deemed selfish or despicable, she felt a strong desire to bind him to her through a child, ensuring they would never part. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought, as Shen Yuqing never afforded her the opportunity. Chapter 30. Teasing. Lost in her musings, Zhang Yue was suddenly jolted by a text message on her phone. She opened WeChat to find a message from the pinned contact, Shen Yuqing. "Shen Yuqing, I'll pick you up from work tonight." Zhang Yue was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Shen Yuqing would come personally to collect her. She picked up her phone, then set it down again, repeatedly confirming that the message was not a figment of her imagination. She promptly replied, "All right, I'll wait for you," cute emoji. After placing her phone down, Zhang Yue resumed her work, striving to complete her tasks efficiently in order to leave on time. Of course, as the boss, she could choose her departure time without anyone questioning her. Upon seeing Jiang Yue's playful reply, a smile crept across Shen Yuqing's lips. She always possessed an engaging charm that effortlessly drew others in. Shen Yuqing's reason for picking up Jiang Yue tonight was significant. His parents, having heard of his marriage, returned from abroad and had invited them to dinner. Shen Yuqing believed the meal was secondary. He wanted to observe Jiang Yue closely. After all, his sudden marriage, which he hadn't disclosed to his parents, had left them curious and perplexed. They had hastily returned to see which wealthy young lady had captured their son's heart. Before long, the workday was drawing to a close, yet Jiang Yue remained ensconced in a meeting with the company's executives, discussing the proposed project for the Northern District. The speaker on stage droned on endlessly, failing to get to the point, with the presentation merely a barrage of superficial remarks. Typically, Jiang Yue would grant her employees the courtesy of listening to their elaborations, especially since they had invested effort into creating the presentation. However, today, with Shen Yuqing coming to pick her up, she found every moment spent in this tedious meeting to be excruciating. Ding! A message from Shen Yuqing broke her reverie, and her previously sullen expression transformed into one of joy as she quickly unlocked her phone. Shen Yuqing, I'm waiting for you in the parking lot. You're already here? So soon. Give me a moment. I'll be right down. Shen Yuqing, no rush, take your time. Jiang Yue tucked her phone into her pocket. Glancing at the employees still engaged in their incessant chatter, frowning slightly, she rapped her fingers on the table. The room fell silent, as if time itself had paused for a few seconds, all eyes converging upon Jiang Yue. The speaker on stage visibly trembled, the tension permeating every corner of the meeting room. Let us wrap up today's meeting. The preceding content has been overly verbose. Please provide me with a concise version by tomorrow. Meeting dismissed, Jiang Yue declared, standing up and leaving without a moment's delay. She quickly made her way to her office, grabbed her bag, and pulled out a small mirror to check her makeup, tidying her hair and reapplying her lipstick. Satisfied with her appearance, she nodded at her reflection. Stepping into the exclusive elevator for the president, she descended to the parking lot. As the elevator doors opened, she spotted Shen Yuqing leaning against his car. Smoking. His broad shoulders and narrow waist created a striking silhouette, with his shirt billowing gently in the breeze, illuminated by the car's lights. He exuded an effortless charm. Hearing her footsteps, Shen Yuqing turned to look, and in that instant, their eyes met, sending Jiang Yue's heart racing as if she had plunged into an unknown abyss. His high cheekbones and the unique shape of his eyes, part phoenix and part peach blossom, were sharp and alluring, with a hint of warmth beneath their intensity. Like a protagonist from a manga, how could he not captivate Jiang Yue at first glance? Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I just arrived. Shen Yuqing replied, opening the passenger door for her with a gentlemanly gesture. Jiang Yue tossed her hair back, smiling brightly as she gracefully slid into the sports car. The sleek, black leather and carbon fiber interior mirrored Shen Yuqing's elegance. As she settled in, she was enveloped by the distinct scent of his cool cedarwood, sharp yet tender. Once Shen Yuqing joined her inside, he took his time starting the car, instead stealing glances at Jiang Yue. He had encountered numerous young women, each adorned in lavish attire and heavy makeup, vying for attention. Yet, Jiang Yue's makeup was refreshingly light, her beauty effortless. With her oval face and exquisite features, she radiated a vibrant allure. Complemented by her clear, luminous gaze, the car's light seemed to favor her, wrapping her in a satin glow. Dressed in a light beige trench coat over a simple linen white shirt and tailored trousers, she exuded a refined elegance that spoke of her noble heritage. Why aren't you starting the car? Aren't we heading home? Jiang Yue inquired, tilting her head curiously at Shen Yuqing. We are headed home. But first, we need to have dinner. Where are we dining? As Jiang Yue's eyes sparkled with anticipation, she gazed expectantly at Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing's wrist languidly rested on the steering wheel, his slender bones accentuated by the prominent veins that coursed up his arm. He raised an eyebrow and said in a teasing tone, We're going to have dinner with my parents. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I haven't prepared anything, Jiang Yue exclaimed, suddenly flustered. She quickly retrieved her phone to consult Zia Hongshu for tips on what to pay attention to when meeting parents for the first time and what gifts to prepare. Shen Yuqing couldn't help but chuckle at her frantic demeanor. How can you laugh at a time like this? Jiang Yue scolded playfully, lightly tapping Shen Yuqing's shoulder. Couldn't you have given me a heads up so I could prepare? Shen Yuqing grasped Jiang Yue's hand gently, offering reassurance, Don't worry. All you need to do is show up, and my parents are very easygoing. They just want to meet you. Listening to Shen Yuqing's comforting words, Jiang Yue's anxious heart began to settle slightly. However, it would be disingenuous to say she wasn't nervous at all, because she cared deeply for Shen Yuqing. The prospect of meeting his parents filled her with trepidation, and she hoped to make a good impression. Is my hair okay? Should I reapply my lipstick? She asked hurriedly, pulling out a compact mirror to check her appearance. No need for that. You look beautiful just the way you are, Shen Yuqing said, taking the mirror from her hands and placing it back in her bag. He then fastened her seatbelt, declaring, "All right, let's get going." Jiang Yue could only nod, leaning on the belief that she could handle whatever might come her way, especially with Shen Yuqing by her side. The sports car roared to life, speeding down the wide, straight road, city lights flashing by the window like a cascade of shimmering jewels. Before long, the car came to a halt in front of a villa. Shen Yuqing parked the vehicle and walked around to the passenger side, personally opening the door for Jiang Yue. He slowly bent down, extending his hand toward her. Jiang Yue smiled warmly, placing her hand gently in his. Shen Yuqing's hand was broad and warm, enveloping her delicate fingers, the heat of his touch contrasting with the thin layer of calluses that felt slightly ticklish against her skin. His fingers brushed lightly over her hand, as soft as a feather, creating an atmosphere charged with unspoken intimacy. "Let's try to appear close in front of my parents," Shen Yuqing suggested, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yue. "But ultimately, your comfort is what matters most. So don't worry too much." Jiang Yue lowered her head, fixated on her shoes, the dim light from the street casting shadows that obscured her expression, only allowing a soft to escape her lips. She was uncomfortable with the notion of pretending to be intimate, as it made her feel that everything between her and Shen Yuqing was a facade, a mere performance. It felt as though the events of the past few days were nothing but a mirage. As the wind brushed against her face, arms, and calves, Jiang Yue pinched her fingertips to steady her nerves and took Shen Yuqing's hand as they ventured inside. Upon entering, Jiang Yue spotted a couple seated on the sofa in the grand hall. The woman wore a fitted qipao, exuding an air of elegance and warmth with every gesture. Her long, silky hair framed her face, and the passage of time seemed to have left no mark upon her. Beside her sat a man with thick black hair and deep-set eyes, his face characterized by sharp features and a serious expression. They were undoubtedly Shen Yuqing's parents, yet there was an unusual distance between them. Despite the spacious sofa, the couple sat apart, one on the left and the other on the right, creating a stark divide reminiscent of the separation between the Chu and Han dynasties. At last, "You've arrived," Zhang Shu exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Yue, pulling her closer for a thorough examination. She looked her up and down, nodding in approval. "Indeed, you are a stunning beauty. No wonder my Yuqing is so eager to take you home." Jiang Yue's face flushed with embarrassment as she stood frozen, her large, innocent eyes seeking assistance from Shen Yuqing. He immediately wrapped an arm around her shoulders, drawing her into his embrace. "Ah, you frightened her," he said with a light-hearted tone. "Oh dear, I was merely taking a look. There's no need to be alarmed." Zhang Shu smiled, her gaze dancing between Shen Yuqing and Jiang Yue. Observing his mother's approval of Jiang Yue, Shen Yuqing felt a sense of relief wash over him. Wei, this is my mom and dad. Say hello to in a soft and timid voice. Jiang Yue greeted Zhang Shu and Shen Yiming. Upon hearing her greeting, Zhang Shu's joy was palpable as she reached into her bag, retrieving a thick red envelope. "This is a token of welcome. Take it," she said, handing it to Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue felt a bit lost, unsure whether to accept it or not, and glanced at Shen Yuqing for guidance. He nodded encouragingly. "Take it. It's a gesture of my mother's goodwill." "Thank you, Mom," Jiang Yue replied, her heart swelling with happiness. Zhang Shu affectionately ruffled her hair and invited her to sit down for some casual conversation. Shen Yuqing settled onto the sofa beside his father, leaning in to whisper, "Did you have another argument with Mom?" Shen Yiming merely glanced at Shen Yuqing, his arms crossed and lips pressed into a thin line as he denied. "No, we're doing fine. You must be mistaken." Shen Yuqing pressed his fingers against his temples, feeling a slight headache. Unlike other parents, his own were not bound by love but rather by family interests. The Zhang and Shen families shared a long-standing friendship, each well aware of the other's background, and the idea of a marriage alliance had taken root in the world of business. Having an ally was far superior to gaining an enemy, making a commercial marriage the most advantageous choice. In his youth, Shen Yiming had been a striking figure, handsome and talented, making him a sought-after catch in the marriage market. However, he had been wholly devoted to his government career, dismissing his father's matchmaking efforts with claims of being too busy with work. Frustrated, his father issued an ultimatum: marry or return to inherit the family business. Under pressure, Shen Yiming ultimately chose to marry Zhang Shu, a childhood acquaintance, believing they were both victims of familial obligations. Devoid of love, they had maintained a respectful distance in their relationship, and even after the birth of Shen Yuqing, their dynamic remained unchanged. Shen Yiming offered Zhang Shu ample respect and care, yet it was devoid of love. What Shen Yiming did not realize was that Zhang Shu loved him deeply. Shen Yuqing, having been raised by his mother, was acutely aware of her subtle emotional shifts. On their wedding anniversary, she would meticulously prepare for the occasion, dressing elegantly and creating a lavish dinner, waiting for his father to return. She never reminded him of the significance of the day, perhaps hoping he would remember on his own. Yet, he never did, always returning late due to work, leaving her to wait all night. Little Shen Yuqing often caught glimpses of his mother discreetly wiping away tears in the kitchen before re-emerging with a composed demeanor. Zhang Shu's love for Shen Yiming was gentle yet resilient, but even the deepest love can be eroded by accumulated disappointment. Gradually wearing thin, as Shen Yuqing matured and moved out, the relationship between his parents grew increasingly strained. To mend their bond, he suggested a family trip abroad this year, hoping it might rekindle their affection. However, instead of warming up, their relationship seemed to take a turn for the worse. Upon entering, he sensed an awkward tension. They no longer sat together as they once did, now occupying opposite ends of the sofa, clearly at odds with one another. Make sure to charm Mom. Don't say I didn't warn you, Shen Yuqing remarked disdainfully. Glancing at Shen Yiming, your mother is perfectly fine. She doesn't need any coaxing, Shen Yiming replied confidently. Shen Yuqing chuckled softly, shrugging his shoulders. I hope that's true that in the past, Zhang Shu had indeed been easy to please, because she had loved Shen Yiming. But now, she had come to terms with it all, no longer forcing her love upon him, her gaze devoid of the heat and expectation it once held. After a brief chat with Jiang Yue, Zhang Shu called for her and Shen Yuqing to join her at the dining table, completely ignoring her husband, Shen Yiming, not even giving him a glance. Shen Yuqing raised a hand to his mouth, casting a sidelong glance at his father. Dad, we'll head to dinner first. You're welcome to join. With that, he swiftly stepped to Jiang Yue's side, leaving Shen Yiming standing alone, his expression darkening. Jiang Yue gently tugged at the hem of Shen Yuqing's shirt, her gaze flitting nervously, her lips moving as if to speak. Shen Yuqing smiled knowingly, recognizing that she had something to whisper to him, and leaned down to her ear. What's the matter? Still nervous? No, it's just, I feel like the atmosphere between your parents is a bit strange, Jiang Yue admitted, glancing at Zhang Shu and then at Shen Yiming, voicing her concerns. Shen Yuqing gently stroked her hair. It's nothing to worry about. Just a little couple's quarrel. Bickering and arguing considered couple's play, she retorted. Jiang Yue, having weathered countless battles as a seasoned CEO, could effortlessly discern that Shen Yiming and Zhang Shu were embroiled in a quarrel, entrenched in a one-sided Cold War of silence. Despite Zhang Shu's outward indifference towards Shen Yiming, her gaze would inadvertently gravitate towards him, stealing glances when she thought he wasn't looking, in stark contrast. Shen Yiming resembled a monk in a temple, utterly oblivious to Zhang Shu's furtive glances. Their eyes never truly converged, always seeming to miss one another by a hair's breadth. It seemed that every couple harbored their own unspeakable struggles, not just she and Shen Yuqing, but Shen Yiming and Zhang Shu as well. Jiang Yue's eyes lowered, her fingertips pressing into her palm. She pondered when Shen Yuqing would finally comprehend her heart and fall in love with her. Would it mirror Shen Yiming and Zhang Shu's situation, where one partner remained unrequited, even as their children embarked on their own journeys? Jiang Yue shook her head, dispelling the negative thoughts, and quickened her pace to match Shen Yuqing's. As they approached the dining table together, Shen Yuqing pulled out a chair, and Jiang Yue naturally took a seat, resembling a pair of affectionate, ordinary spouses. Thank you, Jiang Yue said, as she effortlessly pulled out the adjacent chair. Patting the seat, you should sit down too. Zhang Shu observed her son and daughter-in-law's tender interaction, her eyes brimming with a mix of satisfaction and a hint of barely perceptible envy. I never imagined Yuqing would be so considerate of his wife. Marriage truly changes everything, Zhang Shu remarked. Jiang Yue felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, a touch of shyness overtaking her. When she turned to glance at Shen Yuqing, she found him also looking down at her, their eyes locking in a moment that sparked with unspoken chemistry. Flustered, Jiang Yue quickly averted her gaze, lowering her head and resting her hands on her lap, the slightly wrinkled fabric of her pants betraying the turmoil within her heart. "Mom, please don't tease us," Shen Yuqing said, his hand gently covering Jiang Yue's, soothing her bashful spirit with a tender caress. "My son is wonderful. Unlike some people." Zhang Shu shot a frosty glance at Shen Yiming, who had just settled beside her. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Shen Yiming cleared his throat and discreetly served a bowl of soup, placing it in front of Zhang Shu with a soft, coaxing tone. "Drink the soup. Otherwise, it will get cold." Zhang Shu huffed, reluctantly sipping a mouthful of soup, conceding a small favor to Shen Yiming. Shen Yuqing raised an eyebrow at his father's clumsy demeanor, stifling a laugh. "Who said there's no need to coax? It hasn't even been long, and he's already surrendering. It's truly amusing." "Yue, you two arrived quite late. You must be starving," Zhang Shu said. "The dishes tonight are all your favorites. As I consulted Yuqing, please see if they suit your palate." The table was adorned with Jiang Yue's preferred dishes: garlic steamed scallops, minced eggplant, and braised ribs, alongside a nourishing black-bone chicken soup simmered with angelica and goji berries. Jiang Yue was taken aback, immediately turning to Shen Yuqing, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had never mentioned her preferences to him. How had he discovered them? Shen Yuqing, sensing her confusion, replied, "Aunt Chen told me." Oh, Jiang Yue had a sudden epiphany. Aunt Chen had indeed inquired about her favorite dishes earlier, a detail she had almost forgotten. Shen Yuqing continued to serve her more food, insisting, "Eat more. You're too thin." "Where am I too thin? I'm just right," Jiang Yue protested, touching her cheeks, which were soft and perfectly contoured. "Not too plump, not too lean, but pleasing to the eye." Shen Yuqing smirked, leaning closer to whisper, "Not enough. You're still a bit light when I hold you. It feels like you might float away." "Shameless Shen Yuqing," Jiang Yue exclaimed, covering her ears and biting her lip, her eyes darting with a blend of shyness and bewilderment. How could he be so brazen in public? It was utterly audacious, especially with their parents seated across from them. Under the table, she discreetly pinched Shen Yuqing, glaring at him. "Behave." Shen Yuqing sheepishly rubbed his nose, realizing it was best to cease his teasing, and began to eat seriously, choosing not to provoke Jiang Yue further. Teasing his wife was permissible occasionally, but he certainly did not want to provoke her to the point of anger. Knowing the potential consequences could be dire, he had no desire to find himself in a cold war akin to that of his father. Zhang Shu engaged Jiang Yue in casual conversation. "Yue, has work been exhausting for you lately?" "It's all right, not too strenuous, just a bit busy at times," Jiang Yue replied. "You say it's not strenuous, yet your chin has sharpened. You must have lost weight. Eat more." Zhang Shu insisted, adding more ribs to Jiang Yue's bowl. "You must take care of your health. After all, your well-being is paramount." Jiang Yue nodded in agreement, understanding the importance of maintaining her health, especially if they were to consider having children. "By the way, when do you plan to have kids?" Zhang Shu inquired, her affectionate gaze fixed on Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue, who had just picked up a piece of eggplant, froze at the question, having never contemplated such matters. Completely caught off guard. They had skirted around the topic before, but she had not anticipated it would emerge so directly here. The subject of children had never been broached between her and Shen Yuqing, possibly due to both consciously avoiding it. The dining room fell into a hushed silence. That moment, Shen Yuqing, who had been silent until now, placed a dish of expertly deboned fish before Jiang Yue. The fish glistened, tender and succulent, served on a pristine porcelain plate, shattering the uncomfortable quiet that had enveloped the table. "Mom, there's no rush regarding children. We're still young," Shen Yuqing reassured her. "Young? You're nearly 30, Zhang Shu retorted, her brows furrowing in disbelief. "The neighbor's child can already run errands for soy sauce. You both need to get a move on. Let nature take its course. Worrying won't help. The children will have their own plans. No need for you to fret. Your future grandchildren aren't going anywhere," Shen Yiming interjected, placing a piece of meat into Zhang Shu's bowl to soothe her. Shen Yuqing echoed his sentiment, adding a piece of fish to her bowl as well. "Indeed, please don't worry too much. We have our own plans." With both men showering her with attention, Zhang Shu could only acquiesce, her urgency dissipating. Perhaps I was a bit too hasty." It's just that the little grandson next door is too adorable. And it has me feeling stimulated, she admitted. You both shouldn't feel too pressured. It's best to let things flow naturally, Zhang Shu advised. Jiang Yue felt a weight lift from her chest, her heart easing. She had genuinely been unsure how to navigate the earlier conversation, but with Shun Yuqing's intervention, the awkward moment had been deftly resolved. After dinner, Zhang Shu invited them to stay the night. It's quite late. Why don't you both stay here tonight? Shen Yuqing immediately declined. Mom, that's not convenient. Yue doesn't have any change of clothes. There was no way he could enjoy a private moment with Jiang Yue in his parents' home. Even if he wished to, given Jiang Yue's shy and modest nature, she would undoubtedly refuse. Thus, to ensure his happiness, it was prudent to reject Zhang Shu's invitation. Zhang Shu's lips curled into a knowing smile as she adjusted her shawl. Oh, I've already anticipated that. I've prepared some clothes for Yue, and they're in your room. Shen Yuqing and Jiang Yue exchanged astonished glances, utterly unprepared for Zhang Shu's foresight. It seemed she had come well-equipped, determined to ensure they spent the night. Meanwhile, Shen Yiming sat leisurely on the sofa, sipping tea, unfazed by his wife's actions. Before Shen Yuqing could voice another refusal, Zhang Shu had already taken Jiang Yue upstairs. Shen Yuqing's outstretched hand froze momentarily before he slowly retracted it, rubbing his forehead in resignation. Though he was exasperated by his mother's insistence, he had no choice but to accept it. It appeared they would indeed be staying the night. Shen Yuqing's room had been tidied up earlier that day. Since he had moved out at 18, nothing had been altered. It retained its original charm. Look, Zhang Shu pointed to the bed adorned with women's sleepwear and various skincare products, addressing Jiang Yue. I bought these for you. Do you like them? Thank you, Mom. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Jiang Yue replied. It's no trouble at all. We are family, Zhang Shu said, taking Jiang Yue's hand and guiding her to sit on the bed. Yue, don't stand on ceremony. Make yourself at home. No need to feel restrained. Jiang Yue nodded gently, responding, all right, Mom. She could feel Zhang Shu's genuine care and affection. The more Zhang Shu observed Jiang Yue, the more she was taken with her, saying, if that boy ever dares to bully you, just let me know. I will teach him a lesson. Jiang Yue nodded vigorously, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, afraid her amusement might slip out. She had not expected Shen Yuqing's mother to be so amusing and open-minded, even when it came to her own son. She maintained a clear distinction between personal and professional matters. It appeared Shen Yuqing's aloofness was inherited from his father, with no semblance of it coming from his mother. After Zhang Shu left the room, Jiang Yue took her time to explore, her fingers grazing the surfaces of the desk and sofa. This was Shen Yuqing's room, imbued with the essence of his 18 years of life. Approaching the bookshelf, she noticed it was lined with numerous books, mirroring the layout of her own home. Shen Yuqing truly had a passion for reading. Jiang Yue cast a fleeting glance and noticed a rather vacant spot on the bookshelf. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a picture frame resting there. Inside the frame was a graduation photograph, featuring a multitude of individuals clad in academic gowns, all beaming radiantly at the camera. Among them, Shen Yuqing stood out as the most striking. A handsome youth brimming with vitality, a smile illuminating his face like the sun. Exuding an air of carefree charm, it appeared that a girl was standing quite close to him, leaning into him. Just as Jiang Yue was about to draw nearer for a closer look, Shen Yuqing's voice resonated from the doorway. Wei Wei, what are you looking at? Shen Yuqing entered the room, his gaze landing on the picture frame in Jiang Yue's hands. Momentarily taken aback, however, he quickly masked his surprise, a fleeting reaction that Jiang Yue failed to perceive. Oh, it's nothing. I just happened to see your university graduation photo, Jiang Yue replied. There's nothing remarkable about it. Shen Yuqing's tone turned slightly frosty as he reached for the frame, nonchalantly placing it in the desk drawer, concealing it from view. These are old photos. I didn't expect my mother to misplace them while tidying up the room. As Jiang Yue gazed at the closed drawer, a resolute thought formed in her mind. A woman's intuition proved to be remarkably accurate. That girl must share a significant bond with Shen Yuqing. If it were merely an ordinary graduation photo, Shen Yuqing would not have exhibited such indifference, even evading her gaze, wishing to keep the photo hidden from her. Perhaps the woman next to Shen Yuqing was Lan Ji. Regrettably, she hadn't had the chance to scrutinize her features closely, and she was undoubtedly her most significant potential threat at present. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. She must seize another opportunity to examine that photograph. Wei Wei, do you want to take a shower first? Shen Yuqing inquired, his demeanor returning to normal. No, you go ahead, Jiang Yue replied, making her way to the bed. Lifting the covers and lying down, I'm a bit tired and need to rest for a while. Shen Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement and entered the cloakroom to fetch his sleepwear before heading to the bathroom. Jiang Yue lay quietly on the bed, her eyes fixated on Shen Yuqing, waiting until he finally stepped into the bathroom. The sound of running water filling the air. In an instant, Jiang Yue sprang up from the bed. Her previous fatigue seemingly forgotten. Indeed, her earlier claims of tiredness had merely been a ruse. Her true intention lay in the photograph hidden within the drawer. Chapter 34. Not interested? Jiang Yue stealthily approached the desk, slowly opening the drawer while occasionally glancing towards the bathroom, and carefully retrieved the picture frame. The girl in the photograph had bright, captivating eyes and an undeniable charm, tilting her head slightly towards Shen Yuqing's shoulder. Entwining her arm with his, as if showcasing their extraordinary connection, it could only be Shen Yuqing's first love, Lanji. Jiang Yue's grip on the frame tightened gradually, her expression growing colder and dimmer. This was a glimpse into Shen Yuqing's youthful university days. He was young, dashing, and undeniably the apple of many eyes. It was entirely normal for him to have experienced a passionate romance during that time. As Jiang Yue caressed the photograph of Shen Yuqing, her eyes brimmed with affection, yet her heart ached with a profound sense of regret. If only I had been by his side back then. She sighed, gazing longingly at the past version of Shen Yuqing, each sigh echoing the sound of shattered dreams. The sound of dripping water resonated from the bathroom as Shen Yuqing stood beneath the shower. Running his fingers through his hair, his eyes beneath his brows filled with a haunting depth, glinting with sharp intensity. He had momentarily lost his composure. Upon seeing Jiang Yue holding that picture frame, his instinctive reaction was to prevent her from seeing it, to conceal that chapter of his university life, or rather, to hide that person. It was strange. Despite their agreement to engage in a marriage of convenience, merely a contractual arrangement devoid of any personal emotions, he felt an inexplicable urge to shield Jiang Yue from his past romantic entanglements. He could not fathom why his subconscious had reacted in such a way. Yet, Jiang Yue's apparent indifference toward the photograph only served to heighten his unease. Shen Yuqing turned up the water flow, allowing it to cascade over his body once more. After Shen Yuqing finished his shower, Jiang Yue hurriedly grabbed a change of clothes and entered the bathroom. Observing Jiang Yue's natural demeanor, a wave of frustration washed over Shen Yuqing. She genuinely seemed disinterested in my past romantic history. As he dried his hair, a deep sigh escaped his lips, leaving him perplexed as to why he felt this way. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on it. After all, a year would pass swiftly. Once he finished drying his hair, he placed the hairdryer down and lay on the bed, awaiting Jiang Yue. Engaging in any mischief tonight was out of the question. He could take this opportunity to discuss the matter of the ring with Wei Wei. With a click, the bathroom door swung open, and Shen Yuqing looked up to see Jiang Yue stepping out slowly. She wore an adorable sleep outfit, exuding a lazy elegance, the soft, cloud-like fabric enveloping her petite and enchanting figure. Even in a simple sleepwear, her allure was undeniable. Every detail of Jiang Yue resonated perfectly with Shen Yuqing's preferences, rendering him unable to look away. Why do you keep staring at me? Is my sleepwear strange? Jiang Yue could no longer bear Shen Yuqing's intense gaze, sensing as if he were about to devour her whole. No, it looks wonderful. You look good in anything, Shen Yuqing replied, arching an eyebrow. I didn't expect young Master Shen to be so sweet-tongued. It seems you've given compliments to others in the past, Jiang Yue teased. I rarely compliment anyone. You're one of the few who elicits genuine praise from me, he responded. The two began to probe one another, with Shen Yuqing casting out bait, hoping Jiang Yue would inquire further about his romantic history. However, Jiang Yue was reluctant to pursue the subject, feeling that their relationship had yet to reach a point where they could be completely candid with each other. It is an honor to receive your compliments, young Master Shen, Jiang Yue said as she moved to the edge of the bed, pulling back the covers and lying down. I suppose, it would be nice to sleep early tonight. Jiang Yue turned her head to look at Shen Yuqing, her hands clutching the blanket, her petite face peeking out, her cheeks flushed, likely from the warmth of the shower. Shen Yuqing's failure to pursue the topic left him feeling inexplicably disheartened. He lay on his side, turning to Jiang Yue. Of course, we can sleep early, but we still need to discuss a few matters. Zhang Yue's brow furrowed slightly as she pondered what they still needed to discuss. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be about the child that her mother had mentioned at the dinner table? Was Shen Yuqing intending to talk to her about this? Did he not want children? Were his earlier refusals of her mother's inquiries truly reflective of his inner feelings? Her heart raced, and her eyelashes fluttered slightly. What do you want to discuss? Shen Yuqing tucked the blanket around Zhang Yue. I just wanted to discuss the wedding ring. Zhang Yue let out a breath of relief, her previously racing heart settling back into place. It wasn't about children after all, and she had been so anxious. Fearing that Shen Yuqing would bring up the topic of children, she released her grip on the blanket, sitting up to meet Shen Yuqing's gaze. Are you suggesting that we don't need to buy a wedding ring? Of course not. I appear to be someone who cannot afford a wedding ring. Shen Yuqing's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he informed Zhang Yue about Xie Zhiming's intention to help them customize a wedding ring. What do you think? I would like to hear your thoughts. If you have a preferred brand, your opinion will take precedence, Shen Yuqing said, lowering his gaze to Zhang Yue, patiently awaiting her response. Shen Yuqing's consideration for her warmed Zhang Yue's heart. As if sunlight had poured in, enveloping her in warmth, a smile graced Zhang Yue's lips. I have no objections, so it will be up to your brother to handle everything. All right, we can confirm a time with him later and go together to select the ring's design. Shen Yuqing replied, reclining back on the bed. It's quite late. We should lie down. He reached out, pulling Zhang Yue into his embrace. Zhang Yue responded with a soft snuggling into him. They held each other tightly, feeling the rhythm of their breaths, their hearts settling into a tranquil state, entwined like an ordinary couple. Though their bodies were close, an invisible barrier seemed to separate their hearts, a truth they both understood yet chose not to acknowledge. Shen Yuqing discreetly gazed at Zhang Yue's exquisite face, recalling his mother's comments about children. He found himself yearning for a child with her, one who resembled her more, knowing it would surely be beautiful. Yet, the memory of the message from Zhang Yue's brother flashed in his mind. Clarity returned to him. Thoughts of children could wait, as binding someone with a child was inherently cruel. He did not wish for Zhang Yue to harbor resentment toward him. Chapter 35. New conversation starters. Zhang Yue experienced a restful night, perhaps due to Shen Yuqing's presence beside her. As she turned over in bed, the sunlight streaming through the gap in the curtains roused her from slumber. She reached out and gently nudged Shen Yuqing beside her before heading to the window to draw back the curtains, flooding the room with light. Why are you up so early? Shen Yuqing mumbled lazily, reluctant to open his eyes, shielding himself from the dazzling sunlight with his hand, putting up a feeble resistance. It is rather late. The sun is nearly shining upon your rear, my esteemed President Shen. You should rise and prepare for work, Zhang Yue teased as she tugged at Shen Yuqing's arm. Taking the cue, Shen Yuqing grasped Zhang Yue's hand firmly, enveloping her in his broad embrace. Let us indulge in a little more slumber, he murmured. Zhang Yue, unable to refuse his request, obediently lay beside him for a while longer. As they descended the stairs together, Zhang Shu and Shen Yiming were engaged in conversation in the living room. Upon noticing their arrival, they paused mid-sentence. Shen Yuqing observed the radiant glow on his mother's face, her smile brighter than before, clearly indicating that something delightful had transpired the previous night, as she now seemed willing to chat with his father. Shen Yuqing, hands tucked in his pockets, raised an eyebrow at Shen Yiming, as if to inquire, have you reconciled so swiftly? Shen Yiming responded with a confident expression. Of course, you need to consider who your father is. Their silent exchange went unnoticed by the women present. Zhang Shu busied herself attending to her beloved daughter-in-law. Why doesn't Wei Wei sleep a little longer? She inquired, pulling Zhang Yue toward the dining table. You both have awakened just in time. We arranged for an early tea service, featuring shrimp dumplings, money bags, molten custard buns, and black pepper steak. Do come and taste. Zhang Yue smiled in reply, thank you, Mom and Dad. After breakfast, Shen Yuqing and Zhang Yue prepared to head to work. Once inside the car, Shen Yuqing turned to her and said, Wei Wei, I will take you to work. Just as he was about to start the engine, Zhang Yue interrupted, no, please take me home to change my clothes first. She glanced down at her attire from the previous day, realizing she lacked a change of clothes at Shen's parents' home. As the boss of Zhang Group, it was unacceptable to arrive at work in yesterday's outfit. She needed to maintain her image, being the face of the company. Very well, I will take you home to change, Shen Yuqing replied, turning the key as the engine roared to life. He swiftly drove out of the villa area, heading toward their residence. Moments later, they arrived at the underground parking lot, where Jiang Yue unfastened her seatbelt and exited the vehicle. Leaning down, she called back to Shen Yuqing. "I'll head up first, goodbye." Gently closing the car door, she waved farewell and hurried toward the elevator. Shen Yuqing's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yue until the elevator doors slowly closed, at which point he glanced at his Rolex watch. Surprised to find it was nearly 10 o'clock, a tardy arrival at work was inconsequential. After all, he was the president, and no one dared to comment. However, accompanying his wife to work was far more significant than the monotony of the daily grind. This was his first time taking her to work, and the novelty filled him with anticipation. Once at home, Jiang Yue changed her clothes and quickly touched up her makeup before descending to the parking lot. They owned several vehicles and had purchased 5 or 6 parking spaces, intending to select a Porsche for her commute. Assuming Shen Yuqing had already departed for the office, she made a beeline for her Porsche. Oblivious to the fact that Shen Yuqing was still waiting for her, as she prepared to retrieve her car keys from her bag, a honk echoed behind her. Turning around, she saw Shen Yuqing leaning against the car door. One hand in his pocket, the other waving at her. "Wei Wei, over here." Her eyes sparkled with delight as she dashed to his side, throwing herself into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his firm waist and tilting her head back to grin at him. "Why are you still here? I thought you had already left for work." Shen Yuqing steadied her, his gaze warm and affectionate as he whispered into her ear, "Where does work rank compared to my wife? I promised to take you to work, and I must keep my word. Besides, you didn't say I should go to the office first, so I naturally waited for you." The blush crept onto Jiang Yue's face as she playfully buried her head against his chest. Teasing, "You silver-tongued charmer," and lightly tapped his chest. "I speak only the truth," Shen Yuqing replied, brushing her hair aside. "Now, let us proceed to work. Thankfully, you're not my employee, or I might have to dismiss you for being late." Jiang Yue smirked playfully at Shen Yuqing as she settled into the car. He leaned over to fasten her seatbelt, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "Indeed, I am fortunate to be merely the exclusive chauffeur of President Jiang. Free from the worries of tardiness." Exclusive chauffeur. Jiang Yue relished the term. It made her feel as though Shen Yuqing belonged solely to her, fostering a delightful illusion of mutual affection between them. The sports car sped down the wide, straight avenue, sunlight streaming through the windows as the world outside whizzed by. They soon arrived at the entrance of Jiang Group's building, where Jiang Yue unbuckled her seatbelt. Just as she reached for the door, Shen Yuqing pressed her hand down. "Wait a moment, allow me." He exited the car first and then circled around to open the door for Jiang Yue. The striking Ferrari naturally drew attention, and as a handsome man stepped out, curious glances turned toward Shen Yuqing, eager to identify the beautiful woman inside the car. Jiang Yue rested her hand on Shen Yuqing's arm as she emerged. Immediately aware of the eyes upon them, it seemed her tardiness would soon become the talk of the office. With a reproachful glance at the cause of her predicament, Jiang Yue had originally expected him to park in the underground lot. But he had driven directly to the company entrance, ensuring that everyone would know their president was late. This would undoubtedly fuel the office gossip. "Good morning, President Jiang." The employees in the lobby greeted her as she entered. Bowing their heads respectfully, "Thank you all for your hard work. Keep it up." Jiang Yue immediately switched to work mode, her demeanor transitioning from gentle to sharp and decisive. As she stepped into the exclusive elevator for executives. The employees quietly watched her depart. The moment the elevator doors closed, the office erupted in chatter, exchanging whispers about the earlier scene, some even pulling out their phones to share the latest gossip. "Did you see President Jiang getting out of the Ferrari, assisted by a dashing gentleman? And she was late today. It's quite understandable to be tardy for such a tall, handsome man. Wait, that man looks familiar. Isn't President Jiang married? She is supposedly wed to Shen Yuqing, the heir of Shun Group." Someone pulled out their phone to check Shen Yuqing's profile online, discovering his photo. "Wow, that man is indeed Shen Yuqing. He is President Jiang's husband. Oh, how romantic." He personally delivered her to work and even made her late to IT. Seems they had quite the night. The employees exchanged knowing glances, and before long, the office gossip had spread. Shock. The reason for President Jiang's tardiness was a handsome man, whose true identity is. Upon reaching her office, Secretary Qiao hurriedly knocked and entered, greeting her. "President Jiang, you've finally arrived. I was beginning to think you would take another day off." Secretary Qiao subtly scrutinized Jiang Yue, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "It appears that Mr. Shen truly knows how to cherish you." personally bringing you to work, perhaps fearing you were too fatigued to drive alone. Upon my arrival, the gossip had already reached you with remarkable swiftness. Jiang Yue sighed, rubbing her temples, fully aware that she had been rather too conspicuous. Indeed, it is common knowledge that President Shin dotes on General Manager Jiang, personally escorting you to work, and it was speculated that your tardiness was due to your exertions the previous night. Jiang Yue's face instantly flushed crimson, her cheeks ablaze. She hurriedly picked up the documents on her desk to shield her face. Steadying her composure as she remarked, "It seems everyone is simply too idle. The workload must be insufficient for such frivolous gossip." Before long, every department received new work assignments, commencing a fresh round of overtime. Shin Yuqing also returned to work at the Shin Group. Assistant Chin, aware of the president's lateness, dared not inquire further and diligently rescheduled the morning meeting to the afternoon. Once Shin Yuqing had dealt with the backlog of tasks, he recalled the matter of the wedding ring. Since he had already confirmed with Jiang Yue, he decided to send a message to Xie Jiming. Shin Yuqing opened WeChat and located their small group chat. Shin Yuqing, jewelry merchant Xie Jiming, I entrust the wedding ring matter to you. My wife has no objections. Xie Jiming, thank you, sister-in-law, for your approval. I will ensure everything is arranged, and you both can set a time to visit our flagship store. Shin Yuqing, everyone, please be seated. Meme, Lu Feiyue. The jewelry merchant will not act without profit, brother. Do not let him deceive you. Xie Jiming, smirking. Meme, Lu Feiyue, throws a bomb. The group chat erupted into a flurry of memes, causing Shin Yuqing's phone to chime incessantly. Shin Yuqing, as long as your sister-in-law is satisfied, that is all that matters. Oh, you really think he can swindle me? Disdainful meme. Lu Feiyue fell silent. Xie Jiming, I expressed my concerns regarding Lu Er's intelligence. I cannot fathom how we became good friends back then. Speechless. Meme, Lu Feiyue, furious. Meme bombardment directed at Xie Jiming. Honor can be taken, but dignity cannot be insulted. I shall duel you until dawn. Shin Yuqing gazed in exasperation at the barrage of memes flooding the group chat, realizing that only one remedy could quell the chaos. Shin Yuqing, let us go out for drinks tonight. Lu Feiyue, Xie Jiming. The meme onslaught ceased instantly. Lu Feiyue, brother, you finally remembered us, your band of brothers. I thought you would drown in the temptations of the gentle countryside and refuse to come out. Sly smile. Meme, Xie Jiming, agreed one. Shin Yuqing, same place as always. Shin Yuqing messaged Jiang Yue to inform her of the evening's plans and inquired if she would like to join. Jiang Yue politely declined, stating that Yi Xiaoxiao had moved into a new house and she needed to visit. The Wanlong Club is distinguished not by its opulence, rather, compared to the ostentatious facades of other clubs. This high-end establishment within the second ring road is already quite costly. The white marble steps are engraved with intricate patterns, and a single transplanted araucaria in the courtyard is valued at $1 million. The clientele here consists solely of the affluent and elite, each individual possessing a lineage that is unattainable for the majority. Young women flock to this venue, as Wanlong Club epitomizes wealth, power, and desire. Shin Yuqing parked his all-black Apollo sports car with an air of authority. After all, who could argue with the name Shun? Upon entering the private room, Shin Yuqing was met with a lively atmosphere, filled with a throng of acquaintances and strangers alike. Brother, we are here. Lu Feiyue waved upon spotting Shin Yuqing. The crowd's attention immediately shifted to him, and glasses were raised in greeting. Naturally, for that is Shin Yuqing, the heir of the Shen Group. In Yin City, the Shen family ranks among the 4 prominent clans, wielding unparalleled power and wealth. Shin Yuqing responded coolly to the flattery of strangers, bypassing the crowd to reach Lu Feiyue. Why are there so many people? Wasn't it supposed to be a gathering for just the 3 of us? Shin Yuqing settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs and fixing a sharp gaze on Lu Feiyue, as if to pierce him with his eyes. Chapter 37. Who fell into the sewage pit? Lu Feiyue awkwardly touched his nose, fully aware of his misstep, and quickly shifted to the edge of the sofa to offer Shin Yuqing his seat. It was my fault. I encountered Chen Nanan just as I was about to leave. Chen Nanan? Shin Yuqing frowned, seemingly struggling to recall this individual. Yes, the only daughter of Secretary Chen from next door. We often play together as children. Have you forgotten? Lu Feiyue continued. She just returned from abroad. Upon seeing me leave, she inquired where I was headed. When I mentioned our gathering, she insisted on tagging along. You know, I find it hard to refuse a beautiful woman's request, so I acquiesced. But to my surprise, she shared the news instantly, and soon many in our circle knew you, Shin Yuqing, We're at Wanlong Club tonight. Lu Feiyue clapped Shen Yuqing on the shoulder, but you cannot fault her. The real issue lies with you. If this were my party, she wouldn't have come at all. Everyone in Yin City, inside and out, wishes to get closer to you. Shen Yuqing, Lu Feiyue grinned. Consider this your blessing. You must endure it. Enough of your nonsense, Shen Yuqing retorted, raising his foot to kick Lu Feiyue, who took the hit on his thigh. Acknowledging his own blunder, brother, please do not be angry. I have a backup plan. Lu Feiyue stood and walked to a screen, gently pushing it aside, revealing a hidden door. Knowing you prefer tranquility, I specifically asked the owner of Wanlong Club to reserve this inner sanctum. No noise from outside will penetrate this space. What do you think? Lu Feiyue gestured invitingly to Shen Yuqing, who adjusted his suit jacket and lightly tapped Lu Feiyue's head. You certainly have a knack for schemes. That is thanks to you. The owner does not usually open this room to the public, but upon hearing you were coming, he immediately agreed and even sent a few bottles of 82 La Fight. Lu Feiyue chuckled. Shen Yuqing's dark, deep-set eyes lazily scanned Lu Feiyue. I knew it. You've been riding on my coattails all these years. Just as the two prepared to enter the room, a voice called from behind. Feiyue, so this is where you are. Chen Nanan approached. Nanan, you've arrived. Come, greet your brother Yuqing. It has been a while since you last saw each other, Lu Feiyue said. Upon hearing this, Chen Nanan's gaze immediately fixed on Shen Yuqing. Dressed in a black suit, Shen Yuqing appeared exceptionally handsome. The tailored fit accentuated his athletic frame, the collar slightly open, revealing his strong neck, while the turned-up collar of his shirt elongated his neck further. It was hard to believe that after more than a decade, Shen Yuqing remained as alluringly ascetic as ever, stirring emotions within her. Chen Nanan took a step closer to Shen Yuqing, tilting her head and speaking in a soft, mellifluous tone. Brother Yuqing, long time no see, and inadvertently brushed her skirt against his trousers. Shen Yuqing merely grunted in acknowledgement, stepping back to create distance between them. Chen Nanan noticed his subtle retreat, narrowing her eyes. She tossed her hair back and smiled flirtatiously. Where are you all heading? Why not take me along? We are going to that room to rest. You know your brother Yuqing prefers peace and quiet. It is too noisy outside. The trio then entered the inner room together. Lu Feiyue had expected the room to be small. Instead, it was even larger, boasting an impressive 120 square meters. The floor, made of black marble, gleamed like a mirror. Exquisite crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and the glass-black sandalwood table alongside imported luxury sofas exuded an air of opulence. Lu Feiyue leaned back against the sofa, legs crossed, inhaling deeply and exclaiming, "What a scent of wealth! I am truly basking in my brother's glory." Lu Feiyue beamed at Shen Yuqing, who offered him not even a glance, instead making his way to the right side of the sofa. Chen Nanan, equally awestruck by the room's lavishness, realized that this was indeed a place exclusive to the wealthy and powerful. Her eyes were drawn to Shen Yuqing, sparkling with admiration, in their social circle. Shen Yuqing was a paragon of excellence. His looks, intellect, abilities, wealth, and influence were all beyond reproach. What woman would not desire such an extraordinary man? Even a mere glance of affection from him could be flaunted for ages. Dressed in a short black skirt that barely reached above her knees, Chen Nanan approached Shen Yuqing, her red high heels accentuating her every sway. She leaned in, pouring whiskey into Shen Yuqing's glass, deliberately lowering herself to display her alluring figure. Brother Yuqing, have a drink, she said, crouching with the glass nearly touching him, her skirt threatening to rise further. Shen Yuqing could not suppress a frown. The overpowering scent of her perfume was unbearable, and her provocative demeanor was unappealing. With a quiet huff, he turned and walked toward Lu Feiyue, completely disregarding Chen Nanan. He settled onto the single armchair, retrieved a cigarette, and ignited it, taking a deep drag before exhaling a thick plume of smoke, hoping to dispel the unpleasant scent of perfume lingering in the room. The fragrance worn by Jiang Yue was far more delightful, crisp and elegant, reminiscent of beautiful lilac buds, pure and romantic, deeply captivating him. Evoking a sense of nature and tranquility, he found himself yearning for her. Shen Yuqing flicked the ash from his cigarette and nodded towards Lu Feiyue. Why hasn't Xie Jiming arrived yet? Lu Feiyue, nursing a drink while casually draping an arm around a young model who had mysteriously joined them, replied, "Who knows? Maybe he fell into a dung pit. Ha ha ha." Just as Lu Feiyue was reveling in his jest about Xie Jiming, A deep voice suddenly resonated from behind. Who are you saying fell into a dung pit? Xie Jiming had just entered and caught Lu Feiyue's mocking remarks. Oh, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Lu Feiyue said, releasing the model and immediately pouring a drink for Xie Jiming. Come, let us drink. Chapter 38. The false Shen Yuqing raised his glass, signaling to Xie Jiming, who acknowledged him with a nod and strode over to the long sofa. Accepting the drink from Lu Feiyue and downing it in one go, I didn't mean to be late. I had important matters to attend to. What could be more important than our brothers' gathering? Lu Feiyue teased, reclining against the sofa. It pertains to the engagement ring for our elder brother's wedding. Xie Jiming explained, as you know, the diamond is of utmost importance. We just received news that a rare 28-carat pink diamond has been mined in South Africa. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuqing, who had been lazily slouched, instantly straightened up, focusing intently on Xie Jiming. This pink diamond is set to be auctioned. It's a rare opportunity, and my brother and sister-in-law are currently preparing for their wedding ring. And I thought this diamond would be perfect, Xie Jiming said, pulling out his phone, scrolling through the screen, and presenting a picture to Shen Yuqing. Look, this is the pink diamond. The pink diamond resembled a rose delicately blooming in the snow, its hues transitioning from light to deep, with every facet mirroring the intricate texture of rose petals, capturing light and refracting a multitude of dazzling rays, utterly enchanting. Shen Yuqing could vividly envision how radiant this diamond would appear on Jiang Yue's hand. She should be adorned in a strapless white silk gown, the hem flowing gracefully at her ankles, her bright eyes sparkling as she smiled, her playful demeanor harmonizing with the brilliance of the pink diamond. Shen Yuqing traced the image with his finger, his dark, profound gaze narrowing, a charming smile curving his lips. This is it. Let us use it for the engagement ring. Make sure to secure it for me. It might be exorbitantly priced, Xie Jiming remarked, stroking his chin as he regarded Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing took a drag from his cigarette, the smoke veiling his expression, his eyes narrowed, deep pools of darkness. Do you think I'm concerned about a trifling sum? The price is inconsequential. I must have it. Xie Jiming raised his hands in mock surrender. I suppose I was overthinking it. Seems I shouldn't spend too much time with Lu Feiyue. It has dulled my wits. Lu Feiyue, immediately taking offense, sprang to his feet. What does that have to do with me? My wits are just fine. The two fell back into their usual banter. While Shen Yuqing sipped his drink, observing their playful tussle with a detached demeanor. Meanwhile, Chan Nanan, perched at the edge of the sofa, was fixated on the image of the pink diamond, her eyes brimming with jealousy and greed. Her slender fingers clenched into a fist. Why was Jiang Yue so fortunate? Not only was she the president of the Jiang Group, but she was also marrying Shen Yuqing. She seemed to have claimed every advantage. However, she had heard whispers that their union was merely a business arrangement devoid of affection, a decision made for familial benefit. It was plausible. After all, in their circle, perfect marriages were a rarity, and true love often fell prey to the merciless chains of self-interest. The men in this realm were infamous for maintaining a facade of fidelity while indulging in affairs for power and wealth, turning a blind eye at home. Furthermore, tonight's gathering did not include Jiang Yue, only solidifying Chan Nanan's suspicions that theirs was a purely transactional relationship, devoid of genuine emotion. Her family may have been comfortably well off, but they paled in comparison to these elite families. Who wouldn't he want to ascend to greater heights? Earlier that morning, she had encountered Lu Feiyue and casually inquired about his whereabouts, not anticipating that he would be drinking with Shen Yuqing. Her heart leapt at the prospect, recognizing it as an opportunity. Lu Feiyue, with his simple-mindedness and childhood acquaintance, was easily persuaded to bring her along. This rare chance was one she had to seize. Chan Nanan rose, adjusting her skirt, her waist twisting like a graceful serpent as she approached Shen Yuqing, bending slightly to present her ample bosom as she toasted him, her eyes glinting with a barely perceptible cunning. Let me congratulate you in advance, Brother Yuqing, on your impending acquisition of the pink. She feigned stumbling as if tripped by an unseen force, her body lurching towards Shen Yuqing, her left hand flailing in a desperate attempt to steady herself, inadvertently reaching towards his thigh. Fortunately, Shen Yuqing had anticipated her move. His gaze remained calm and keen, observing her every action. As Chan Nanan pretended to stumble forward, his expression revealed no hint of alarm. Merely a glimmer of disdain and clarity, as if he had seen through her ruse. He sidestepped with agility, standing upright to evade her advance, gently pushing her away, his gaze icy and devoid of warmth. Chan Nanan did not receive the heroic rescue she had envisioned. With a thud, she fell heavily to the ground, her meticulously styled hair now a disheveled mess, the wine in her grasp splattering all over her, rendering her a pitiful sight. Nanan, are you all right? Lu Feiyue approached, concern etched on his face. Thank you, Feiyue. I'm fine, Chun Nanan replied, slowly rising with his assistance. Meanwhile, Shen Yuqing's eyes, deep and shadowy, coldly observed the scene unfold, standing silently without a trace of sympathy or intent to assist Chan Nanan. To him, the state of his suit jacket held more significance. That once pristine and tailored jacket, crafted from deep gray fabric, now bore an irregular wine stain, a glaring blemish disrupting its overall harmony. How unfortunate! The jacket was not only marred by wine, but also reeked of that woman's unpleasant perfume. Shen Yuqing's brows furrowed into a deep scowl, his eyes reflecting unmasked disdain and repulsion. Without hesitation, he discarded the jacket into the trash. He raised his gaze, coldly assessing Lu Feiyue, whose heart raced with alarm at the realization of his blunder. He should have prioritized his brother's feelings, hastily approaching him with an apologetic demeanor. Brother, are you all right? Xie Zhiming lounged on the sofa, gently swirling his glass of red wine, legs crossed, shaking his head in exasperation at Lu Feiyue's foolishness. Letting out a long sigh. How can Lu Feiyue still be so naive? He is truly lacking in discernment. That woman clearly harbors ulterior motives towards Shen Yuqing, aiming to elevate her status. Yet he foolishly rushed to her aid. Shen Yuqing was already irritated, and seeing his brother's obliviousness only fueled his anger. Chapter 39. True brotherhood. Shen Yuqing's gaze was intense, his demeanor exuding a chilling aura. In the future, do not bring any unsavory characters around. It's bad luck. With that, he lifted his chin slightly, his eyes as frigid as a deep well, sweeping over Chan Nanan's face. Under his scrutiny, she involuntarily shivered, quickly lowering her voice to apologize. I'm sorry, Brother Yuqing, it was unintentional. I will compensate you for the suit. Please don't be angry. Shen Yuqing scoffed, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. Casting a sidelong glance at Lu Feiyue, I'm leaving. This won't happen again. He turned and strode towards the exit. Hey, don't go. This was my oversight. Please wait for me. Lu Feiyue hurriedly followed Shen Yuqing, offering profuse apologies. Xie Zhiming trailed closely behind. As he reached Chan Nanan's side, he paused, casting her a scornful glance. If it's not yours, don't covet it. Have some self-awareness. With that, Xie Zhiming exited with a flourish. Disregarding Chan Nanan entirely at that moment, Chan Nanan was covered in dirt, her hair matted with dust, her body still stained with wine, biting her lip in frustration as she paced the room. She was unwilling to accept defeat. She had to devise a plan to create a second opportunity or sow discord between Shen Yuqing and Jiang Yue. Thereby allowing her to slip into the GAP. It was evident that she had acted too hastily tonight, provoking such a strong reaction from Shen Yuqing. After all, they were in public, amidst a crowd of onlookers. Maintaining the facade of harmony between the Shen and Jiang families was essential. Outright rejecting an eager woman was the expected course of action. It seemed imperative to first address the situation with Jiang Yue. Chen Nanan halted her steps, narrowing her eyes, fixating on the trash bin where Shen Yuqing had carelessly discarded his suit jacket. As Shen Yuqing exited the venue, he had just retrieved his car keys from his pocket when Lu Feiyue pressed a hand on his arm. Brother, I'm truly sorry this time. I apologize. Please don't be upset, Lu Feiyue insisted, rubbing his hands together, sincerity reflected in his eyes. Shen Yuqing leaned against the car, his arms crossed over his chest, a look of keen interest adorning his face. Go on, tell me how you intend to make amends. It was a rare occasion for Lu Feiyue to deliver himself at Shen Yuqing's doorstep, and thus, Shen Yuqing was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. Relishing the chance to tease him thoroughly, I heard you recently auctioned off a bottle of Romani Conti from the 1930s, Xie Zhiming chimed in, embellishing the narrative. Such a fine treasure should undoubtedly be shared with a brother. As a means of making amends, it couldn't be better. However, that was purchased on behalf of my father, Lu Feiyue replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping across his face as he scratched his head. If my brother wants to indulge, I could sneak some out from my father's winery. Without hesitation, Lu Feiyue rolled up his sleeves, his expression reminiscent of a warrior preparing for battle. For the sake of a good brother, he would brave fire and water. What was a mere theft of his father's fine wine? Xie Jiming could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter. Liu Feiyue furrowed his brow, looking at Xie Jiming with confusion, his gaze seemingly questioning why he found this so amusing. This was a serious matter. If his father discovered it, Liu Feiyue would certainly face the consequences. I was just teasing you. Did you take it to heart? Shen Yuqing patted Liu Feiyue on the shoulder. Since we haven't had enough to drink yet, let South go to your place and raid your collection. Instantly, Liu Feiyue breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't have to steal his father's Romani Conti, he was free to indulge in his own stock. All right, tonight we shall drink until we're inebriated. On the other hand, Zhang Yue, after finishing work, drove swiftly to Yi Xiaoxiao's new abode. Yi Xiaoxiao's latest residence was nestled within an old neighborhood, located on the 3rd Ring Road. The rent was steep, yet it was conveniently close to the newspaper office where she worked. She had previously suggested to Yi Xiaoxiao the option of residing in one of her properties, as she owned 7 or 8, all situated within the 2nd Ring Road, each a luxurious mansion in its own right. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiaoxiao had declined. I cannot afford that. As a mere employee at a newspaper, living in a top-tier mansion within the 2nd Ring would certainly raise eyebrows among my colleagues, who would surely think I'm being kept by a wealthy benefactor. Indeed, you are being kept by a wealthy benefactor, albeit a female one, Zhang Yue replied with a gentle smile. The two exchanged playful banter. Yet in the end, Yi Xiaoxiao remained resolute in her decision to rent. Zhang Yue respected her choice. A Maserati MC20 pulled into the aged complex, where the buildings were mostly low-rise structures with elevators. Their exteriors faded over time. Within the courtyard, a few weathered benches and stone tables were scattered about, where elderly residents basked in the sun. Upon seeing a sports car enter, they collectively turned their heads to watch. Zhang Yue gracefully opened the car door, her long legs stepping out elegantly, her black high heels firmly planted on the ground. Her lustrous black hair danced lightly in the breeze as she pulled out her phone to call Yi Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, I've arrived. Which building are you in? Why? You're here so quickly. Just a moment. I'll come down to greet you. Yi Xiaoxiao responded before hanging up. After a brief wait, Zhang Yue casually glanced up and her gaze collided with Yi Xiaoxiao, who had just appeared. Their faces lit up with expressions of delight. Yi Xiaoxiao excitedly leaped into Zhang Yue's arms, hugging her tightly. Why? It's been ages. How are you still so beautiful? Zhang Yue reciprocated the embrace. You looking lovely as well. Yi Xiaoxiao released Zhang Yue, cupping her face in her hands, examining her closely. Indeed, a married woman's beauty shines differently. Look at that fair, rosy complexion. It's utterly enviable. Have you been exercising well in the evenings? Yi Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, her eyes twinkling with mischief. A playful grin adorning her lips, a faint blush crept onto Zhang Yue's cheeks, her gaze flickering as she swiftly changed the subject. Aren't you supposed to be organizing your home? Let us head upstairs. Yi Xiaoxiao lived on the 7th floor, and they quickly ascended in the elevator. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a petite yet tidy entryway. A round mirror hung on the wall, perfect for last-minute grooming, while a simple yet practical shoe cabinet held an assortment of shoes, ensuring the entrance remained orderly. In the living room, though the space was compact, it was decorated with a warm ambience. A soft gray sofa beckoned, adorned with several brightly colored cushions. In front of the sofa stood a small wooden coffee table, upon which lay a bouquet of fresh flowers, exuding a delicate fragrance. Chapter 40. The god of wealth. Zhang Yue entered the living room and promptly sank into the sofa, her hand caressing the soft fabric. Xiaoxiao, I didn't expect you to have such a cozy setup. As Yi Xiaoxiao picked up a cardboard box from the entrance and walked towards the living room, she heard Zhang Yue's praise, lifting her head with a smile of pride. You should consider who resides here. My standards for home are quite high. Though it may be small and expensive, it is my home, and it must be beautifully arranged. Yi Xiaoxiao had always maintained high standards for her quality of life. Even in an 80-square-meter apartment, she treated it with care and diligence, meticulously completing the decor. This was something Zhang Yue deeply admired about her. I could never achieve such meticulous decoration and arrangement. Zhang Yue said languidly, reclining on the sofa. What would you know about doing it yourself? The esteemed President Jiang could simply place a call, and a line of people would come to organize it for you. You would merely need to oversee while they brought you refreshments. Would you serve me water? Jiang Yue sat up straight, resting her chin on her hands, a playful glint in her eyes as she gazed at Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao hastily set down the box and clapped her hands. Look at me, so preoccupied with the boxes that I forgot to get you a drink. Just a moment. I'll fetch it. What boxes? Do you have more to organize? Jiang Yue rose from the sofa and approached Yi Xiaoxiao. Let us tidy up together quickly. Oh no, I can't possibly allow you to help, Yi Xiaoxiao insisted. Swiftly pushing Jiang Yue back onto the sofa and shaking her head. You should just sit. You are the guest here to celebrate my move, and besides, your hands are golden, having signed billion-dollar deals. How could they be put to such use? Yi Xiaoxiao gently touched Jiang Yue's hands with the affection of one cherishing a beloved treasure. These hands must be well protected. They are responsible for bringing me the big TV. Jiang Yue instantly felt goosebumps, playfully poking Yi Xiaoxiao on the forehead. All right, flirtation aside, I'll fetch my own drink. You handle the boxes. Jiang Yue stood and walked to the island counter, pouring herself a glass of water while her gaze drifted toward the large television in the center of the living room. Since this was a housewarming occasion, Jiang Yue had prepared a gift for Yi Xiaoxiao in advance, asking her what she desired. Upon hearing the question, Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if a god of wealth had appeared before her. Could I wish for a big television? You know my two hobbies are writing and gaming. Now that writing is work, gaming is my only leisure. If I had a super large screen television for gaming, it would be utterly delightful. Yi Xiaoxiao clasped her hands together, gazing at Jiang Yue with reverence. Jiang Yue raised an eyebrow, promptly ordering an 85-inch television to be delivered to Yi Xiaoxiao's home. As Yi Xiaoxiao beheld the immense television, she was instantly awestruck. She had anticipated a large screen, yet this exceeded her expectations. She immediately checked the price on her phone, realizing it equaled her monthly salary. That evening, Yi Xiaoxiao posted a photo on her social media, proclaiming, "A gift from the God of Wealth. May the God of Wealth visit my home daily." Indeed, the God of Wealth had come today. And Yi Xiaoxiao was determined to treat her benefactor well. How could she possibly allow the God of Wealth to toil? Yi Xiaoxiao moved all the boxes into the living room and sat upon the soft, comfortable carpet, beginning her simple organization. After finishing her drink, Jiang Yue joined Yi Xiaoxiao on the floor, reaching into the boxes to sift through the contents. Oh, isn't this the gold medal we won in the 4x100-meter relay at the university sports meet? I can't believe you still have it. Jiang Yue held the medal, examining it closely. She and Yi Xiaoxiao had met during their university years, sharing the same major and class. During the introductory self-presentation in their freshman year, Yi Xiaoxiao had showcased her vibrant personality. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Xiaoxiao, but you can call me Xiao Xiao. Feel free to invite me for barbecues or karaoke. Although I'm called Xiao Xiao, my appetite is quite substantial, comparable to that of a chancellor. As soon as she finished speaking, laughter erupted from her classmates, applause ringing out in approval. I hope to receive everyone's support moving forward, Yi Xiaoxiao said with a bow, her radiant smile lighting up the room as she stepped down from the podium. Jiang Yue, seated among the audience, was one of those who had found Yi Xiaoxiao's wit utterly charming. She thought to herself, Yi Xiaoxiao is so interesting, so lively, so confident, so expressive, unbothered by the gaze of others, bravely showcasing herself. This is what I aspired to be, though they were in the same class. Jiang Yue and Yi Xiaoxiao did not become close immediately. The true catalyst for their deep friendship came during the school sports meet. At that time, there was a women's 4x100-meter relay race, and many girls in their class had signed up for other events, making it challenging to fill the relay team. Yi Xiaoxiao, serving as a class committee member responsible for the event, looked at the list of participants for the women's relay with a furrowed brow. Even with me included, we still need one more person. What should I do? Yi Xiaoxiao pondered, biting on the cap of her pin, her fingers pressed against her temples as she contemplated who else could join. Yi Xiaoxiao glanced up and discovered Jiang Yue diligently studying in the classroom. In an instant, her eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a hunter spotting her prey. Wei, I've finally found you. Jiang Yue paused, lifting her pin and furrowing her brow as she glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao. What's wrong? What has happened? Yi Xiaoxiao hurriedly took a seat beside her, gripping her hands tightly, her voice trembling with emotion. Only you can assist me now. Speak, and I shall listen. Whatever I can do, I will certainly help. Jiang Yue, having few friends in university and lacking the courage to reach out, felt compelled to assist as Yi Xiaoxiao sought her help. I just hope you can participate in the women's 4x100-meter relay, Yi Xiaoxiao implored. But I'm not athletic. I fear I won't perform well and will hold you back, Jiang Yue responded softly. It's all right, just participating is what matters, Yi Xiaoxiao reassured her, patting her shoulder. The essence of the competition lies in participation. The true victory is our unity and collective effort towards a common goal. Don't overthink it, just go for it. Ultimately, through Yi Xiaoxiao's persuasive eloquence and gentle coaxing, Jiang Yue consented to join the race. Seeing her agreement, Yi Xiaoxiao leapt with joy, swiftly pulling out her phone to add Jiang Yue's name to the relay team roster. Chapter 41. School Sports Day. Since confirming Jiang Yue's participation in the relay, Yi Xiaoxiao took it upon herself to train with her daily, ensuring they attended classes together and shared meals. Remaining inseparable throughout the day, a natural beauty aficionado, Yi Xiaoxiao had long been captivated by Jiang Yue's appearance, and this school sports event presented the perfect opportunity to forge a friendship. With Yi Xiaoxiao's amiable nature, she effortlessly enlivened the atmosphere, and Jiang Yue found great comfort in her company, leading to a gradual blossoming of camaraderie filled with playful banter. As the days passed, Jiang Yue, Yi Xiaoxiao, and their two teammates diligently practiced the relay each evening, their enthusiasm far exceeding that of other classes. After all, the early bird catches the worm, especially given Jiang Yue's notably sluggish pace. They had prepared themselves to accept finishing last as a possibility. Jiang Yue had been the cherished darling of her family, and any form of physical labor was foreign to her. If she wanted grapes, her brother would peel them for her. If she craved fried dumplings from Suji in the morning, her father would rise at 5 to drive and buy them. On one occasion, when the school organized an activity where children and parents planted vegetables in the school garden, her parents deemed it too dirty and laborious, instead setting up a small tent by the garden filled with fruits, drinks, and snacks, allowing Jiang Yue to rest and play while they did the labor themselves. Under such meticulous care from her family, Jiang Yue grew into a paragon of virtue and intellect, albeit lacking in physical prowess. Let us conclude our practice here for today, Yi Xiaoxiao called, gathering everyone together. Tomorrow is the competition, do not overthink it. Focus on completing each baton handoff safely, and even if we finish last, be proud of yourselves. As the school sports day commenced, all classes gathered on the field for warm-up exercises. Soon, it was time for the women's 4x100-meter relay. The first and second legs were run by their two other teammates, while Jiang Yue would take the third leg, and Yi Xiaoxiao would anchor the final leg. With their hands stacked together, Yi Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, inhaling deeply before shouting, 1, 2, 3, let us go. After the pep talk, they took their positions. Jiang Yue squeezed her fingertips, taking deep breaths to calm herself, readying her movements. She lifted her gaze and caught sight of Yi Xiaoxiao giving her a thumbs up, her expression seemingly conveying, Wei Wei, you can do it. Jiang Yue nodded in acknowledgement, her demeanor shifting to one of determination. She understood her limitations, yet Yi Xiaoxiao and their teammates had never complained about her speed. Instead, they consistently praised her baton exchanges and swift starts. Therefore, she resolved to give her all in this race. Bang! The race commenced. The first and second legs went exceptionally well, with smooth baton exchanges, placing them in second position. When the baton was handed to Jiang Yue, she seized it confidently and sprinted ahead. Her legs propelled her with newfound vigor, and thanks to the substantial lead established by her teammates, even as the gap narrowed, she maintained a clear advantage. However, the distance to the first-place runner was still significant. Jiang Yue relentlessly pursued the leader, sweat stinging her eyes, but her singular focus remained. Run. Just as she thought she could not catch up, a miracle unfolded. The leading team fumbled their baton, causing it to drop. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yue surged forward, surpassing the first runner and securely passing the baton to Yi Xiaoxiao. With a swift motion, Yi Xiaoxiao launched herself forward, her face a portrait of determination as she crossed the finish line first. They had won. The team embraced one another, reveling in the joy of their triumph. This commemorative medal must be cherished and preserved, Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed as she took the medal from Jiang Yue, draping it around her neck. Look, isn't it magnificent? First place. This is my first and only time winning a relay race. Haha. Indeed, I never expected us to win. Luck is indeed a part of skill. It was your good fortune, Wei Wei, that allowed you to seize the opportunity and overtake the competition, Yi Xiaoxiao remarked, affectionately ruffling Jiang Yue's cheek. It seems you are not only a bringer of wealth, but also a little lucky star. With such beauty, it's almost unfair. Having the chance to appreciate your enchanting face up close is a small consolation for me. Enough of that. Let us tidy up if we don't hurry. We want tea finish before dark, Jiang Yue replied, helping her unpack the boxes. The two swiftly completed the task. Thank you, Wei Wei, that I'm so grateful to have you here. We finished in no time. Yi Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude. Just a small gesture. It's my first time packing, and I found it quite enjoyable. Your first time packing. This statement struck Yi Xiaoxiao deeply. Indeed, as a pampered young lady, Jiang Yue had been sheltered from such chores her entire life. And now, with her added title as the young mistress of the Shin family, she was even more precious. Realizing she had made the young lady work, Yi Xiaoxiao felt guilty. She lowered her head, contemplating her conscience, before rising to address Jiang Yue. Wei Wei, let us go out for hot pot tonight. Sounds great. I haven't had hot pot in ages, Jiang Yue replied, rising from the sofa. Shall we wash the vegetables together? No, you sit down, Yi Xiaoxiao insisted, pressing Jiang Yue firmly back onto the sofa. You've already been a great help with the boxes. How could I let you wash vegetables? Look at your delicate, fair hands. If you accidentally bump into something in the kitchen, I fear Shen Yuqing would come after me with a 40-meter-long knife. He.S. not that terrifying. He.S. very gentle. Jiang Yue's tone softened as she spoke of Shen Yuqing, her expression warm and slightly bashful. He.S. not frightening, but I am, Yi Xiaoxiao interjected, seizing the opportunity to dash into the kitchen and shut the door behind her. Wei Wei, you just relax outside. I'll handle the kitchen. You can look forward to a delicious meal. Before long, the sounds of washing and chopping filled the kitchen. Jiang Yue contemplated helping but quickly realized she had never set foot in a kitchen or cooked before. So she decided against it. Let Xiaoxiao handle it. This way, we can eat sooner. Chapter 42. Come pick me up. Yi Xiaoxiao swiftly prepared the ingredients, kicking open the kitchen door and announcing, Wei Wei, dinner is served. Great! Jiang Yue approached the dining table, where the hot pot was bubbling away, steam wafting. They had chosen a classic Yinyang hot pot, one side red and spicy, the other a nourishing mushroom and black-bone chicken broth. Jiang Yue leaned down to take a whiff, the spicy aroma hitting her senses and whetting her appetite. Hastily, she sat down and kindly arranged chopsticks for Yi Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, the pot is boiling. Let us eat. With that, they began adding ingredients to the pot. Both Yi Xiaoxiao and Jiang Yue favored the spicy broth, unable to resist its allure. Yi Xiaoxiao was particularly adept at handling spice, predominantly opting for the fiery broth, while Jiang Yue, although fond of spicy food, could only tolerate a hint of heat. Before long, she surrendered to the comforting embrace of the mushroom broth. Wow, this is so spicy and exhilarating, Jiang Yue exclaimed. Her nose flushed from the heat, her eyes shimmering with tears. It was clear the spice had taken its toll. Even her ears tinged with red. Take it easy. There's plenty of meat left. Yi Xiaoxiao offered, pulling some tissues from the box and handing them to Jiang Yue. If it's too spicy, switch to the mushroom broth. Jiang Yue extended her hand to take the tissue, dabbing at her flushed nose. It's nothing. I can still eat. It's the spice that truly excites me. Would you care for a drink? We have beer, liquor, and fruit wine. Yi Xiaoxiao rose, opened the refrigerator, and glanced back at Jiang Yue. Unfortunately, the red wine you adore isn't here. Should I go out and procure a bottle? Jiang Yue waved her hand dismissively. No need for such trouble. I won't be drinking tonight. Why not? Yi Xiaoxiao inquired. Puzzled that I have to drive home, how could I possibly drink? Jiang Yue rested her chin on her hand and replied. Have your husband come to pick you up? He has plans tonight with his friends? Jiang Yue stated. Well, that's unfortunate. Itsa given that men gather to smoke and drink, Yi Xiaoxiao remarked, retrieving a bottle of coconut juice from the fridge and placing it before Jiang Yue. It seems tonight we must settle for coconut juice for our dear Wei Wei. With a pop, Jiang Yue opened the can of coconut juice, raising it with a smile, her eyes slightly glimmering with warmth, and tilted her head towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Cheers! To celebrate your new home. Cheers! The two of them drank heartily, exchanging smiles, as they savored the hot pot. Their conversation meandered from university days to the chaotic experience of writing their theses, to late-night escapades scaling walls for barbecues, ultimately leading Yi Xiaoxiao to lament about her detestable ex-boyfriend from college. How could men be so despicable? I treated him so well, Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, the liquor fueling her indignation. He graduated without a job, and I let him live rent-free in my apartment. I worked all day and came home to cook for him, and he actually cheated on me. I should have slapped him harder back then. Yi Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury. My youth was truly wasted. After saying this, Yi Xiaoxiao took another generous swig of liquor, her cheeks now adorned with a rosy hue, her gaze becoming slightly hazy. So Wei Wei, men must be kept in check, and their words can't be taken at face value. Yi Xiaoxiao let out a long belch before continuing. Of course, your husband is different, she said, giving a thumbs up. You need not worry about him lying. He probably finds it a nuisance and a waste of time. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yue smiled and nodded. I trust him. 2 hours later. As the clock struck 10, both women had finished their meal and lay back on the sofa, resting. Yi Xiaoxiao rubbed her round belly, exclaiming, hot pot is simply delightful. I am truly stuffed. Another belch escaped her lips. And Zhang Yue chuckled, covering her mouth, then reached down to caress Yi Xiaoxiao's belly. You look well. How many months along are you? Yi Xiaoxiao gently brushed Zhang Yue's hand away, gazing enviously at her slender figure. How is it that you maintain such a great physique? You can eat as much as you like without gaining weight. It's utterly enviable. Leaning against Zhang Yue's shoulder, Yi Xiaoxiao yawned. Wei Wei, are you staying over tonight? I can't. I must go back, Zhang Yue replied without a moment's hesitation. I fear Shen Yuqing might have had a drink tonight. I need to return, Dado dear. How could I forget that you are married? Yi Xiaoxiao blinked mischievously, a sly smile gracing her lips. I wouldn't want to take up too much of your time. I'm afraid your husband might be grumbling about me behind your back. Ha ha ha. Not at all. Zhang Yue began to retort when her phone rang. She picked it up to see it was a call from Shen Yuqing. Zhang Yue exchanged a glance with Yi Xiaoxiao before answering. Darling, what's the matter? She asked. Are you free? Come pick me up. I've had a drink. Shen Yuqing's voice was low and languid, tinged with a hint of fatigue. Okay, Zhang Yue replied with a smile. Nodding, I'll send you the address via WeChat. Shen Yuqing hung up, and Lu Feiyue, setting down his drink, looked at Shen Yuqing with a mischievous grin. A group of men gathered, and simply drinking became rather dull, prompting Lu Feiyue to suggest a game of poker, where the loser not only had to drink but also had their face decorated with doodles by the winner. Ironically, despite being the one to propose the game, Lu Feiyue ended up losing the most, with Shen Yuqing triumphing every time. Lu Feiyue's face became a canvas of vibrant colors, every inch adorned with whimsical and humorous designs that perfectly reflected his character. In the final round, whether due to intoxication or fatigue, Shen Yuqing unexpectedly lost, and Lu Feiyue was the victor. As Lu Feiyue picked up the brush, a devilish grin on his face, Shen Yuqing shot him a piercing glare. Lu Feiyue felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, timidly saying, Brother, a deal's a deal. Please, don't look at me with those terrifying eyes. I'm afraid. Understanding Shen Yuqing's temperament, Lu Feiyue feared that if he left any marks on Shen Yuqing's face tonight, he might not see the dawn of the next day. Chapter 43. Pretending to be drunk after much contemplation. Considering his own happiness, Lu Feiyue ultimately set down the brush, raising his eyebrows as a clever idea struck him. Brother, I know you wouldn't want to be painted, given your handsome visage. I too would feel guilty to mar it. How about this? You merely pretend to be drunk and call your wife to come pick you up. What punishment is that? Shen Yuqing raised an eyebrow, his hand lazily resting on the arm of the sofa. His demeanor calm and unruffled. You must not let your wife realize you are inebriated. She must support you as you walk, Lu Feiyue suggested, while Xie Jiming observed leisurely, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. This punishment was neither trivial nor overly severe. It all hinged on Shen Yuqing's acting skills and Zhang Yue's strength, as she would need to assist him. After all, it would be somewhat taxing for both Lu Feiyue and him to manage Shen Yuqing together. Let alone for Zhang Yue, with her delicate frame. Lu Feiyue's scheme was ruthless, targeting Shen Yuqing through his woman, aiming to stir his emotions. Surprisingly, Lu Feiyue displayed a moment of brilliance, and Xie Jiming nodded in silent approval, discreetly giving Lu Feiyue a thumbs up. Shen Yuqing swirled the drink in his glass, a faint smile playing on his lips, seemingly touched by a hint of intoxication. All right. Thus, Shen Yuqing agreed to accept Lu Feiyue's lighthearted punishment. Leading to the recent phone call scene, Zhang Yue bid farewell to Yi Xiaoxiao and awaited the arrival of her driver at the foot of her apartment building. She had intended to drive herself to pick up Shen Yuqing, but since she was in a sports car, which offered limited space, she feared it might be uncomfortable for him. Hence, she called their family driver. A Maybach soon came to a stop outside the building. The driver exited, opened the rear door, and bowed slightly. "Madam, please step inside." Jiang Yue entered the vehicle, placing her bag down. "Let us go," she instructed. The driver nodded, starting the engine and heading toward Lu Feiyue's residence. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Lu Feiyue's sprawling villa. The driver opened the door for Jiang Yue, who stepped out into the cool evening breeze that ruffled her hair. Just as she was about to send a message to Shen Yuqing to inform him of her arrival, she heard a voice ahead. "Sister-in-law, you're here." Jiang Yue tucked her phone away and looked up to see Lu Feiyue, accompanied by another individual, who was not Shen Yuqing. "Hello, sister-in-law. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Xie Jiming. Your brother must have mentioned me." "Yes, hello," Jiang Yue replied politely, nodding. She tucked a stray hair behind her ear and glanced towards the back, searching for Shen Yuqing. "Where is he? Why hasn't he come out?" He's a bit drunk and seems to have fallen asleep," Lu Feiyue fibbed without a hint of shame. "We tried to help him up, but he wouldn't budge. When we made an effort, he threw a punch at us. We were utterly helpless. It seems you'll have to check on him yourself." Both Lu Feiyue and Xie Jiming raised their hands in surrender, indicating their inability to assist. "All right, I'll go take a look." Jiang Yue followed Lu Feiyue into the villa. Upon entering, she spotted Shen Yuqing sprawled on the sofa in the living room. Jiang Yue hurried over, kneeling beside the sofa. Her gaze fixed on Shen Yuqing. He lay back with one hand shielding his eyes, the other dangling off the edge of the sofa, his complexion slightly flushed. "Yuqing, I've come to take you home," she whispered softly in his ear. However, Shen Yuqing merely mumbled a faint acknowledgement. Remaining utterly still, it appeared he had truly fallen asleep, and Jiang Yue hesitated to rouse him. Turning to Lu Feiyue and Xie Jiming, she sought their assistance. "Could you help me? It's quite challenging to lift him on my own." Initially, Lu Feiyue intended to refuse, but a fleeting glance caught the sharp, cold glare from Shen Yuqing's slightly opened eyes, which seemed to carry a warning. If he didn't help, there would be consequences. Though Lu Feiyue was timid, he quickly stepped forward to lend a hand, with Xie Jiming following suit. Before long, Jiang Yue had Shen Yuqing's arm draped over her shoulder, her other arm securely around his waist. His torso was firm and toned, emanating strength, particularly noticeable in the evening hours. However, at this moment, Jiang Yue found his hard abs rather uncomfortable, making it challenging for her to leverage any strength. Jiang Yue took a deep breath, exerting her strength in her legs, and successfully lifted Shen Yuqing. Taking the first step, Lu Feiyue and Xie Jiming were both astonished. Their eyes wide open, expressions of disbelief etched on their faces. They had not anticipated that their sister-in-law possessed such prowess, capable of shouldering Shen Yuqing. Initially, they had thought that if Jiang Yue couldn't manage it, it would simply be a trivial punishment. To their utter surprise, Jiang Yue exhibited immense strength, truly deserving of being the elder brother's woman and the president of the Jiang Group. A formidable woman indeed. Under their watchful eyes, Jiang Yue carried Shen Yuqing a few meters, nearing the door when suddenly, her foot stumbled over something, causing her to lose her balance. In that critical moment, her thoughts were not of herself, but rather of ensuring Shen Yuqing did not get hurt. She swiftly adjusted her posture, cradling Shen Yuqing in her arms, her back facing the ground, tightly shutting her eyes, bracing for the impending impact with the earth. However, after a moment of waiting, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, her body felt as though it were suspended in midair, with a pair of broad hands securely embracing her slender waist. Jiang Yue opened her eyes, only to find herself gazing into Shen Yuqing's deep, expressive eyes. There was a fleeting mix of concern and relief in his gaze, quickly replaced by a hazy intoxication that Jiang Yue failed to notice. "Wei, are you all right?" Shen Yuqing steadied Jiang Yue, ensuring she stood firmly on her feet, inspecting her for any injuries. Jiang Yue gently shook her head, her cherry-red lips forming a slight pout as she reached up to caress Shen Yuqing's face, her eyes reflecting genuine worry that you're awake. "How do you feel? Does your head hurt?" "After drinking so much, I'm fine. You need not worry," Shen Yuqing replied, grasping Jiang Yue's hand that rested on his cheek, enveloping it firmly within his palm as he led her away. "It's quite late. Let us return to him," Jiang Yue replied, tilting her head to offer Shen Yuqing a radiant smile, reminiscent of the stars twinkling in the night sky, prompting him to grip her hand even tighter as they strolled out of the villa. Their fingers intertwined. Lu Feiyue and Xie Jiming exchanged bewildered glances, incredulous at the revelation that their sister-in-law had failed to discern that their elder brother was merely pretending. Could it be that she didn't realize he was acting? Lu Feiyue exclaimed in disbelief. Xie Jiming, seemingly enlightened, nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps this is the power of love. Then this wager is mine to claim, Lu Feiyue declared proudly, for our elder brother stood up and walked without her constant support. Xie Jiming cast a sidelong glance at Lu Feiyue, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, laden with sarcasm. And what of it? You never specified what the consequences of losing would be. Lu Feiyue was struck dumb, his expression akin to that of someone struck by lightning, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. So I've labored for nothing, without gaining any benefit. Xie Jiming patted Lu Feiyue on the shoulder. Go home and rest. In dreams, anything is possible. But I'm at home now, Lu Feiyue muttered. Meanwhile, Shen Yuqing and Jiang Yue walked side by side. Jiang Yue's gaze was gently lowered, her attention softly resting on their intertwined fingers. The warmth radiating from their clasped hands flowed through her arms and into her heart. A subtle smile graced her lips, first a faint, bashful curve, akin to petals blooming in early spring, delicate yet tinged with a hint of trepidation. Before long, they arrived at the car, and the driver swiftly opened the rear door for them. Shen Yuqing released Jiang Yue's hand, placing his own against the car roof for support, his form slightly swaying. Eyes glazed with a hint of inebriation. His voice, laced with a hoarse languor, floated like a cloud, devoid of his usual sharpness. Princess, please get in the car. Jiang Yue was taken aback, her face flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, as she hurriedly averted her gaze and climbed into the vehicle. Shen Yuqing followed suit, his demeanor remaining utterly unaffected, maintaining an expression that was faintly lazy yet composed. The driver, adhering to professional decorum, kept his head lowered until they were both seated, before starting the car to head home, his expression blank as if he were a robot. Even so, Jiang Yue couldn't shake off the embarrassment from Shen Yuqing's earlier remark. She never anticipated that a drunken Shen Yuqing would behave in such an unabashed manner. Outside the window, the shifting shadows danced by, while Jiang Yue feigned indifference, her peripheral vision glued to Shen Yuqing. He had closed his eyes, his profile sharply defined, the high bridge of his nose etching a resolute contour, his slightly pursed lips emanating an air of sternness. What are you looking at? Shen Yuqing suddenly opened his eyes. A subtle smile flickering at the corners of his mouth as he cleared his throat, his voice carrying the lazy drawl of someone just roused from slumber, turning to fix his gaze directly upon Jiang Yue. In nothing, she stammered, hastily averting her eyes, her fingertips instinctively tensing. I was just wondering if you were asleep. The mirth in Shen Yuqing's eyes was unmistakable, akin to a cunning fox who had cornered its prey. Even if I wish to sleep, I find it difficult, especially with someone's gaze so fervent that it is hard to ignore. Jiang Yue's cheeks flushed a deep shade of crimson, reminiscent of a ripe peach. As she murmured defensively, my gaze is not that fervent. You're just drunk and mistaken. Yet her fidgeting fingers and the heat radiating from her ears betrayed her flustered state. Shen Yuqing leaned in slightly, his arm draped casually over the back of Jiang Yue's seat, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Perhaps you're right. I might be a bit intoxicated, he teased, the inflection in his voice rising playfully, causing the temperature within the car to rise abruptly, making Jiang Yue's heart race uncontrollably. Shen Yuqing was too close for comfort, leaving Jiang Yue breathless. She placed her hands against his shoulders, gently pushing him away, suddenly noticing he was dressed only in a white shirt, devoid of his suit jacket. Did you leave your jacket at the villa? Should we go back for it? Jiang Yue inquired. No need. It got stained with alcohol, so I discarded it. Shen Yuqing replied nonchalantly. He spoke the truth, but not about the villa. It had been lost at the previous venue. Shen Yuqing chose not to burden Jiang Yue with the details of the earlier events. Deeming them inconsequential, Jiang Yue thought little of it, recognizing that Shen Yuqing was not lacking in wealth, with an entire wardrobe filled with high-end custom suits, so losing a jacket was no great matter. Before long, they returned home. Shen Yuqing loosened his tie, collapsing heavily onto the sofa, which sank beneath his weight. He reclined against the backrest, propping his feet on the coffee table. Jiang Yue approached the kitchen island, poured a glass of warm water, and presented it to Shen Yuqing, speaking softly. Drink some water first. I'll prepare a hangover soup for you shortly. Shen Yuqing's tousled hair fell over his forehead, his eyes deep and bright, gazing gently and intently at Jiang Yue. After a moment, he accepted the glass, parting his lips. All right, now you should take a shower to unwind. Once you're done, you can drink, Jiang Yue suggested before turning towards the kitchen. Shen Yuqing set the glass on the coffee table, swiftly grasping Jiang Yue's arm. With a gentle tug, she lost her balance and fell onto his sturdy lap. A mischievous smile spread across Shen Yuqing's face as he wrapped his arm around her waist. Pulling her closer, his warm breath caressing her ear as he whispered, "Shall we shower together?" His fingers lightly traced her waist, eyes sparkling with playful mischief. Jiang Yue felt a rush of warmth flood her cheeks, turning them a vivid shade of red. She hastily lowered her gaze, her long lashes fluttering like the wings of a startled butterfly. Struggling to escape Shen Yuqing's embrace, her hands felt weak, only able to rest feebly against his chest, where the steady rhythm of his heartbeat further agitated her own. Biting her lip, she stammered, "Do that." Her voice was scarcely louder than a whisper, trembling slightly, as she dared not meet Shen Yuqing's gaze. Overwhelmed by shyness, Shen Yuqing intended only to tease Jiang Yue, but the sight of her blushing beauty ignited a fire within him. Just as he was on the brink of losing control, the ringing of a phone interrupted them. It was Jiang Yue's phone. Shen Yuqing paused momentarily, allowing Jiang Yue to slip from his grasp and retreat to answer the call. He watched the empty space beside him with a resigned smile. Shaking his head lightly, his gaze lingering on Jiang Yue as he slowly rose to head towards the bathroom. There would be plenty of time ahead. One day, they would shower together. Chapter 45. Hangover soup. Upon entering the kitchen, Jiang Yue answered the phone. "Hello, Xiao Xiao, what's up? Is there something you need?" "Nothing much, just wanted to check if you made it home. I didn't see you reply to my message, so I thought I'd call." Yi Xiao Xiao replied that we're home now. "You needn't worry," Jiang Yue said, twirling a strand of hair around her finger while glancing in Shen Yuqing's direction. Remembering her intention to make hangover soup, she quickly asked Yi Xiao Xiao. "Xiao Xiao, how do you prepare that hangover soup?" "Oh wow, look who's becoming a virtuous wife, heading in the direction of domesticity. Is this the same Jiang Yue I know, who wouldn't lift a finger?" Yi Xiao Xiao teased. Jiang Yue murmured softly, "Things are different now. After all, I'm married, and I need to understand the basics." Yi Xiao Xiao knew that if she continued to tease Jiang Yue, she would soon become so shy that she would want to burrow into the ground. "All right, let me tell you how to make the hangover soup." Jiang Yue hurriedly took out a notebook and began to jot down the instructions. After hanging up on Yi Xiao Xiao, Jiang Yue rolled up her sleeves and commenced the practical phase. Pulling out the ingredients from the cupboard one by one, her gaze was focused as she sliced the ginger into thin strips, her movements swift yet tinged with a hint of urgency. Shen Yuqing soon finished his shower, casually drying his damp hair with a towel. Wrapped in a bathrobe, the sash loosely tied around his waist, he made his way to the dining room and sat down. "You out of the shower just in time. The hangover soup is ready. Come and have a taste," Jiang Yue said, carefully presenting a steaming bowl of soup in front of Shen Yuqing. A faint smile playing on her lips, Shen Yuqing accepted the bowl, taking a delicate sip, warmth flooding through him. Clearing his mind considerably, however, he detected a slightly burnt flavor upon tasting, and while his brow furrowed momentarily, he quickly relaxed, stifling his reaction so that Jiang Yue wouldn't see through his facade. "How is it? Tasty?" Jiang Yue asked, leaning over the table, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Quite good," Shen Yuqing lied, not wanting to upset her. "That's great, drink more. There's plenty left, I'll refill it for you when you're done," Jiang Yue replied. "There's no need to drink so much," Shen Yuqing said, his gaze evasive as he ruffled his hair. "Why not? Isn't it good to drink more?" Jiang Yue squinted her eyes, catching on to Shen Yuqing's discomfort. She seized the bowl in front of her and swiftly took a sip. "Wait," Shen Yuqing tried to stop her, but it was too late. Jiang Yue had already downed it. "Ugh, yuck. This tastes awful." Jiang Yue spat out several mouthfuls, her brows knitting tightly together. "How can you drink this?" After exclaiming, she returned to the kitchen, dumping the soup from the bowl and the pot alike. Her shoulders slumped slightly, hands weakly hanging at her sides, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. She slowly lowered her head, strands of hair falling to cover her reddening eyes. Her nose tinged with a hint of discomfort as waves of frustration washed over her, feeling overwhelmed by the sense of failure over such a trivial matter. Seeing Jiang Yui so disheartened, Shen Yuqing felt a pang in his heart and immediately rose. Striding over to her side, gently, he embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "It's all right, it's all right. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. There's no need to be upset over such a small matter." As he spoke, he wrapped her gently in his arms, patting her back soothingly. Jiang Yui turned to return the embrace, burying her head deeply in his chest, murmuring softly, "What if it's just the two of us at home in the future and I have to cook?" "Silly girl, don't you have me?" Shen Yuqing teased, playfully tapping Jiang Yui's nose. "From now on, I'll handle the cooking. You won't need to step into the kitchen." He took her delicate, smooth hand and gently caressed her fingers. "You just relax and enjoy." Upon hearing the term princess, Jiang Yui felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, instinctively lowering her gaze, her long lashes fluttering like butterflies, attempting to conceal her shyness. After a brief hesitation, she raised her hand slightly, her fist lightly landing on Shen Yuqing's shoulder, the gesture both playful and reproachful, as she softly pouted, "You're the only one who can talk nonsense." Shen Yuqing, seeing her appeased, couldn't he help but smile, his lips curving upward in a way that betrayed his unrecognized affection. "I'll take care of this. You go take a shower," he said, ruffling Jiang Yui's hair. "But that you just showered too. Let me help clean up." Jiang Yui felt a little guilty and wanted to lend a hand. No, no. Shen Yuqing gently flicked her forehead. "From now on, we'll put up a sign in the kitchen. Princess Forbidden Zone. For the sake of our happy life. It's best if the princess stays in the bedroom," he said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he emphasized the word bedroom. Jiang Yui instantly understood his implication, her cheeks flushing. "You old rogue. Thinking about such things every day," she huffed. "I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm going to take a shower." With that, she quickly scampered off to the bedroom. Shen Yuqing leaned against the sink, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yui's retreating figure, a smile creeping onto his lips, his dark eyes glimmering with intrigue. Jiang Yui entered the cloakroom, retrieved her pajamas, and headed into the bathroom. The air was thick with steam. Still holding Shen Yuqing's cool scent, and the towel he had used was casually draped on the corner shelf, slightly damp. The vanity was cluttered with their personal items, toothbrushes, face cloths, facial cleansers, and razors all mingled together. Yet the scene felt so harmonious and perfect. In the past, Jiang Yui would have never dared to imagine such a scenario. Now, every corner of her life was imbued with Shen Yuqing's essence, his presence woven into the fabric of her daily existence. She turned on the shower, warm water cascading down from the showerhead. She tilted her head back, letting the water wash over her face, her damp hair clinging to her back, a radiant smile blossoming on her lips. She truly wished time could stand still, preserving this moment of beauty, hoping that she and Shen Yuqing could remain in this blissful state indefinitely. Even if they were to maintain a respectful distance, Jiang Yui could accept it, as long as Shen Yuqing was by her side, and only she could share in his world. Chapter 46. The invitation. After Shen Yuqing finished tidying up the kitchen, he returned to the bedroom to rest. He had just picked up his phone when he noticed a group message popping up on WeChat. "Lu Feiyue. I refuse to accept this. Why am I the only one at a disadvantage? You all drank, and I seem to be the only one punished for losing the game." Angry emoji, Xiejiming. Indifferent emoji, Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing. Why don't you settle the club's reserve bill then? Lu Feiyue. Bro, you're my best brother. Losing a game is no big deal. Feel free to drink my share in the future. Flattering emoji. Of course, the cost of that club for a night was equivalent to a Lamborghini. And with so many people consuming, if he footed the bill, he would be left with no pocket money for the year, not even a pair of underwear. Thus, the punishment of losing the game was trivial, and he had to cling tightly to Shen Yuqing's leg, holding on tightly to his money tree. Xiejiming. Lack of ambition, contempt emoji, Lu Feiyue. A true gentleman can bend and stretch, smug emoji, Shen Yuqing. Let me know once the auction time is confirmed. Xiejiming. Bro, you can trust me to handle it. Dog patting chest emoji, Shen Yuqing. Let us keep this matter a secret from your sister-in-law for now. Lu Feiyue. Xiejiming. Lu Feiyue. Xiejiming. Understood. Sly smile emoji. Just as Shen Yuqing set down his phone, the bathroom door slowly opened, and Jiang Yui emerged from the steam, her complexion flushed, her hair damp and cascading over her shoulders. A few strands playfully sticking to her cheeks, the delicate curve of her collarbone subtly visible. Seeing the beauty emerge from the bath, Shen Yuqing felt a rush of heat, as if his heart had been scratched by a cat. Stirring an itch within him, he instinctively tried to steady his thoughts. After an evening of drinking and given the late hour, both of them were quite exhausted. It was certainly not the right time for any nighttime activities. He raised his hand to Jiang Yui, his deep, magnetic voice resonating. "Come here." Jiang Yui's slippers made soft sounds against the floor as she lazily approached the bed, asking, "What's up?" "I'm going to dry your hair." The warm, yellow light filled the room as Shen Yuqing gently guided Jiang Yui to sit in front of him. His long fingers picked up the hairdryer, while his other hand tenderly combed through her damp strands, meticulously smoothing them out. The hairdryer buzzed softly, warm air evenly enveloping her hair. Shen Yuqing's gaze focused and affectionate. Following the movements of her hair, he delicately lifted the inner layers of her hair, ensuring each section was dried, his technique impressively adept. Jiang Yui quietly glanced up, catching a glimpse of Shen Yuqing's earnest profile, ripples of warmth spreading through her heart. Occasionally, his fingertips would inadvertently brush against her neck, sending a shiver down her spine. She quickly changed the subject. "I didn't expect you to be so skilled at drying hair. I used to do it for my mom often. After doing it so many times, I naturally became proficient," Shen Yuqing replied, thinking Jiang Yui might have deeper intentions behind her words, so he candidly explained the reason, hoping to quell any unnecessary thoughts. Jiang Yui softly acknowledged him with a hum and chose not to pursue the topic further. A gentle smile blossoming on her lips, in this moment, she simply wished to bask in the warmth and happiness surrounding her. Before long, Jiang Yui's hair was completely dry. She ran her fingers through her silky, smooth locks, feeling more beautiful and radiant than ever. "All right, it's time for bed," Shen Yuqing announced. Already lying down, he reached out, pulling Jiang Yui into the covers, tucking the blanket around her snugly. Jiang Yui instinctively wrapped her arms around Shen Yuqing's neck, burying her head in his chest, seeking his warmth, and playfully said, "Thank you." "There's no need to thank me. It's what I should do," Shen Yuqing replied, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Good night. Sleep well with that." Shen Yuqing turned off the light, leaving the room in tranquil silence, accompanied only by the sound of Jiang Yui's heart beating, a rhythm only she could hear. The following day, both individuals arrived at work punctually. Shen Yuqing had just concluded the morning meeting and stepped out of the conference room. Assistant Chen hastily approached, stating, "President, there is a guest waiting for you in your office." Shen Yuqing raised an eyebrow, his voice low and resonant. "Who is it?" "It is young Master Xie," Assistant Chen replied, pushing open the door to the president's office. "He has been anticipating your arrival and wishes to discuss an important matter." Shen Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement, his polished shoes striking a brisk rhythm as he strode into the office. His gaze swept over the reception area, where he found Xie Zhiming casually reclined on the sofa. His legs crossed, one hand resting on the armrest, his fingers idly tapping. Upon hearing the door open, Xie Zhiming lifted his eyes, which instantly gleamed with delight, and grinned. "Ah, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you forever." "So, what brings you here so early in the morning?" Shen Yuqing made his way to the sofa, a faint smile playing on his lips. "You know me well. I don't visit without reason," Xie Zhiming remarked. "I came today to inform you that there is news regarding the auction." Shen Yuqing raised an eyebrow, lazily reclining on the sofa, and nonchalantly glanced at Xie Zhiming. "Go ahead." Without further ado, Xie Zhiming produced a gilded envelope from his exquisite leather bag, emblazoned with the ornate insignia of the auction, and placed it emphatically on the table. "I managed to secure the invitation to the auction," he declared proudly. Shen Yuqing lifted his gaze, intrigued, and examined the invitation. "The auction is scheduled for this Saturday, in Las Vegas, USA, Xie Zhiming informed him. "Are you planning to attend personally, or will you send someone in your stead?" Shen Yuqing toyed with the envelope, pondering for a moment before responding coolly. "I will go myself. The Yunjian Resort project is nearing completion, and it is a key undertaking for Shun Corporation this year. The resort aims for opulence, and they are keen on acquiring a renowned artist's work to display in the lobby. However, this artist is notoriously eccentric. We initially thought securing the deal would be straightforward, especially given Shun Corporation's generous financial capabilities. Yet, the project supervisor flew to the U.S. several times but failed to finalize the negotiations. Coincidentally, I learned that the artist is currently vacationing in Las Vegas, so I intend to meet him personally to clinch this business deal. Ah, it seems you are quite smitten with your wife. Going out of your way for such matters, Xie Jiming teased from the side. It just happens that there is business to discuss there. The timing is fortuitous, Shen Yuqing replied dismissively. Got it, got it? Just a coincidence, haha, Xie Jiming said, crossing his arms and nodding vigorously, appearing to agree while still skeptical. Shen Yuqing waved him off. I'll take the invitation. You can return from whence you came, truly heartless, using a good brother and casting him aside. How could your wife marry such a callous person? Xie Jiming scoffed, rolling his eyes. Your wife should still. Shen Yuqing shot him a cold glare, causing Xie Jiming to feel a chill race down his spine. His smile freezing on his face, he quickly changed the subject. I just remembered my father has something for me to do, so I must take my leave. We shall talk later. Xie Jiming bolted out of the room, clearly eager to avoid any repercussions. Meanwhile, on Jiang Yue's side, another guest had arrived. Go. What brings you here? Upon entering her office, Jiang Yue spotted Jiang Xiran seated in the lounge area. She promptly instructed Secretary Qiao to prepare some tea and snacks. Before Jiang Xiran could approach, she bounded into her brother's embrace like a joyful fawn, exclaiming, It's been so long. I've missed you, Gu. Jiang Xiran wore an exceedingly indulgent smile, resting his chin gently atop his sister's head. Reminiscent of countless moments from their childhood, he slowly raised his hand, his broad, warm palm tenderly caressing her hair. I've missed you too. By the way, isn't today Wednesday? I recall you mentioning you were on duty today. How did you find time to come here? Jiang Yue lifted her head from her brother's embrace to inquire. Jiang Xiran sighed, releasing Jiang Yue and seating her properly on the sofa. With a serious demeanor, he stated, Wei, brace yourself for what I am about to say. His brow furrowed, and his eyes bore an inscrutable gravity as he gently patted Jiang Yue's shoulder, his voice low and somber. Mom and Dad are back. What? Jiang Yue's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and exclaimed, How could they return so soon? Didn't they say they would be back in September? It's only early August, with still a month to go. They didn't even inform me. Jiang Yue hurriedly retrieved her phone, opened WeChat, and checked the chat history with her parents, which still lingered on their goodnight messages from the previous evening. Jiang Xiran rubbed his temples, exasperated. I only discovered they were home today when I went back to collect some clothes. They said they missed us too much and decided to return early to surprise us. He explained. This is not a surprise, it's a shock. Jiang Yue raked her fingers through her hair in frustration. They even asked me not to tell you, saying they wanted to surprise you when you returned home tonight. Jiang Xiran sighed. Whether they're surprise or shock, it matters little to me. The main concern is you, Wei. You haven't yet informed them about your marriage. Jiang Yue bit her lip, her brow furrowing as she murmured to herself. If I had known, I would have told them sooner. Things had been going splendidly with Shen Yuqing, and she had intended to share the news with her parents in a few days. After all, they were still abroad, and discussing it over WeChat would only cause temporary displeasure. They couldn't immediately fly back. She hadn't anticipated their sudden return, which completely disrupted her plans. And your clothes? Haven't they all moved to Shen Yuqing's place? If Mom and Dad notice and ask me, Wei, why are there so few clothes at home? Jiang Xiran recounted. I could only vaguely brush it off. Saying you were preparing to buy new clothes and had discarded the old ones. I didn't realize Mom and Dad were this observant. Jiang Yue paced back and forth in her office, her hands fidgeting as she contemplated her strategy. Suddenly, she halted mid-stride, as if having made a resolute decision, and turned to her brother, Gu. Let us go home together for dinner. Jiang Xiran nodded, understanding without words. It seemed tonight his sister faced a significant challenge. As her older brother, he would certainly be there to protect and support her. Jiang Yue glanced at the time on her phone. There was still a while before dinner. She looked up at Jiang Xiran and suggested, Let us stop by the mall to buy something for Mom and Dad. Their parents were known for being soft-hearted rather than hard-nosed, ever since childhood. If Jiang Yue had erred in some way, a little charm and softness would instantly earn her forgiveness from her loving parents. Of course, this tactic was ineffective with Jiang Xiran. For them, their daughter was the beloved one, while their son was merely an accident and no worries. Wei. Given our parents' affection for you, they will forgive you in a heartbeat for any transgression, Jiang Xiran said, gently stroking his sister's hair. and I'll be right beside you. You can rest easy that I'm not overly concerned about our parents. I just don't want them to have a poor first impression of Shen Yuqing, Zhang Yue confessed anxiously. Zhang Shiran scoffed, secretly displeased. What kind of luck did that guy have in his past life to earn your favoritism, sister? It's infuriating, he said, throwing a few punches at the air in frustration. What is wrong? Go? Zhang Yue questioned, noticing her brother's peculiar actions, somewhat puzzled. Nothing. Oh, by the way, you'll most likely have to stay at home tonight. Zhang Shiran quickly changed the subject. Mom and Dad certainly want to let you return to Shen Yuqing's place tonight. You need to let him know. Zhang Yue took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She picked up her phone, her fingers lingering on the screen as if grappling with a final struggle. She and Shen Yuqing had agreed to be open with each other, to not bear their burdens alone but to share them. Yet, considering the extent of her parents' affection for her, she resolved to address the situation with them first before allowing Shen Yuqing to visit. Zhang Yue opened the chat interface with Shen Yuqing, the characters dancing across the screen as she composed her message. Zhang Yue, Yuqing, I have a work trip to Fuqing tonight and won't be back until tomorrow. You don't need to wait for me. Upon sending, it wasn't long before a notification chimed. Shen Yuqing, got it? Stay safe, and don't overexert yourself. Zhang Yue tossed her phone aside, collapsing onto the sofa, feeling utterly drained. Telling a lie was a one-time affair. She couldn't bear repeating it, and the guilt weighed heavily on her conscience. Chapter 48. Celebration Feast. Zhang Shiran approached and gently patted Zhang Yue's head. You needn't worry so much. Everything will unfold favorably. After the storm passes with Mom and Dad, you can invite Shen Yuqing over for a visit. Zhang Yue grasped her brother's hand and flashed him a sweet smile. Yes, as long as you're by my side, Gu. The two shared a knowing smile, relishing their tranquil sibling moment. In the Shen Group building, Shen Yuqing was engrossed in his work when a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Come in, he said, not lifting his head, his voice low and resonant. Assistant Chun pushed the door open and stepped inside, slightly bending at the waist to present a report. President, this is the sales report for Yarrow Shampoo during the 618 event. Please have a look. The Shen Group's business landscape is vast, encompassing numerous fields, with a particularly rich variety of daily necessities. Among its myriad hair care products, Yarrow Shampoo stands out as a flagship, a key business of the Shen Group that has carved a unique niche in the market. Shen Yuqing perused the report presented to him, sitting upright in his grand chair, his gaze sharp and focused. His long fingers gently pinched the corner of the report as he slowly turned the pages, pausing momentarily at each critical data point, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes, his thin lips instinctively pressing together. Upon reaching the last page, a faint smile graced his lips as he set down the report, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. This year's performance for Yarrow Shampoo during the 618 event was exceptional, exceeding our targets. Everyone has done a remarkable job. Indeed, President, Assistant Chen replied. The entire Yarrow Shampoo project team's efforts have paid off, achieving a record high in sales this year. The year-end bonuses for the Yarrow Shampoo project team will be doubled. Shen Yuqing stated. Please inform the finance department. Assistant Chen nodded in acknowledgement. President, there's one more thing. Shen Yuqing glanced up at Assistant Chen. What else is there? The Yarrow Shampoo project team is holding a celebration dinner tonight, and they would like to invite you. They hope you can attend. What do you think? Assistant Chen inquired. Shen Yuqing raised an eyebrow, lost in brief contemplation. Originally, he was supposed to have dinner with Zhang Yue, but she had to leave for a business trip at the last minute, leaving his evening unexpectedly free. The celebration dinner was primarily a reward for the employees who had fought on the front lines together. A moment to share in the joy of victory. However, his presence as the CEO might impose a certain restraint, preventing everyone from fully enjoying the festivities. Shen Yuqing did not wish to disrupt the celebratory atmosphere and decided a compromise would suffice. He would make a brief appearance and say a few words. I will make a brief appearance and say a few words. Please send me the address later, Shen Yuqing remarked. Assistant Chen acknowledged and left. Tianyu Building, a towering edifice that pierces the clouds, is one of the landmarks of Yinqing, and tonight's celebration dinner was set to take place here. The base of the building was a bustling shopping area, teeming with people and vibrant activity. A plethora of shops offered an array of high-end luxury brands. The upper floors housed a hotel, the lobby of which was elegantly decorated, with polished marble flooring and exquisite artwork adorning the walls, creating an atmosphere of luxury and comfort. Shen Yuqing left work early and drove himself to the celebration venue. Upon pressing the elevator button, he arrived at the hotel floor, and as he stepped out of the elevator, he was greeted by a rousing cheer. "Welcome, President." The voices were loud and harmonious, echoing in the corridor. On either side of the elevator, employees stood in two neat rows, their postures straight, feet together, their faces beaming with radiant smiles. Even someone as seasoned as Shen Yuqing could not help but be taken aback momentarily, though he quickly regained his composure, his expression neutral as he simply nodded in acknowledgement. A few project leaders hurried forward, slightly bending at the waist to greet Shen Yuqing. "Mr. Shen, you're here. Everyone has been waiting for you." Shen Yuqing glanced at the people beside him and nonchalantly replied, "No need to make such a fuss over my arrival. I am just here to take a look. I'll be leaving shortly." One executive stepped forward, a broad smile on his face. He slightly bent forward, hands clasped tightly in front of him, his tone dripping with flattery. "This is what we ought to do. The success of this project is entirely due to your foresight and leadership. If it weren't for your initial guidance and the confidence you instilled in us, we wouldn't be celebrating tonight." He gestured grandly, inviting Shen Yuqing to the main table. Shen Yuqing waved his hand dismissively, paying little heed to the executive, picking up a glass of champagne and striding directly toward the stage. Instantly, all eyes turned to him, his tailored suit accentuating his tall and commanding presence as he walked to the microphone with steady, assured steps. The room fell silent, and as he slightly raised his hand to adjust his tie, his gaze swept across the audience, exuding authority and confidence. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his deep, magnetic voice resonating through the hall, "this celebration dinner is a moment of glory for each and every one of us." He raised his champagne glass, his tone firm. "Here's to our continued success and to creating even more brilliance." His words rang out with conviction, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Shen Yuqing did not drink from the champagne glass. Instead, he handed it to a nearby server and descended from the stage, leaving the hotel amidst a throng of executives. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, he settled into his car, preparing to drive home. He lifted his gaze forward, his movements suddenly stalling, his entire being freezing in disbelief, his pupils widening as he wore an expression of incredulity, his brows furrowed tightly, his eyes cold and piercing as he beheld the scene unfolding before him. Jiang Yue, who was supposed to be on a business trip, was now entwined with an unfamiliar man, laughing and walking together. The man carrying numerous luxury items. Whatever amusing comment the stranger had made elicited a giggle from Jiang Yue, a sound that pierced Shen Yuqing's heart, causing him to unconsciously grip the steering wheel tighter. The veins on his hands bulging, his knuckles turning white, emanating a chilling aura, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Did she not tell me she was going on a business trip tonight? Why is she lying to me? How could she be in the mall, so close to a stranger? Who is this man? Could he be the one Jiang Yue has always liked? Chapter 49. Misunderstanding. The coldness enveloping Shen Yuqing intensified, nearly consuming him entirely, his eyes fixed ahead, wishing he could punch the unfamiliar man out of existence. He scrutinized the man's features. Elegantly refined, tall and slender, with a prominent nose, wearing delicate glasses, his thin lips mirroring Jiang Yue's smile. Shen Yuqing's teeth ground together, the muscles in his jaw tightening, as if about to shatter from the tension. He refused to admit any resemblance between them. He fought to suppress the impulse to rush out, his hands nearly crushing the steering wheel, inhaling deeply to quell the flames of his unbridled rage. It was merely a contractual marriage, with a stipulated duration of 1 year, a mutual agreement to refrain from emotional entanglements. Why then was he so affected, so furious, so envious? Shen Yuqing could not fathom it, and in his anger-fueled haze, he chose not to think further. Suddenly, he released the handbrake and slammed the accelerator, the roar of the Koenigsegg's engine reverberating in the quiet parking lot, tires spinning wildly and producing a cloud of acrid smoke as he shot forward. The man beside Jiang Yue, hearing the roar of the sports car, quickly wrapped an arm around her shoulder, guiding her away from the road. Shen Yuqing caught sight of this through the car window, his gaze turning predatory, his thin lips pressed into a sharp line, his jaw clenched, cheeks taut. The steering wheel creaked under his grip, knuckles whitening as he accelerated without hesitation, speeding away. "What a reckless individual, driving so fast in a parking lot," Jiang Shiran remarked. "Are you all right, Wei Wei?" "I'm fine. After all, I have my brother here," Jiang Yue playfully replied. Jiang Shiran affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "It's about time. We should head back and face the music." Indeed, the man beside Jiang Yue was her elder brother, Jiang Shiran. They had come to the mall together to buy gifts to atone for their misdeeds. Jiang Yue, shielded by Jiang Shiran's tall frame, did not see Shen Yuqing's sports car. Jiang Shiran placed the gifts in the back seat of the car, while Jiang Yue sat in the passenger seat. Suddenly feeling a bit strange in a regular car, Jiang Yue remarked, "I'm not quite used to this." Jiang Shiran explained that he worked in a hospital and needed to maintain a low profile. They couldn't drive the family's sports car. When Jiang Yue saw him driving a BMW, she thought her brother was short on cash and promptly transferred 10 million to his account. It was only later that Jiang Shiran clarified that due to work obligations, he couldn't drive a flashy car. It was an unwritten rule in the professional world. Oh dear. Looks like our little princess has to experience the life of a working-class person. Jiang Shiran teased. Jiang Yue did have a job, but it was at her own company, allowing her the freedom to drive whatever sports car she desired. Perhaps a Lamborghini today and an Aston Martin tomorrow. "Brother, how about I open a hospital for you? If you're the director, you can drive whatever sports car you want." Jiang Yue mused. No. Jiang Shiran quickly rejected the idea, sensing that his sister was serious. "I'm quite satisfied with my current job. I really enjoy it," Jiang Shiran said, "and being a director involves navigating all sorts of interpersonal relationships, which is quite troublesome. I prefer being in the operating room." Jiang Yue nodded. "Let's do it the way my brother likes." Jiang Shiran smiled gently, tenderly stroking Jiang Yue's hair. "Thank you, my dear sister." With that, Jiang Shiran started the car and drove them home. Before long, they arrived at the Jiang residence. The Jiang residence stood quietly on the outskirts of the city, its main villa towering 3 stories high, its European-style façade crafted from pristine white marble, gleaming with a cold yet noble luster under the sun. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows filled the walls, reflecting the luxurious light from within. The courtyard sprawled generously, its manicured lawn lush and vibrant, with a Baroque-style fountain at its center. Water splashing gracefully. Behind the main house, there was a private swimming pool, accompanied by comfortable lounge chairs and sun umbrellas. The garage could accommodate several luxury vehicles. Every detail of the Jiang residence showcased the unparalleled wealth and taste of its owner. At this moment, the house was brightly lit, and Jiang Yue and Jiang Shiran stealthily entered. Just as they reached the entrance, a maid who was sweeping noticed them. "Young master, miss, you're back?" Jiang Yue quickly gestured for her to be quiet, indicating that she should not speak. "Don't call out. I want to surprise my parents." The maid promptly covered her mouth and nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Yue approached her, leaning down to whisper, "Where are my parents now?" "The master and mistress are in the kitchen preparing dinner for you, thinking you were still unaware of their return, wanting to surprise you." "Little did they know you already knew," the maid replied. Jiang Yue gave her an okay sign and then headed towards the kitchen on the first floor. The kitchen door was wide open, and Jiang Yue quietly approached, peeking in. Under the warm yellow light of the kitchen, her father, Jiang Chongshan, donned an apron adorned with cartoon patterns, skillfully wielding a spatula as he gently turned the sizzling sweet and sour ribs in the pan, his face a picture of concentration. Occasionally, he leaned in to savor the aroma, his eyes filled with understanding of his daughter's preferences. Beside him, Jiang Mu, Wanru, was deftly chopping vegetables, the rhythmic sound of the knife meeting the cutting board resonating through the room. With a few strands of hair falling across her forehead, she paid them no mind, merely turning her head to gently remind her husband. "Lower the heat. We wouldn't want to burn our daughter's favorite dish. You can rest assured, I can make her beloved sweet and sour ribs 1,000 times without burning them," Jiang Chongshan assured, patting his chest confidently. Jiang Yue stood at the kitchen door, quietly watching her busy parents. Her eyes brimming with tears, she felt incredibly fortunate to be born into such a loving family. The thought of concealing her marriage from her parents filled her with guilt. She should have told them sooner. Suddenly, a hand tapped her shoulder. Turning around, Jiang Yue saw her brother, Jiang Shiran, who smiled gently, his warm gaze seeming to reassure her that everything would be all right, that they all loved her deeply. His silent encouragement acted like a potent tonic, dispelling the shadows within her heart. She raised her gaze to meet her brother's steadfast eyes, and a radiant smile blossomed on her lips. Chapter 50. The beloved little princess. At this moment, Jiang father and Jiang mother were wholeheartedly preparing a sumptuous dinner for their beloved daughter, entirely unaware that Jiang Yue had stealthily approached from behind. ready to surprise them. "Dad, Mom, I'm back," Jiang Yue exclaimed, wrapping her arms around her mother's shoulders, her cheek affectionately pressed against her mother's back. Jiang father and Jiang mother were taken aback, their mouths agape, eyes wide with shock, frozen in place. They had not anticipated their daughter returning so early. They had come back early from abroad specifically to surprise Jiang Yue, only to find themselves surprised instead. Jiang father quickly turned off the stove, set down the spatula, and wiped his hands on his apron, his face lighting up with a smile. "My precious daughter, why are you back so soon?" Jiang Yue affectionately nuzzled her mother's cheek like a child, then swiftly turned to give her father a big hug. "I missed you both, so I wanted to come home to see you." Jiang mother had already put down her knife, taking some freshly washed strawberries from the fruit bowl, feeding them to Jiang Yue. "Here, my darling, have some fruit first." "Thank you, Mom." Jiang Yue leaned in, her cherry lips gently biting into the fruit, and indeed, it was sweet, just as her mother had promised. "You're such a sweet talker," Jiang mother teased, lightly brushing Jiang Yue's nose with her finger, her eyes filled with affection. "How did you know your mother and I were back?" Jiang father suddenly asked, his gaze sharpening as he turned towards the door. "It wasn't he your brother, was it?" The doorway was empty. Jiang Xiran had long since retreated to the living room, anticipating that their father would seek him out for trouble, choosing to delay the inevitable scolding as long as possible. Enjoying a moment of peace while he could, knowing his sister might soon smooth things over with their father. "Oh dear, Dad, don't blame my brother. It was my request for him to say something." Jiang Yue quickly chimed in, playfully linking her arm through Jiang Chongshan's. "How dare he? And he needed you to plead with him before he spoke. What an attitude. Doesn't he know he should have said it first?" Jiang Chongshan frowned, appearing even more irate. Jiang Yue's heart ached for her brother for a moment. It was truly a difficult position for him. Just then, Jiang Xiran sneezed in the living room, rubbing his nose in confusion. "Who's talking badly about me?" The poor Jiang Xiran's position in the family was clear. He was merely an afterthought, while his sister was the true darling. "All right, dear, we'll settle the score with that little rascal later, Jiang mother." When Wanru said, "Let us finish dinner first. Our little Yue must be starving after working so hard. Look at our precious daughter. She seems to have lost some weight." Jiang mother gently caressed Jiang Yue's face. Her eyes filled with concern. "It's surely because we weren't home that Yue didn't eat well," Jiang father declared, hands on his hips. "Yue, wait a moment. Dad will finish cooking very soon. You should rest for a bit." Jiang mother hurriedly gathered various washed fruits, placing them in a bowl for Jiang Yue, advising her, "Have some fruit to settle your stomach first." Jiang Yue nodded, but Jiang mother added, "Don't eat too much. You still have to eat dinner, you little glutton." Jiang Yue playfully winked, a bright smile gracing her lips. "Got it, Mom. I still want to eat your cooking. I haven't had it in so long. And I've missed it." Holding the fruit bowl, Jiang Yue stepped out of the kitchen and into the living room. Jiang Xiran was seated on the sofa, watching television. Upon seeing his sister emerge, he quickly shifted to make space, patting the seat beside him. "Come, Yue, sit here." Jiang Yue placed the fruit bowl in Jiang Xiran's hands, shaking her head. "I'll just be back in my room for a bit. Mom and Dad must have brought back a lot of gifts for me. I need to sort them out." Jiang Xiran naturally accepted the fruit bowl, popping a grape into his mouth while replying, "All right. You go ahead." Jiang Yue turned and walked towards the elevator. Their home was a grand villa, 5 stories tall, equipped with an elevator. The basement housed the parking garage. The first floor featured the reception hall and dining room. The second floor was an entertainment level with a cinema and karaoke, while Jiang Yue and Jiang Xiran occupied the third floor, with their parents on the fourth. In no time, Jiang Yue arrived at the third floor. Standing before her room's door, it had been quite a while since she last came home, as she had previously been living in a spacious flat with Shen Yuqing. Jiang Yue gently opened the door and peered inside. Her eyes immediately drawn to her delightful princess bed, the soft mattress adorned with strawberry-patterned bedding, and several round, plush pillows scattered about, each wearing a playful expression. By the window, a white desk stood neatly arranged with colored pencils and planner stickers, alongside a glass vase brimming with fresh flowers, featuring her favorite red roses, vibrant and passionate, brimming with the zest for life. Upon closer inspection, the roses still bore dewdrops, likely freshly replaced by her parents. Jiang Yue gently caressed the petals, bending down to inhale their fragrance, a sweet smile blossoming on her lips as the scent enveloped her. The carpet was indeed strewn with gifts her parents had brought back from abroad: Hermes, LV, Gucci, Cartier, among other luxury brands. Jiang Yue was a cherished child, and throughout her life, her parents never failed to return from their business trips or travels with a plethora of gifts for her. Naturally, Jiang Xiran benefited from his sister's fortune as well, but his haul was considerably smaller, only about 1/10 of hers, mostly consisting of accessories for Jiang Yue's Hermes bags. Sitting on the carpet, Jiang Yue meticulously unwrapped the presents from her parents, her heart bubbling with joy, completely oblivious to the passage of time. It wasn't until Jiang Xiran called for her to join them for dinner that she snapped back to reality. "Yue, come down for dinner. Mom and Dad have finished cooking." Jiang Xiran gently knocked on her door. Hearing this, Jiang Yue responded and opened the door. "Brother, you could have just called me. Why come all the way up here?" Jiang Xiran leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, gazing down at his sister with a smile. "You're my little princess. If I were lounging on the sofa, casually calling you, do you think Dad would arrive to scold me a second earlier or a second later?" At this moment, Jiang Yue could no longer contain herself and let out a soft giggle. Chapter 51. Confession. Jiang Yue extended her delicate hand, playfully waving in the direction of Jiang Xiran. "Then I shall trouble my brother to escort me downstairs." "Of course, my little princess," Jiang Xiran replied, gently placing the back of his hand beneath hers, leading her as a servant would in ancient times. The two swiftly descended the stairs. "Wei Wei, come and savor your father's culinary skills." Upon seeing Jiang Yue emerge, Jiang's mother hurriedly beckoned her to sit beside her, eager to see if her husband's skills had dulled after several months abroad. "Impossible. My skills are impeccable," Jiang's father declared, giving Jiang's mother a thumbs up, "and it's a dish that Wei Wei loves. I could never forget." Jiang Yue took a seat and picked up a piece of braised pork ribs to taste. At that moment, both Jiang's father and mother were entirely focused on her, with Jiang's father watching her intently, his throat tightening as he swallowed nervously, awaiting her evaluation. Observing her father's anxious demeanor, Jiang Yue couldn't help but smile and suddenly thought to tease him. As she chewed, she slightly furrowed her brows, displaying a teasing expression. Jiang's father's eyes widened in surprise, his fingers tensing as he spoke gravely. "Is it no?" Before he could finish, Jiang Yue interjected, "Dad, how could you make something even more delicious than before?" Her big eyes sparkled like stars as she looked adoringly at her father, her lips curving into a radiant smile. Jiang's father instantly swelled with confidence, lifting his head proudly. "You should consider who your father is. My dad is undoubtedly the world's most amazing dad," Jiang Yue exclaimed fervently. "All right, Wei Wei, if you keep praising him, his nose will reach the sky," Jiang's mother remarked. "We should eat first. You can continue the flattery later." The family gathered around the dining table, commencing their evening meal. The dinner was lavish, featuring all of Jiang Yue's favorites: braised pork ribs, steamed base, garlic scallops, and steamed hairy crabs, among others. Jiang's brother was tasked with cracking the hairy crabs, while their father handled the task of removing the fish bones, expertly preparing the tender fish and crab meat to place into crystal dishes, leaving Jiang Yue and her mother to enjoy without lifting a finger. Just as they finished one dish, the next was promptly served. This was a fine tradition among the men of the Jiang family, able to grace the dining hall and adept in the kitchen, even assisting their wives with peeling shrimp and deboning fish. The family dinner was filled with warmth and joy. Jiang's mother placed a piece of tender scallop into Jiang Yue's bowl, speaking gently. "Wei Wei, eat more. You've lost quite a bit of weight during these months we were away." "Indeed. It must be that the food didn't suit Wei Wei's palate," Jiang's father chimed in, "although our house staff cooks well. It can't compare to the meals prepared by your parents. Now that we are back, we will ensure you are well-fed and plump." Although Jiang Yue wanted to respond affirmatively, she knew she would be dining with Shan Yuqing later, making it impossible to promise her parents that she would come home for dinner every day. She smiled at her parents, casting a sidelong glance at her brother Jiang Xiran, raising her eyebrows in a clear plea for help. Jiang Xiran immediately understood his sister's intention and quickly ladled a bowl of soup in front of their mother. "Mom, how was your trip abroad? Did anything interesting happen?" The topic swiftly shifted, with Jiang's parents enthusiastically recounting their amusing experiences abroad. There were so many handsome men and beautiful women with blonde hair and blue eyes, Jiang's mother exclaimed, each one more striking than the last. Ahem, Jiang's father coughed a few times, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang's mother. Of course, none can compare to your father. He is the most handsome. After several years of marriage, Jiang's mother could easily recognize her husband's jealousy. Even at their age, he still felt discomfort at the mention of others' attractiveness. Jiang Yue and Jiang Shiran exchanged knowing glances, both exclaiming in unison, "Dad is definitely the most handsome." Jiang's father, overwhelmed with joy from the praise, smiled broadly. After dinner, the family settled into the living room to relax and chat. Jiang Yue knew the moment for her confession had arrived. She needed to reveal her marriage to Shen Yuqing. Understanding the wisdom of softening the blow with sweetness before delivering the hard news, she produced the gifts she had purchased earlier that day. "Mom and Dad, here are gifts for you. Take a look." "Oh my, we have gifts to receive," Jiang's parents exclaimed with delight. Eagerly unwrapping the presents Jiang Yue handed them, Jiang's father's gift was an opulent Rolex watch, exquisitely crafted with a strap made of top-quality crocodile leather and a hidden diamond embedded in the clasp. Jiang's mother's gift was a luxurious Cartier necklace, meticulously forged from 18K white gold, featuring a center stone of emerald, rich in color and almost ethereal. "Mom and Dad, what do you think? Do you like them?" Jiang Yue asked, snuggling up to her mother. "Of course we love them. We adore anything you give us," Jiang's mother replied, her face glowing with maternal affection as she ruffled Jiang Yue's hair. "You have great taste." "Wei Wei," Jiang's father said as he donned the Rolex, admiring it from various angles, completely satisfied. Seeing her parents so pleased, Jiang Yue felt it was the perfect moment to confess. She sweetly tugged at her mother's arm. "Mom, do you love me no matter what?" "Of course," Jiang's parents replied without a moment's hesitation. "What if I, by chance, made a mistake?" Jiang Yue queried cautiously. Jiang's mother raised her right hand, gently caressing Jiang Yue's cheek. "How big of a mistake could our precious daughter make? Regardless, we would never blame you." "Exactly. We love you too much to ever blame you," Jiang's father quickly added. "What if I got married without telling you in advance?" Jiang Yue murmured softly. "What? Married?" Jiang's parents exclaimed in astonishment. Leaping to their feet, Jiang's mother, momentarily forgetting the necklace in her hands, tossed it back into the box. "Wei Wei, you're just joking with us, right?" Jiang's mother asked, her face a mask of disbelief as she tightly grasped Jiang Yue's hands. "Please remain calm, Mom and Dad," Jiang Yue urged as she guided them back to the sofa, taking a deep breath as if steeling herself for a momentous revelation, her gaze steady as she declared, "Yes, Mom and Dad, I am married." Chapter 52. A Love So Profound. Upon hearing Jiang Yue's words, Jiang's mother was struck with shock, her eyes widening in disbelief, her intended words caught in her throat, leaving only rapid breaths. Her legs weakened uncontrollably, causing her to lean back against the sofa. As if all strength had been drained from her, Jiang's father quickly supported his wife, gently squeezing her hand to offer comfort. "It's all right, dear. Let us hear what Wei Wei has to say." He retained his composure, understanding that his daughter would not marry without reason. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, for not telling you sooner. I got married just a few weeks ago." Jiang Yue spoke softly, explaining that she had intended to tell them soon but hadn't anticipated their swift return. "I truly apologize." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her shoulders trembling as her slender fingers clutched her clothing tightly. The tips turning pale, her throat constricted with suppressed sobs, Jiang's parents could hardly bear the sight of their beloved daughter in tears. Upon witnessing Jiang Yue's tears streaming down her face, their frustration, confusion, and shock dissipated, leaving only profound concern for her well-being. "It's all right. It's all right. We don't blame you, dear," Jiang's mother said, quickly rising to envelop her daughter in a comforting embrace, gently patting Jiang Yue's shoulder as she had done when she was a child, soothing her distraught daughter with tender words. "Yes, my precious Wei Wei, do not cry. It's all right. It's all right," Jiang's father added, also embracing Jiang Yue tenderly. Meanwhile, Jiang Shiran stood by, utterly bewildered. He understood that their parents adored his sister, but he had not realized the depth of their affection. Indeed, he was the only one taken by surprise. His sister had mentioned needing his assistance during her confession, but it appeared unnecessary now. The moment she shed a tear, their parents surrendered completely. He remained quietly as a mere bystander. Naturally, as his sister cried, he felt obliged to join the comforting efforts, creating a scene of brother, father, and mother surrounding Jiang Yue. After a moment, Jiang Yue lifted her head from her mother's embrace, her eyes still slightly red but her demeanor much steadier. She affectionately hugged her mother's neck, saying, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Zhang's parents, relieved to see their daughter no longer crying, let out a sigh of relief. Zhang's mother cautiously inquired, "Wei Wei, who did you marry?" "It's Shen Yuqing," Zhang Yue replied. "Shen Yuqing? Surely you don't mean the one from Shen Group?" Zhang's father asked, his expression serious as he looked at Zhang Yue. She nodded gently, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Upon hearing that name, Zhang's mother's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Shen Yuqing, the young master who transformed Shen Group's stock price several times over within just a year. In our circle of card-playing friends, he is quite renowned, praised for his exceptional qualities, handsome, principled, and filial." Zhang's mother gives a thumbs up, regarding him as an extraordinarily desirable son-in-law, someone every parent wishes for their daughter to marry. Leading to fierce competition. With a smile in her eyes, Zhang's mother excitedly grasps Zhang Yue's hand, brimming with pride. "We used to wonder which prominent family's daughter would be fortunate enough to win over Shen Yuqing. Little did we expect it would be our own Wei Wei.as for the so-called hot son-in-law." Zhang's father grumbled discontentedly, asserting that it is he who should be grateful for the chance to marry our Wei Wei. Zhang Xiuran, standing nearby, vigorously nodded in agreement with his father's sentiment, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "Exactly, that brat is getting a bargain, humph." The current atmosphere finds Zhang's father and Zhang Xiuran feeling as though their prized cabbage has been snatched by a pig, their inner discontent evident on their faces. Meanwhile, under the influence of her card friends, Zhang's mother harbors a biased view of Shen Yuqing, now seeing him through a favorable lens as a mother-in-law would view her son-in-law. "Wei Wei, do tell us how you two got together?" Zhang's mother inquired, her expression reflecting curiosity. Naturally, Zhang Yue could not confess to her parents that her marriage to Shen Yuqing was a contractual arrangement for a year. She was certain her father would pursue Shen Yuqing with a vengeance if he knew. Instead, Zhang Yue simply recounted that she met Shen Yuqing at a business gala, where they experienced an instant attraction, falling deeply in love, thinking of each other every moment and desiring to be together. "We loved each other so much that we impulsively decided to marry," she asserted, her demeanor unwavering. Truly, as the current president of the Jiang Corporation, one must possess the art of embellishment to hold such a position. Zhang Xiuran, unable to contain his amusement, covered his face in a fit of silent laughter at such poor acting and glaring inconsistencies, wondering how their parents could possibly believe it. Though Zhang Xiuran was curious about his sister's sudden decision to marry, he knew her account was far from the truth. He understood that it was merely her one-sided affection for Shen Yuqing. "Just like how it was with your father and me back in the day," Zhang's mother said with a smile, reminiscing about the fervent and impulsive nature of young love. "Your father and I also fell in love at first sight. But back then, he was just a poor boy, and your grandfather was adamantly opposed to our union." "And then what happened?" Zhang Yue inquired. Zhang's father gently placed his hand over Zhang's mother's, subconsciously caressing her hand as he gazed at her, his eyes full of tenderness. "Eventually, we decided to disregard everything and commit to each other for life, so we quietly obtained our marriage certificate without informing our parents." "Wasn't he your father furious?" "Not at all. He had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Upon seeing our marriage certificate, he merely advised us to lead a good life together. Thus, we understand your desire to marry quickly, for we have experienced the same." Zhang's mother tenderly caressed Zhang Yue's face, "But next time, do let us know in advance. Otherwise, our little hearts may not withstand it." "All right," Zhang Yue replied cheerfully, embracing her parents once more, leaving Zhang Xiuran standing there in stunned silence. "What? This actually worked? Astonishing. I was ready to persuade our parents to trust Wei Wei's words, yet here I am, confronted with their absurd love story. They, too, fell in love at first sight, and secretly got married without telling anyone? Unbelievable, I had no idea. Was Wei Wei merely accidentally confirming what she already knew about our parents' marriage history?" Chapter 53. Offended regardless, Zhang Yue's heart was finally at ease now that her parents had accepted her situation. Zhang's mother gently lifted her hand, her fingertips brushing through Zhang Yue's hair, carefully tucking loose strands behind her ear, her gaze filled with affection. "Who would have thought that our Wei Wei would marry so soon? You still feel like a child to me, just as you used to rush into my arms for comfort. I will always be my parents' little child," Zhang Yue replied, clinging to her mother's arm with a hint of playfulness. "So will I," Zhang Xiuran chimed in from the side. "You're just a child. Your sister is already married. And you don't even have a girlfriend, Zhang's father said sternly, fixing Zhang Xiuran with a serious gaze. You need to get a move on and start dating instead of claiming you're too busy with work. Yes, yes, as the elder brother, you must step up. Your sister is now married, leaving you as the lone wolf in the family. Zhang's mother added, casting a sympathetic look at Zhang Xiuran. Zhang Xiuran thought to himself, what? It turns out the biggest victim of Wei Wei's marriage is me. The pressure to marry has now fallen solely on my shoulders. He sighed in exasperation. What is this? How did it turn into pressure on me? This isn't pressure. It's merely to instill a sense of urgency. Look at you, almost 30 and still single. Constantly saying you're occupied with work, Zhang's mother declared with righteous indignation, I suspect you're trying to date your job. If you don't find a partner by next year, you better be ready for some blind dates. Zhang's mother gestured animatedly, her words flowing like a rapid-fire machine gun, leaving Zhang Xiuran utterly bewildered and momentarily speechless. Wait, why is the focus of this barrage on me? Shouldn't it be directed at Wei Wei? Zhang Xiuran quickly shot Zhang Yue a helpless glance, pursing his lips and frowning as he sought his sister's assistance. Zhang Yue understood her brother's plight and skillfully employed her charm to divert their mother's attention. Mom, let me help you put on this necklace. It will look absolutely stunning on you. Zhang's mother's focus swiftly shifted to the gift, momentarily alleviating Zhang Xiuran's marriage pressure. After discussing the wedding, Zhang Yue briefly updated her parents about Shen Yuqing. They urged her to bring him home whenever she had the chance, asserting that even an unattractive daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws, to which Zhang Yue nodded in agreement. After chatting with her parents, Zhang Yue wandered into the garden. It had been ages since she last visited, and she was pleasantly surprised to find the flowers still thriving. Leaning down, she gently pinched a tulip's petal, admiring the beauty of the garden. Though not extensive, the garden was exquisitely arranged, reminiscent of a European palace garden. Surrounding the garden were neat white picket fences, climbing rose vines reaching skyward, and a lush green lawn extending from the house to the garden's end. Adorned with a vibrant array of flowers, roses, tulips, peonies, and daisies. The evening breeze was gentle, carrying the sweet fragrance of blossoms. You haven't been gone long, Zhang Xiuran remarked, trailing behind Zhang Yue. It's only been 2 weeks. What a lacking sense of romance you have, brother. Am I not allowed to express my feelings and nostalgia? Zhang Yue retorted, rolling her eyes at Zhang Xiuran. He clearly could not comprehend her peculiar sentiments and instead voiced his confusion. Wei Wei, how are you so skilled at weaving such elaborate tales that resonate so perfectly with our parents? Shoo, keep your voice down. Our parents are still in the living room, Zhang Yue cautioned, glancing past Zhang Xiuran to ensure their parents were engrossed in their television show before letting out a sigh of relief. This isn't just a fabrication. It's not the reality, isn't it? Zhang Xiuran tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips, revealing a hint of mockery and skepticism. Are you questioning your brother's penta-level intelligence? All right, I know you're a medical doctor. You're impossible to fool, Zhang Yue chuckled, then continued. As for why I crafted a story akin to our parents' love history. Raising an eyebrow, her eyes twinkling with mischief, she added, brother, you surely haven't forgotten what our grandmother once said when we were little, have you? Little? How could I possibly remember that? Zhang Xiuran exclaimed, astonished that she would recall such details. But I do remember. I was completely captivated by her stories, Zhang Yue stated proudly. I've kept them all in mind. It seems that even a medical doctorate does not guarantee one's memory is infallible. Zhang Yue teased, playfully patting Zhang Xiuran's shoulder. Zhang Xiuran felt slightly offended. What was so memorable about such trivial gossip? He likely hadn't even listened to the end before rushing off to play outside. Only his sister would sit quietly beside their grandmother, listening intently to her mundane tales. After strolling through the garden for a while, they returned to their rooms to rest. Following such a nerve-wracking confession, Zhang Yue felt a noticeable weight lift from her heart. As soon as she entered her room, she dashed to her bed, collapsing onto it with a sigh of relief. Finally settled, Zhang Yue murmured to herself. Turning to the empty space on her right, she felt the bed seemed so vast, so empty, so devoid of warmth. Grabbing her Minnie Mouse plushie, she hugged it close, resting her cheek against it. What's happening? You used to feel so warm when I held you. Why do you feel so cold now? As she gently pinched the plushie's large ears, her fingers gliding over its soft fur. It was as if she were engaging in a silent conversation. She understood that the toy hadn't changed. Rather, she had. She had grown accustomed to Shin Yuqing's embrace, to the warmth he brought her, to the sensation of him sleeping beside her. Having lived with Shin Yuqing for merely a few fleeting weeks, she never anticipated she would become so reliant on him. Just one night apart, and she found herself yearning for him, wondering what Shin Yuqing was currently occupied with, whether he was still working late or had already returned home to rest. Jiang Yiwei's fingers unconsciously entwined in her hair. Her gaze drifting toward the window, her mind flooded with images of Shin Yuqing, completely devoid of any drowsiness. She desperately missed him, eager to know what he was doing at that very moment. Jiang Yiwei picked up her phone and opened Shin Yuqing's chat interface, typing, "Husband, what are you doing?" It felt somewhat off, too reminiscent of a wife checking in on her husband left alone at home. Akin to a surprise inspection. Pressing her lips together, she pondered for a moment before erasing the message entirely, opting instead to send a simple emoji of a little dog that expressed her longing. Chapter 54. No answer. Jiang Yiwei fixed her eyes on the phone screen, anticipating Shin Yuqing's reply. However, after several minutes, there was still no response, no message at all. How strange. Was he busy? He had always replied almost instantly. So why the delay tonight? Perhaps he was in the shower and hadn't seen her message. A hint of disappointment washed over Jiang Yiwei, yet she consoled herself, believing that Shin Yuqing was simply preoccupied and hadn't had the chance to respond. Taking a deep breath, she set her phone down, rose from her seat, and made her way to the window, pushing it open to let the night breeze disperse her feelings of disappointment and unease. Never mind, she thought. It was best not to overthink it. Time for a shower. She closed the window and entered her dressing room. What should have been a starkly empty dressing room was now overflowing with new clothes, leaving no room to spare, an evident testament to her mother's handiwork. Jiang Yiwei caressed the new garments in her wardrobe, all from brands she adored, and casually grabbed a fresh nightgown before heading to the shower. Her phone lay quietly on the bed, unilluminated. Meanwhile, Shin Yuqing was indeed at home. He lay sprawled across the sofa, one arm dangling limply, his fingertips lightly tapping against the nearly empty bottle of liquor. His collar was unbuttoned, hair disheveled, complexion flushed, and his eyes fixated blankly on the ceiling, reflecting a profound sense of desolation. The room was shrouded in darkness, while the vibrant lights of the city outside highlighted his solitude. He took another swig from the bottle, the alcohol trickling down the corner of his mouth and soaking his collar, its sharpness choking his throat, yet it paled in comparison to the turmoil in his heart. Drops of liquor fell onto the luxurious carpet, but Shin Yuqing paid no heed. His thoughts were consumed by the image of Jiang Yiwei intimately interacting with a stranger, replaying endlessly in his mind. Seemingly impervious to the effects of alcohol. Damn it, why do I care so much? Wasn't this supposed to be just a contractual marriage? Shin Yuqing shook the empty bottle, his brow furrowed deeply, his expression etched with tension, his eyes hollow and devoid of light. Could that man be the one Jiang Yiwei truly cared for? The memory of her radiant smile tightened his heart, a pang of pain coursing through him, compelling him to drink more, seeking to drown out the ache within. A soft pop echoed as another beer cap flew onto the plush carpet. Shin Yuqing tilted his head back, gulping down the contents. His throat rolling violently, the liquid slithering down like a cold serpent, seemingly aiming for his heart. In a futile attempt to numb his bitterness, he found himself questioning his own state, agitated and sullen. Unable to express the anger boiling within, if only he had confronted that man instead. Clenching his fists, the veins on the back of his hands stood out, his gaze sharpening as if a fierce fire burned within. His lips pressed into a thin, determined line. Should he send someone to teach that man a lesson, to keep him away from Yiwei? Shin Yuqing squinted his eyes, contemplating the matter seriously. After all, he was the one sharing a household registration with Yiwei. The one legally married to her. He was her rightful husband, and by any means necessary, he would keep Jiang Yiwei by his side. As for why he felt such an urgent need to do so, Shin Yuqing didn't dwell on it. His possessiveness dictated that only he could stand by Jiang Yiwei's side. He continued to drink, the quantity increasing but his frustration remaining unchanged. Suddenly, his phone lit up on the table. A notification. Shin Yuqing set down the bottle, picked up his phone, and saw it was a message from Jiang Yiwei, an emoji expressing her longing. His eyes darkened, his expression cold. After reading it, he flipped the phone face down on the table and resumed drinking. Jiang Yiwei missed him. How could she be so close to another man, entwined with him? A woman of contradictions. The anger within Shan Yuqing surged once more, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. Clutching a cigarette in his left hand and a lighter in the right, he flicked it open, the flame illuminating his stern features. The smoke billowed, obscuring his visage. Tonight felt especially prolonged. Jiang Yiwei emerged from her shower, her gaze instinctively drawn to her phone. She hurried over and picked it up, wondering if Shan Yuqing had replied while she was bathing. To her dismay, the chat interface displayed nothing but the emoji she had sent earlier. Jiang Yiwei let out a soft sigh, her lips drooping. Why isn't he responding? Could he still be working late? Furrowing her brow in confusion, a nagging sense of unease crept into her heart. Without hesitating, she dialed Shan Yuqing's number. Beep, beep. Only the cold, monotonous busy tone echoed in her ear, a mechanical voice ultimately responding. Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. Please try again later. Jiang Yiwei's anxiety escalated. Her grip tightening around her phone, her fingers paling from the pressure, her eyes filled with urgency. Please, Shan Yuqing, pick up. Time and again, she dialed, yet the other end remained silent. Biting her lip, she paced anxiously around the room, her brow knitting tighter and tighter. When the final automated message played, fear and unease spiraled within her like creeping vines. She had to find Shan Yuqing. Frantically, Jiang Yiwei gathered her belongings and rushed to the door. Just as she opened it, she collided with Jiang Shiran. Oh dear, my little princess, why the rush? Your milk is nearly spilling. Jiang Shiran held a cup of warm milk in his hands. As a child, Jiang Yiwei had insisted on drinking milk every night to grow taller, and being too lazy to fetch it herself, she had coaxed her brother into bringing it to her room each evening. Gradually, Jiang Shiran had developed the habit of delivering milk to her whenever she was home. Brother, I don't have time to drink right now. I need to go out, Jiang Yiwei said, attempting to push past him. Wait, what is the hurry all of a sudden? Jiang Shiran blocked her path, sensing her agitation and growing tense himself. Jiang Yiwei, already anxious, was further flustered by his obstruction, stamping her foot in frustration, her eyes reddening as she looked up at her brother. Shan Yuqing is answering his phone. And I'm worried about him. I want to go check on him. Jiang Shiran exhaled deeply, placing a hand over his heart, relieved to know it was just a matter concerning Shan Yuqing. Chapter 55. Anxious as fire. Brother, please move aside. I need to hurry, Jiang Yiwei implored. You intend to go out in your nightgown? Jiang Shiran scrutinized her, his brow slightly furrowed. Jiang Yiwei looked down and realized she was still wearing her mother's newly purchased, adorable nightgown, holding her Hermes handbag. The ensemble felt utterly mismatched. Jiang Shiran pressed a hand on her shoulder, gently guiding her back into the room, ruffling her hair as he soothed. It's all right. Don't rush and make a mess of things. Take a moment to gather yourself. I'll drive you over shortly. Jiang Yiwei nodded in agreement. With her brother's reassurance, she regained her composure. Typically, she was never this flustered, always addressing matters with a calm decisiveness. Yet, with Shan Yuqing, she found herself unusually disoriented, losing her bearings. Once dressed, Jiang Yiwei emerged from the room, where Jiang Shiran awaited her. I informed our parents, saying we have a gathering and one tea be back tonight, Jiang Shiran mentioned. Jiang Yiwei raised her arms and gently embraced him. Thank you, brother. Jiang Shiran gazed down at his sister, his eyes filled with tenderness as he brushed her slightly tousled hair. In a family, there's no need for thanks. This is what brothers do. The two stepped outside and into the car. Are you sure Shan Yuqing is at home? Jiang Shiran asked, glancing at Jiang Yiwei. Jiang Yiwei hesitated, gripping her seatbelt tightly before finally responding. I'm not certain. I just instinctively feel he should be at home. He might be at the office working late as well, Jiang Shiran calmly analyzed. Jiang Yiwei nodded in agreement, realizing that in her earlier panic, she hadn't considered many details. Now, with Jiang Shiran's reminder, she felt more prepared to act. Fortunately, she had Assistant Chen's phone number. Jiang Yiwei promptly dialed Assistant Chen to inquire whether Shan Yuqing was working late at the office. The president did not stay late at the company. He left early to attend a departmental event. And even during the event, he merely made a brief appearance before departing, without returning to the office to work overtime. Assistant Chen remarked, there's something the matter, madam? He inquired. expressing his confusion at Jiang Yue's late-night call. No, nothing at all, Jiang Yue replied tersely, expressing her gratitude before hanging up. After the call, Jiang Yue's expression grew somewhat dazed, her demeanor betraying a sense of helplessness. It seems likely that Shen Yuqing is at home. Let us head there to check, Zhang Shiran suggested, gently placing his hand over the back of Jiang Yue's. Do not worry. Everything will be fine. Jiang Yue forced a smile, her gaze fixed on her phone. Remaining silent, Zhang Shiran understood that she was tense and anxious. No words of comfort would penetrate her focus on Shen Yuqing. Only by confirming Shen Yuqing's safety could her heart, which was currently suspended in dread, find solace. Observing his sister's profound silence and sorrow, Zhang Shiran's own expression fell, his aura exuding a palpable tension. How could Shen Yuqing cause such worry for my beloved sister? What fortune did he possess from his past life? He better have a good reason. Otherwise, Zhang Shiran clenched his fists, exhaling sharply as he started the car, driving toward Shen Yuqing's residence. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yue remained mute, her fingers turning white as they gripped the seatbelt, her gaze unwaveringly directed ahead. Finally, the car came to a halt in the underground parking lot. With a click, Jiang Yue swiftly unbuckled her seatbelt, leaping from the vehicle and sprinting towards the elevator. Even in high heels, she moved with remarkable agility, completely oblivious to Zhang Shiran trailing behind her. Wait for me, Wei Wei, Zhang Shiran called, hurriedly retrieving the bag Jiang Yue had left on the passenger seat. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, he darted inside. Jiang Yue's eyes were glued to the rapidly changing floor numbers, her hands unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes, her shoulders trembling imperceptibly as she muttered, "Hurry, hurry, faster." Witnessing his sister's anxious state filled Zhang Shiran with concern. He too found himself wishing for the elevator to ascend more swiftly. Soon, the elevator reached its destination. With a swift motion, Jiang Yue dashed out, arriving at the door of her home, her fingers swiftly unlocking it with a fingerprint scan. Inside, darkness enveloped the space, silence reigning supreme, but the pungent scent of alcohol assaulted her senses. Stopping in her tracks, Jiang Yue felt her heart plummet, gripped by an unsettling blend of anxiety and fear. Gradually regaining her composure, she navigated through the darkness, her fingertips gliding over the cold walls. Suddenly, her fingers brushed against a protruding object. Without a moment's hesitation, she pressed down forcefully, and with a sharp click, the lights illuminated the room. Jiang Yue instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sudden brightness, squinting until her vision adjusted, before anxiously scanning her surroundings for Shen Yuqing's presence. Her gaze landed on the sofa, where she noticed a sound emanating from that direction. Rushing over, she found Shen Yuqing curled up in a ball, lying on one end of the sofa, his disheveled hair obscuring much of his face, one hand dangling limply over the edge, fingers slightly curled. Jiang Yue's heart tightened painfully, and she slowly knelt on the carpet, gently stroking Shen Yuqing's hair, her voice trembling imperceptibly. "Darling, what's wrong? Are you unwell? It hurts." Shen Yuqing murmured, his eyes tightly shut, his complexion as pale as a sheet, sweat beading on his forehead, his hands clutched protectively over his stomach. Jiang Yue quickly leaned down, positioning her ear close to his lips. "Where does it hurt?" She suspected it was a stomach ache. Zhang Shiran approached Jiang Yue, surveying the living room and quickly deducing the situation. Empty bottles lay scattered across the floor, glass and plastic, glistening coldly under the dim light. The coffee table was a disaster zone, littered with ashtrays overflowing with cigarette butts, alongside several unopened bottles of liquor teetering precariously. The entire room saturated with the stench of alcohol and despondency. Drinking all night on an empty stomach. It's no wonder his stomach hurts, Zhang Shiran remarked, incredulous. He had anticipated a serious issue, only to discover that it was merely a drunken fool at home, who had drunk himself into a stupor, unable to check his phone or respond to messages, leaving his sister in a state of alarm throughout the night, prompting her to rush out to find him. Zhang Shiran's eyes brimmed with uncontainable frustration. Chapter 56, Stomach Pain? Stomach pain? We must get him to the hospital immediately, Jiang Yue thought frantically, pulling several tissues from the table to gently wipe the sweat from Shen Yuqing's forehead. Her eyes filled with concern. She tucked a strand of hair from his forehead behind his ear, her palm warming his face as she softly reassured him, "Shen Yuqing, hold on. We'll take you to the hospital right away." With that, She wrapped her arms around his waist, attempting to lift him. However, the weight of an adult man proved too much for her. Despite her best efforts, she could not raise him even a fraction. Shen Yuqing let out a pained groan, prompting Jiang Yue to stop and check on him. Jiang Xuran crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yue's frantic attempts, wanting to offer words of encouragement but ultimately releasing a soft sigh. "My dear sister, have you forgotten that you have a brother?" He gently pulled Jiang Yue aside, rolling up his sleeves as he prepared to take over. "Leave this heavy lifting to me." He approached Shen Yuqing, furrowing his brow as he pinched his nose, feeling quite displeased. If not for his beloved sister, he would not have bothered with this drunken fool. For her sake, he had to begrudgingly carry him tonight. Jiang Xuran crouched down, grasping Shen Yuqing's arms and lifting him effortlessly onto his back, the motion devoid of gentleness, executed with sheer force and precision. Jiang Yue watched in shock at her brother's abrupt and rough handling. Unable to restrain herself from cautioning, "Brother, be gentle," Jiang Xuran nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. Why should he treat this drunken wretch with any tenderness? He would be grateful if he could simply manage to keep Shen Yuqing from tumbling off his back. Yet, in front of his sister, he had to maintain the facade of the perfect older brother. He forced a smile. "Don't worry." With that, he hoisted Shen Yuqing up again, ensuring he would not slip off. Shen Yuqing, clearly disturbed by the sudden jolt, struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his gaze clouded with drunkenness, appearing dazed and unfocused. After a moment, he finally recognized the scene before him. Jiang Yue stood anxiously in front, her brow furrowed deeply, strands of unruly hair sticking to her forehead, her eyes brimming with worry and urgency, her lips trembling as if she were speaking, but Shen Yuqing's muddled mind could not decipher her words. He fought to close and reopen his eyes, striving to restore some clarity. Suddenly, he became aware that someone was carrying him, yet Jiang Yue was right in front of him. Who could this person be? As he turned slightly to the side, his bleary eyes widened in realization upon recognizing Jiang Xuran as the one bearing him. His gaze sharpened, transforming from confusion to piercing clarity. It was the man who had been so familiar with Wei Wei in the underground parking lot. Shen Yuqing's lips pressed into a thin line, his jaw instinctively tightening, his eyes radiating a cold, fierce intensity. His fists clenched tightly, the veins on his arms standing out, and he raised his right hand, swinging it towards Jiang Xuran's face. Damn it! Jiang Xuran felt the impact of the punch against his right cheek, and instinctively retaliated by headbutting Shen Yuqing. The moment of clarity vanished, and Shen Yuqing slipped back into unconsciousness. Jiang Xuran fought the impulse to hurl Shen Yuqing to the ground in frustration. Here he was, willingly carrying this drunken fool, and instead of gratitude, he received a punch in return. When had he ever felt so humiliated? If not for his sister's peace of mind, he would never have consented to such indignity, let alone endure being hit. What happened? Jiang Yue, having been ahead, was unaware of the confrontation. Why is he still hitting people? Jiang Xuran turned his head away, showing Jiang Yue the evidence of Shen Yuqing's actions. Cautiously, Jiang Yue cupped her brother's face, examining the area that had been struck. However, due to Shen Yuqing's intoxicated state, his blows lacked force. Jiang Xuran's cheek merely bore a slight redness, causing no significant harm. "It's nothing. Your face is still as handsome as ever, not affected in the slightest." Jiang Xuran gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger for the sake of his beloved sister. Someday, he would settle this score with Shen Yuqing. The unconscious Shen Yuqing finally fell silent, no longer attempting to strike Jiang Xuran. They soon arrived at the hospital and checked into the emergency room. In the VIP ward, Shen Yuqing was diagnosed with acute gastroenteritis, accompanied by a mild fever. The doctor administered medication and set him up with an 4-drip. Fortunately, your arrival was timely. Otherwise, the patient would undoubtedly have developed a high fever in the latter half of the night. The doctor remarked that after finishing these few bottles of 4 fluids, the fever should subside. Furthermore, he advised that next time, you should refrain from consuming such a large quantity of alcohol on an empty stomach, as it is detrimental to both the stomach and overall health, he cautioned. Jiang Yue nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude to the doctor. After bidding farewell to the physician, she turned to gaze at Shen Yuqing, who lay sleeping in the hospital bed, her eyes instantly softening with tenderness and concern. She tiptoed to the bedside, gently seated herself, and tenderly brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair from his forehead. The moment her fingers grazed his cheek, she could feel his feverish temperature. Observing Shan Yuqing's pallid complexion, Jiang Yue felt her eyes welling with tears, which seemed to dance just beneath the surface. She softly clasped his other hand, which was free of IVs, leaned closer, and whispered, "Shan Yuqing, you must recover swiftly. Do not let me worry." The only reply was the rhythmic drip of the 4-bag. Jiang Xiuran had settled the fees and returned to the door of the ward, pushing it open. His lips parted slightly, the words he had intended to utter still unformed in his throat. Yet, Jiang Yue raised her slender right hand, gently placing her index finger before her lips, her gaze filled with a warning, signaling him to speak softly. Within him, a new wave of frustration toward Shan Yuqing surged. He simply couldn't comprehend how one could drink to the extent of requiring hospitalization. He now seriously doubted Shan Yuqing's reliability. If one were to deem him unreliable, one would also have to reconcile that he was the president of the Shun Group, capable of significantly increasing the company's market value. Conversely, if he were deemed reliable, how could he drink himself into such a state of acute gastroenteritis? What could have transpired to drive him to seek solace in solitary intoxication? Chapter 57. Shan Yuqing awakens. Jiang Xiuran slowed his pace as he approached Jiang Yue, noticing her slightly reddened eyes. He gently brushed her hair back, saying, "Wei Wei, I have already settled the expenses at the hospital. It is quite late. You should rest on the adjacent bed while I keep watch." Jiang Yue lowered her head, her expression obscured, but she shook her head slightly, her lips pressed together tightly as her gaze remained fixed on Shan Yuqing, her eyes betraying her concern. Jiang Xiuran observed his sister's despondent yet feigned strength, his heart aching for her. Jiang Yue's face was etched with exhaustion and pallor. Her usually neat hair was now tousled and spread carelessly across her chest. Her eyes were swollen, and her gaze felt vacant and weary, as if she might collapse at any moment. Jiang Xiuran had never anticipated that Shan Yuqing's illness would provoke such anxiety and distress in his sister. It seemed he had underestimated Shan Yuqing's significance in Jiang Yue's heart. With a deep, contemplative look, Jiang Xiuran regarded the quietly resting Shan Yuqing before diverting his gaze back to his sister. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. One person's illness was already troublesome. If another were to fall ill, it would be a complete disaster. Jiang Xiuran half-squatted to meet Jiang Yue's gaze, producing his phone and angling it toward her face. "Wei Wei, look at your current state. Your complexion is sallow, devoid of vitality, and you appear utterly worn out. Under these circumstances, how could I possibly allow you to keep vigil all night?" However, Jiang Yue attempted to object. "There are no buts," Jiang Xiuran interjected, his brows furrowing and his demeanor growing serious. He took her small hand in his, emphasizing that only with proper rest could she continue to care for Shan Yuqing. "If you were to fall ill as well, it would only heighten my worries." Jiang Xiuran, employing both reason and emotion, earnestly urged Jiang Yue to rest, assuring her that he would take over the night watch for Shan Yuqing. Jiang Yue met her brother's concerned gaze, understanding that his intentions were for her well-being. Biting her lip, she nodded, "All right, I will rest for a while. If you feel tired, do tell me so I can take over." "Rest assured, I am perfectly fine, Wei Wei. You should focus on your rest," Jiang Xiuran replied, gently guiding her toward the other bed in the room. It was a VIP ward. There were designated resting spaces for accompanying family members. Jiang Yue quietly lifted the covers and nestled into the bed, while Jiang Xiuran meticulously tucked her in. Once Jiang Yue was settled, Jiang Xiuran took a seat on the sofa, occasionally casting glances at Shan Yuqing's 4-bag. Meanwhile, Jiang Yue lay quietly on her side, facing Shan Yuqing, her eyes unwaveringly fixed upon his face. Slowly, her eyelids grew heavier, her gaze becoming hazy as she struggled to keep her eyes open, wanting to watch over Shan Yuqing. Ultimately, she gently closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Jiang Yue awoke early. Rubbing her eyes, she blinked away the remnants of sleep, her gaze instinctively shifting toward Shan Yuqing. She pulled back the covers, tiptoeing to his side to closely observe his sleeping visage. He appeared significantly improved compared to the previous night. His complexion was no longer as pale, and his breathing had steadied. Jiang Yue felt a sense of relief wash over her, her face breaking into a long-awaited smile. Her gaze moved upward, noticing the empty 4-bag, which must have been drained in the early hours of the morning. Jiang Xiuran had vigilantly watched over Shan Yuqing throughout the night, never once waking the slumbering Jiang Yue, wishing only for her to rest well. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized her brother was absent. Her eyes drifted to the bedside table, where she discovered a note. Approaching, she picked it up, recognizing Jiang Shuran's handwriting. Wei Wei, I have gone out to buy breakfast for you. A faint smile graced Jiang Yue's lips. Her heart warmed as if basking in sunlight. Her brother always stood by her side, offering protection and support, regardless of the time or place. Last night, he had kept watch alone to ensure she could rest properly, and now, with barely any rest, he was already out procuring breakfast for her. He always prioritized her needs above his own. Jiang Yue felt a comforting warmth within her. Having a brother who cared so deeply was truly a blessing. She carefully folded the note and tucked it into her pocket. Just as she turned, she found herself locking eyes with Shen Yuqing, who had awakened. You're awake, Jiang Yue exclaimed, her eyes widening with joy as she reached out to caress his face, her gaze soft and gentle. Is there anywhere that still feels uncomfortable? Perhaps the warmth of her hand was a bit too intense, as Shen Yuqing's complexion flushed slightly, and he instinctively turned away from her touch. No, just a bit weak, he replied. Hearing his response, Jiang Yue let out a sigh of relief. It's normal to feel weak after such a serious illness. Just rest for a few days, and you'll be all right. Shen Yuqing, feeling quite feeble, rasped, I would like some water. All right, wait here, Jiang Yue said, rising to fetch a glass of warm water. She gently propped him up with a pillow for comfort and offered the cup to his lips, blowing softly on the surface. After checking the temperature, she held the cup to his mouth, her eyes brimming with concern as she softly urged, It's not hot. Take your time. Shen Yuqing slightly parted his lips and took a few sips before stopping. I don't want any more, thank you. His tone was rather distant as he replied simply, his gaze avoiding hers, merely casting a fleeting glance before closing his eyes to rest. Jiang Yue sensed his lack of enthusiasm and attributed it to his illness. It was only natural to feel low-spirited. She chose not to dwell on it. You should rest. I'll be right here, if you need anything. Just call for me, Dunham. Shen Yuqing mumbled in acknowledgement, not even bothering to open his eyes. Turning away from her to lie on his side, Jiang Yue felt a twinge of disappointment, but sought to console herself with various justifications. Perhaps it was simply due to his illness that he was in such a mood. That was entirely understandable. Chapter 58. Why are you back again? In truth, Shen Yuqing's coldness towards Jiang Yue was not solely due to his illness. He had awakened long before her, even earlier than she realized. At the moment he regained consciousness, he felt utterly unwell, and only after a brief period did he become aware that he was in a hospital room. Yes, he turned his head slightly to the left. His eyes widened in shock, the relaxed tension within him instantly tightening. His gaze, sharp and icy, fixed intently ahead. Jiang Yue lay resting on the bed, seemingly still asleep, while a man stood beside her. That man again. Why could he not just disappear? Shen Yuqing unconsciously clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his brows knitting into a deep furrow. Were it not for his current state of discomfort, he would have charged at that man and delivered a solid punch. The morning air was still a bit chilly, and Jiang Yue had a habit of tossing aside her covers while asleep. Jiang Shuran, having risen, approached her to adjust the bedding, glancing down at his watch. It was nearing 7 in the morning, and Wei Wei would soon awaken. He intended to step out to buy breakfast for his beloved sister, ensuring she would not go hungry. Just as he finished writing a note to her and placed it on the bedside table, he turned around and found himself locking gazes with the now-awake Shen Yuqing. Jiang Shuran raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips, arms crossed over his chest. Awake? I see. Looks like you had a good rest. Who are you? Shen Yuqing retorted, spoke coldly, his gaze fixed intently on the other, the chill in his eyes seemingly capable of freezing the air around them, even in his current state of illness. Lying on the hospital bed, he exuded an innate dominance, radiating an undeniable aura of power. Let out a light chuckle from his throat, casting a condescending glance at, Who am I? I am your savior. Indeed? He was the one who carried him to the hospital in the dead of night, the one who received an unprovoked punch, and ultimately, the one who stayed by his side throughout the night, tending to his needs, the quintessential savior, without a doubt. Yet, S. motives were not born of altruism. He merely wished to alleviate his sister's burdens. Otherwise, even if had been drunkenly sprawled on the street, he would have turned a blind eye. Clearly harbored doubts about claims. In his eyes, was merely a villain seeking to snatch away. His expression grew increasingly stern, his lips slightly downturned, the oppressive atmosphere around him palpable, akin to a beast guarding its territory. Glaring at with hostility. Do you think I would believe you? Believe it or not, it's up to you. I couldn't care less, waved his hand dismissively, his tone as nonchalant as if discussing the weather, showing no sign of agitation despite evident animosity, which he found somewhat perplexing, however, had little interest in it. His mind was solely focused on procuring breakfast for. Keep your voice down. Is still sleeping, he said with a serious expression as he looked at. She worried about you all night. Let her rest peacefully and do not disturb her. With that, turned and gracefully exited to fetch breakfast, offering no opportunity for a retort. Clicked his tongue, about to call out too, but his peripheral vision caught a slight movement from the adjacent bed, where stirred gently, causing the words to catch in his throat. He did not believe's words, yet he was certain that it was who had brought him to the hospital and cared for him. His heart brimmed with conviction. S. previously cold demeanor melted away instantly as he gazed at serene and peaceful sleeping face, his expression softening. A smile graced his lips as his eyes remained fixed on's visage, filled with an adoration he himself was unaware of. The first ray of morning sunlight filtered through the delicate curtains, illuminating's face, causing her long eyelashes to flutter gently, sense that was about to awaken. Moments later, her eyelids slowly lifted, revealing eyes still clouded with sleep. Glancing around in a dazed, hurriedly closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing to create the illusion of slumber, as if he had been in deep sleep all along. He could not quite fathom why he felt compelled to shut his eyes. It was merely an instinctive action, perhaps because he was unprepared to confront her as he feigned sleep. He saw pick up the note left by on the bedside. A smile blossoming on her face, too. That smile was glaringly conspicuous. He pierced through him like sharp daggers, causing his chest to tighten with an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Felt a sense of frustration. As the heir to the illustrious group, he had never felt so stifled. Yet he found himself at a loss in the presence of. He yearned to ask her about the man and their relationship. Yet the words eluded him. He seemed unable to accept any unfavorable answers. With a gentle sigh, allowed the unspoken words to fester within him, letting the oppressive emotions swell in his chest, threatening to consume him whole. Hearing his sigh, assumed he was unwell and rushed to his bedside. She reached out, her fingers tentatively brushing against his forehead to check his temperature, then adjusted the fallen blanket, tucking it snugly around his shoulders with a tenderness akin to cradling a rare treasure. Felt's meticulous care, his fists clenched, a deep determination reflected in his eyes, as if he had resolved to act. He turned to gently grasp his hand, slowly raising his head, inhaling deeply, his lips parting as he prepared to inquire about the man in her life. Just then, the hospital room door swung open and entered, hands laden with an array of breakfast items, century egg congee, steamed dumplings, meat buns, and other delicacies that adored. Oh, you're awake. Come and have breakfast. I bought all your favorites, announced. Abruptly swallowed the words he had been about to utter, his gaze turning icy and sharp as he glared at, his tone laced with hostility. Why have you returned? Had assumed had truly left. Only to discover he had merely gone to fetch breakfast for. Why shouldn't I come back? Retorted lazily, casting a sidelong glance at Chapter 59. This is my brother, had long harbored a dislike for. And now, having delivered himself to the firing line, he could hardly be blamed for wanting to vent his frustrations. With a smirk, he crossed his arms over his chest, casually sizing up. What business is it of yours whether I return? If you're going to meddle, you might as well save your energy for eating. You, disregarding his discomfort, pushed himself up from the bed, determined to confront. He had never encountered anyone as brazen and shameless as, who, despite being a third party, stood there with an air of righteousness, ready to clash with him. Flames of fury ignited within, his hands clenched into fists, veins visibly straining against his skin. The two men glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Perhaps due to his weakened condition and the abruptness of his movement, swayed slightly, but he steadied himself, gritting his teeth, refusing to show any signs of weakness in front of. His pride would not allow him to concede in any regard. Even in illness, he sought to maintain an edge over, immediately perceived that was merely putting on a brave front. Her lips pursed slightly, her eyes reflecting concern as she rushed forward to support his shoulder. "You should lie down and rest. Don't get up." She then turned to her brother, her brows furrowing with a hint of reproach. "Brother, can't you speak a little more gently?" "Brother? Gentle?" Both men stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in astonishment at, utterly taken aback. Grasped hand tightly, as if seeking confirmation, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her face, desperate to ascertain whether she had truly uttered those words. "Please repeat that. What did you call him?" he asked, holding his breath, his throat constricting as he awaited an answer of utmost importance. "Brother, yes, I forgot to introduce you," said, raising her hand to point at. "This is my brother. It's probably your first meeting." S' body stiffened momentarily, as if struck by a spell, his eyes wide with disbelief and incredulity. All that had transpired was a misunderstanding, and were siblings. This revelation explained her intimate demeanor towards him. They were siblings who had grown up together, and such affectionate gestures were entirely normal. Raised a hand to cover his face, feeling like a complete fool. It was he who had jumped to conclusions, believing to be the man had affections for, leading him to sulk and drink himself into a hospital stay. What was more, he had even struck the previous night and treated him coldly upon waking. It turned out he had suffered needlessly, only to discover it was all a misunderstanding. Inwardly chuckled bitterly, yet he had to maintain an air of nonchalance. He turned to, his previously stern demeanor entirely vanished, replaced by respect. His lips curved into a slight smile, his posture straightened instinctively as he extended his right hand. "Big brother, it's a pleasure to meet you. I appreciate your concern." S' hand hovered in the air as did not immediately reciprocate the gesture, merely casting a cursory glance without extending his own hand. Seeing her brother standing there without any intention of shaking hands, shot him a stern glare, her expression a mix of annoyance and urgency, as if to say, "Why aren't you acting?" Simultaneously, she gently nudged with her elbow, her lips forming silent words that clearly conveyed, "You better shake hands," under the pressure from his sister, despite his reluctance. Finally extended a friendly handshake. "Indeed, you have caused me considerable trouble," he said through gritted teeth, increasing the pressure of his grip. The veins in his hands bulging, felt the strength in his handshake, but he merely smiled faintly, facing him with composure. "Thank you, brother." "Do not thank me so hastily," Jiang Shuran said, intensifying his grip, his gaze sharp and piercing like that of a hawk fixated on Shan Yuqing. His voice, deep and imbued with undeniable authority, resonated. "I have but one sister, Wei Wei, and I will not permit anyone to harm her. Should you dare to cause her even a single tear, I assure you, I will not spare you." With these words, Jiang Shuran's eyes grew even colder, fixated on Shen Yuqing, exuding a formidable aura of protectiveness. Shen Yuqing met Jiang Shuran's fierce gaze with unwavering determination, showing no sign of retreat. His previously feeble hands now clenched tightly, knuckles whitening with the force of his grip. "Brother, rest assured, I will not allow Wei Wei to suffer the slightest indignity," he declared, his eyes earnest and sincere. Jiang Shuran raised an eyebrow, releasing his hold, a slight curve of amusement mingling with skepticism at the corners of his mouth. "I hope that is the case. Why the solemnity on our first meeting?" Jiang Yue gently chided, playfully tapping Jiang Shuran's arm. Her lips pouted in displeasure, and her cheeks flushed slightly, as if expressing her dissatisfaction. "Shen Yuqing is still unwell. It has barely been a while since we wed, and now my sister's arm is being led astray," Jiang Shuran thought to himself, feeling a twinge of frustration as he realized his earlier words to Shen Yuqing had been too lenient, and he should have been more severe. Yet, upon seeing Jiang Yue's seemingly reproachful gaze, he decided to temporarily relent on Shen Yuqing. All right, I understand now," Jiang Shuran said, lifting a hand to ruffle Jiang Yue's hair. His eyes filled with affection and helplessness. "I shall return to rest. I am utterly exhausted." With a wide yawn, he bid farewell to Jiang Yue and walked toward the door. "I'll see you off." "Brother," Jiang Yue said to Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing nodded, quietly watching Jiang Yue, his gaze never leaving her until she exited the room. "Brother, wait a moment," Jiang Yue called breathlessly as she caught up with Jiang Shuran. "Why do you walk so fast?" "How did you follow me?" Jiang Shuran asked, a look of bewilderment on his face, pondering her unexpected presence. "To see you off, of course," Jiang Yue replied, stepping in front of him. her face lighting up with a radiant smile. After all, you've worked hard all night. She gently linked her arm with his, resting her head on his shoulder. Thank you, my brother. Chapter 60. Shyness. Jiang Shuran's lips curled into a smile, his eyes brimming with endless tenderness for Jiang Yue. What is there to thank? This is what a brother ought to do. Now, you should return. There is no need to see me off, he said, pinching her cheek playfully. Make sure to rest. Do not tire yourself too much. Just as he spoke, the elevator arrived. Jiang Shuran waved goodbye to Wei Wei and stepped inside. Only when the elevator doors closed did Jiang Yue turn back to the ward. I am back, she announced, pushing open the door and flashing a smile at Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing looked up, their gazes meeting in the air, and unbeknownst to him, his lips also curled into a delightful arc. Have you been waiting long? You must be hungry, Jiang Yue remarked. Not too much, Shen Yuqing replied. Brother bought a lot of breakfast. Which would you like to eat? Jiang Yue asked, rummaging through the food on the table with care. I can eat anything. Whatever you choose, I will have, Shen Yuqing said quietly, his eyes fixed on Jiang Yue since her return, a profound and focused light shimmering within. Then let us start with the century egg and lean meat congee, Jiang Yue declared, her long hair casually piled up, a few strands cascading gracefully down her fair neck, enhancing her gentleness. She picked up the congee, seated herself beside the bed, a faint smile gracing her lips as the morning light filtered through the curtains, illuminating her face with vibrant beauty. Shen Yuqing was momentarily entranced, as if in his world, only Jiang Yue existed. Gently, Jiang Yue scooped a steaming spoonful of congee, blowing lightly on it to cool it down before extending it towards Shen Yuqing. It is no longer hot. Do take a taste, she said softly. Shen Yuqing nodded, tilting his head slightly, his gaze unwavering on Jiang Yue as he opened his mouth to accept the spoon. The warm congee slid down his throat, warming not only his stomach but also his heart. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Yue's personal care, but to his surprise, Shen Yuqing found his appetite quite robust, finishing the bowl in no time. After placing the bowl down, Jiang Yue reached for a few tissues, intending to gently wipe the corners of Shen Yuqing's mouth. However, Shen Yuqing noticed her movement and abruptly turned his head away. Evading her hand, his ears tinged with a faint blush, his gaze flickering. I can manage myself. With that, he took the tissues from her hand. Jiang Yue stared at the tissues that vanished from her grasp, momentarily stunned, only to then catch sight of Shen Yuqing's slightly reddened ears, suddenly comprehending his shyness. She stifled a smile, returning to her chair, her eyes sparkling with mischief and amusement. She had never anticipated that Shen Yuqing could exhibit such bashfulness. In her mind, he had always been composed and aloof, rarely revealing any personal emotions. Witnessing him shy and flustered for the first time was both surprising and delightful. Cough, cough. Shen Yuqing pretended to clear his throat a few times, attempting to mask his earlier embarrassment, stealing glances at Jiang Yue from the corner of his eye. His transparent efforts to hide his shyness appeared rather endearing to Jiang Yue. It seems I ought to provide him with an escape, she thought, rising to fill a cup with warm water from the dispenser. Are you thirsty? Have some water, Jiang Yue said, tilting her head and smiling brightly as she gently offered the cup to Shen Yuqing. Indeed, a bit, Shen Yuqing replied, taking the cup from her with a feigned seriousness, sipping slowly. Jiang Yue sat quietly, her gaze soft and attentive as she watched Shen Yuqing, brushing a stray hair behind her ear. Once the dust settled, Jiang Yue felt a weight lift from her heart, her mind clearing as she reflected on recent events. Why had Shen Yuqing been at home alone, drinking away his sorrows late at night? Had he encountered some troubling predicament? Was there a significant issue at his company, or perhaps internal strife within the Shen family? Jiang Yue found herself at a loss, unable to pinpoint the cause of his distress. She even entertained the troubling thought that he might be drowning his sorrows over a former lover, never once considering that the reason could be her. What was wrong? Shen Yuqing, having finished his water, set the cup down and looked up, noticing Jiang Yue lost in her thoughts, her brow slightly furrowed. A hint of amusement tugged at the corners of his mouth as he gently waved his hand before her. What are you so engrossed in? Startled, Jiang Yue blinked, regaining her focus to, oh, it's nothing, just. She hesitated, contemplating whether to voice the questions swirling in her mind, feeling a conflict within her. If she asked and received the worst possible answer, it could shatter the fragile peace they had maintained. jeopardizing the delicate rapport they had so carefully nurtured. Yet, if she remained silent, the uncertainty would become an incessant thorn in her heart, tormenting her with each heartbeat. Jiang Yue bit her lip, her pearly teeth leaving faint marks on her soft lips. Shen Yuqing, seldom witnessing Jiang Yue in such a state of turmoil, felt a surge of concern. Typically, she was either carefree or gentle. He gently grasped her hand, his tone soothing. Whatever it is, feel free to ask. Jiang Yue lifted her gaze, meeting Shen Yuqing's gentle eyes, the turmoil within her gradually subsiding. She squeezed her fingertips together, her lips parting slightly as she spoke slowly. I just want to know why you were home alone drinking so much. Has something unfortunate occurred? Upon finishing her query, she raised her head, her eyes quickly scanning Shen Yuqing's face before dropping her gaze, her hands unconsciously intertwining, slender fingers fidgeting with each other. I'm just worried about you. If you prefer not to share, that's fine too. Now it was Shen Yuqing's turn to grapple with whether to speak the truth or fabricate a convenient excuse. If he revealed the truth, it would betray his initial misconception that Jiang Xiuran was the man Jiang Yue favored, leading him to wallow in self-pity and drink his sorrows alone. Such honesty would tarnish the lofty, stoic image he had in Wei Wei's eyes, making it impossible to confess. Moreover, they were merely in a contractual marriage. Sentiments should remain restrained, especially since Jiang Yue had someone she cherished. Last night, perhaps it was his pride as a married man that had driven him to excess. Jiang Yue was now his legally recognized wife, and the natural possessiveness that surged within him had caused him to lose control. Chapter 61. You never even went to Feiqing on business after pondering for a moment? Shen Yuqing raised his head to meet Jiang Yue's gaze. Nothing significant. I just wanted to drink, and inadvertently overindulged. Shen Yuqing forced a smile, turning to take a sip from his cup. His eyes slightly evasive, as if trying to mask his discomfort at lying. What happened last night will not occur again. You need not worry. Jiang Yue listened to Shen Yuqing's explanation, gently lowering her head with a soft hum. Her hands instinctively tightening around the fabric of her pants, her cascading hair obscuring her eyes, rendering her expression unreadable. Jiang Yue is no fool. Having ascended to the position of CEO, she can effortlessly discern whether someone is flattering her insincerely or merely going through the motions. Shen Yuqing did not speak the truth to her. He merely glossed over the matter, and the fleeting glimmer in his eyes betrayed him. He truly struggles with deceit, and as the dignified president of the Shen family, when has he ever needed to lie to others? In terms of power, status, and wealth, he resides at the pinnacle of the pyramid. The fact that he would resort to deception to conceal something indicates its significance, something she is not meant to know. Their marriage is merely a contractual arrangement, a partnership with a one-year term, and it is only natural for him to choose silence. Jiang Yue felt as though an invisible hand was tightly gripping her chest, making it hard for her to breathe, yet she maintained an outward appearance of nonchalance. Once she regained her composure, she slowly raised her head, a slight smile gracing her lips as she feigned indifference. Her gaze calm as if it were devoid of any turbulence. As long as there's nothing amiss, I thought something significant had occurred. Their eyes met in the air, and a silent understanding passed between them. They both yearned to speak yet remained at a loss for words. They both began simultaneously, attempting to break the awkwardness. Please, go ahead, Jiang Yue said gently, her eyes soft as they regarded Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing opened his mouth, his throat parched, as if a tangled mass had lodged within, rendering him unable to utter a word for a long while. Thank you, I must have troubled you last night. I hope it didn't interfere with your work in Fuqing. Upon awakening, Shen Yuqing gradually clarified some matters, yet a question lingered. Did Wei Wei truly go on a business trip to Fuqing last night? If she had indeed arrived in Fuqing, there was no way she could have returned home in time to appear before him so soon. It was precisely because he trusted Jiang Yue and had never doubted her words that seeing her with a stranger had sent his emotions spiraling out of control, feeling as though he had been gravely betrayed. Although he eventually discovered it was merely a misunderstanding, that the stranger was actually Jiang Yue's brother, Jiang Xiuran, it did not alter the fact that Jiang Yue had deceived Shen Yuqing. He was desperate to uncover the truth behind her willingness to lie, something she preferred to keep hidden from him. Shen Yuqing's deep, shadowy gaze scrutinized Jiang Yue, seeking to unravel the truth from her expression. Jiang Yue momentarily froze, then realized that to return home to see her parents, She had indeed used the excuse of a business trip to deceive Shen Yuqing. She hadn't anticipated that he would remember this detail. A wave of distress washed over her as her hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothing, her lips gently biting down as she wrestled with her inner turmoil, hesitating to speak. She contemplated confessing to Shen Yuqing. After all, she had resolved matters with her parents, who bore no strong animosity towards him and had even urged her to bring him home. However, if she confessed, she was uncertain how Shen Yuqing would react, given that she was the one who had lied. Would he come to despise her, to no longer trust her? The thought of their hard-won trust being jeopardized filled Jiang Yue with profound anxiety. Had she known the consequences of her deception, she would have refrained from lying. It was unexpectedly difficult to maintain a web of falsehoods. Shen Yuqing, noticing Jiang Yue's inner conflict, decided to apply a little pressure. Raising an eyebrow with a nonchalant tone, it must have been quite exhausting to return from Fuqing, given the limited flights from Fuqing to Yinqing, especially at night. Did you drive back on the highway overnight? Shen Yuqing casually expressed his thoughts, feigning indifference while subtly probing Jiang Yue, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Jiang Yue inhaled deeply, as if steeling herself for the task ahead, her chest rising and falling rapidly. With a sudden determination, she raised her gaze, grasping Shen Yuqing's shirt sleeve, and cautiously inquired, "Shen Yuqing, am I not your savior?" "Of course," Shen Yuqing replied, his brow furrowing in confusion as he regarded Jiang Yue. His large hand gently patted hers. "If it weren't for your timely arrival last night, I can't imagine what today would have been like." Jiang Yue swiftly covered Shen Yuqing's mouth with her hands, her brow furrowed with urgency and seriousness. No, do not speak of such things. You are perfectly fine. You are blessed with great fortune." Shen Yuqing paused, his lips curling into a subtle smile, a warmth blossoming within him. He took her hands away, his fingertips caressing her hand, his voice low and coaxing. Yes, I am indeed fortunate. Therefore, my dear Jiang Yue, you must tell me why you lied about going on a business trip to Fuqing." Jiang Yue's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across her face as if to say, "How could you know?" Her lips parted in a small O, rendered speechless, lost in her thoughts. How could you possibly know? Countless thoughts raced through her mind, and she wondered whether her brother, Jiang Xiuran, had let it slip. Shen Yuqing, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, observed her astonishment. "I'm merely a bit under the weather. Not mentally impaired. It's quite simple to deduce. Late at night, there are no flights. Driving on the highway takes at least 5 hours. Under normal circumstances, you could not possibly appear before me so swiftly. Thus, the only possibility is that you remained in Yinqing last night and did not go on a business trip to Fuqing." After methodically laying out his reasoning, each point was sound and logical, making Jiang Yue question whether he had been a detective in a past life, for no detail escaped his grasp. She realized that her only option was to come clean, as resisting would only lead to harsher consequences. Pouting slightly, Jiang Yue gently grasped Shen Yuqing's hand, tracing circles on his palm, her voice soft. "I didn't intend to lie. Circumstances led to it, so you cannot blame me." Raising her right hand, she held up 3 fingers, her gaze fixed intently on Shen Yuqing, sincerely declaring, "I swear I did not mean to deceive you." Leaning closer, she grasped his right hand. "You must promise not to hold it against me, nor to dislike me because of this, I swear." Shen Yuqing's lips curved upward, a hint of exasperation mingling with amusement, as he raised an eyebrow and enveloped Jiang Yue's small hand in his. "I swear. Therefore, my beloved Weiwei, will you reveal the truth to me?" Seeing Shen Yuqing make a vow, assuring her he would not blame her, Jiang Yue felt a weight lift from her heart. She stood and approached the bed, settling down beside him, gently nestling into his embrace. Although surprised by her boldness, Shen Yuqing instinctively held her close. Their heartbeats synchronized in that moment, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Jiang Yue's cheek rested softly against Shen Yuqing's chest, absorbing his warmth and breath. Shen Yuqing gazed down at Jiang Yue, who resembled a languid kitten nestled in his arms. He rested his chin atop her head, softly murmuring, "Do tell me everything, and I shall be lenient." Jiang Yue slowly lifted her head, just as Shen Yuqing inclined his, their eyes colliding midair. Jiang Yue's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly diverted her gaze. My parents returned last night?" Shen Yuqing looked at Jiang Yue, perplexed. She rose from his embrace to explain. My parents have been traveling abroad recently. They were not in the country when we married. So I informed them about our marriage at the first opportunity. I had planned to tell them in a few days, but they surprised me by returning unexpectedly to as she spoke. Her voice grew softer, and she occasionally glanced at Shen Yuqing. I'm not afraid of them being upset with me. I just worry they might have concerns about you. That's why I went home to deal with my parents yesterday. I feared you might overthink things, so I didn't tell you the truth, Jiang Yue confessed. I'm sorry. I should have been honest with you sooner. Leaning slightly forward, her hands clasped nervously in front of her, fingers entwined in a fidgeting manner, she stole glances at Shen Yuqing to gauge his reaction. Shen Yuqing sighed softly, surprised by the reason behind her deception. The convoluted misunderstanding made him feel as though his drink had been for naught. He gently embraced Jiang Yue, his voice deep and melodious. Next time, you can tell me directly. I prefer to avoid such misunderstandings. They are quite taxing. Jiang Yue nodded obediently, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains, her hair swaying gently with the motion, and she replied softly, There won't be a next time. With the misunderstandings resolved without significant consequence, they rested for a while, and Shen Yuqing's spirits lifted considerably. In the afternoon, the doctor assessed Shen Yuqing's condition and deemed him fit for discharge from the hospital. After Jiang Yue completed the discharge procedures, she promptly called for the driver to come pick them up. Since it was Jiang Xiuran who had driven her to the hospital last night, they had no choice but to have the driver come personally to collect them. The driver should arrive shortly, Jiang Yue remarked to Shen Yuqing after finishing her call. Shen Yuqing responded with a gentle hum, rising from the bed and standing upright, lowering his head to catch a whiff of his own clothing, which reeked of alcohol. Instantly, his brow furrowed deeply. Never before had he felt such disdain for his attire as he did at that moment. If not for the lack of a change of clothes, he would have been tempted to strip right there. Jiang Yue noticed the look of distaste on Shen Yuqing's face and discreetly lowered her head, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips as she quickly pressed them together. Fearful of being discovered by Shen Yuqing. Let us change our clothes when we get home, Jiang Yue suggested, noting that they had been too rushed upon arrival to bring anything. Shen Yuqing's lips curled downward, resigning himself to accept this reality. Before long, the driver arrived at the hospital entrance. After Jiang Yue and Shen Yuqing gathered their belongings, they descended the stairs. As they reached the elevator, it arrived just in time, and they stepped inside together. Given that their hospital room was a VIP suite located on the top floor, there were few others in the elevator at first. However, as it descended, stopping at each level, more people boarded, quickly filling the once spacious cabin. Shen Yuqing instinctively positioned Jiang Yue behind him, his broad back forming a solid barrier against the encroaching crowd. He slightly turned his body, extending his arm protectively behind him, moving steadily and slowly toward the corner of the elevator. It's a bit crowded. Be careful. Jiang Yue closely followed, her hand gently clutching the hem of Shen Yuqing's shirt, gazing up at his sturdy back. Filled with trust and reassurance, more people continued to push into the elevator. Someone's elbow accidentally brushed against Jiang Yue. Shen Yuqing's expression instantly sharpened like an eagle's gaze. He turned and wrapped Jiang Yue in his embrace, blocking the force with his side, his tone icy as he addressed the offender. Please be careful. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly amidst the din of the elevator, drawing a few curious glances from onlookers. Unfazed, Shen Yuqing lowered his gaze slightly, scrutinizing Jiang Yue with concern in his eyes. Are you all right, Wei Wei? Did you get hurt? Feeling the depth of his worry, Jiang Yue's heart warmed. She lifted her chin slightly, shaking her head gently at Shen Yuqing, a faint smile gracing her lips. I'm fine. Don't worry. Shen Yuqing's shoulders relaxed a fraction, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. You'll just have to endure the smell of alcohol on me for a bit. Jiang Yue leaned her nose closer to Shen Yuqing's shoulder, playfully batting her eyelashes and smiling wider, teasingly saying, Not at all. I find it rather pleasant. Your scent is the most unique in this elevator. Chapter 63. Home. Shen Yuqing paused momentarily, taken aback by Jiang Yue's playful jest. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, the elevator chimed, signaling their arrival at the lobby. Jiang Yue linked her arm with Shen Yuqing's, and they exited the elevator together, stepping into the hospital entrance. The driver had been waiting at the door and immediately opened the rear passenger door upon seeing them. Shen Yuqing bent slightly, lifting his left hand high to steady himself against the car roof. ensuring that Jiang Yue wouldn't bump her head while getting in. "Be careful." Jiang Yue bent down to enter the car, softly expressing her gratitude. Once she was securely seated, Shen Yuqing withdrew his hand and gently closed the door, his movements tender. He then proceeded to the other side of the vehicle, where the driver had already opened the door for him. Allowing Shen Yuqing to swiftly enter, the car began to move smoothly, gliding forward as the scenery outside gradually receded. With a tablet at hand, Shen Yuqing adjusted his posture for comfort against the seat and began to process the backlog of work that had accumulated throughout the day. Jiang Yue sat quietly beside him, her gaze warm and focused on Shen Yuqing. His high, straight nose and sharply defined features exuded a cold handsomeness that did not lack a sense of gentleness. His deep-set eyes remained glued to the data and documents displayed on the tablet, revealing no trace of the weakness or fatigue that often accompanies recovery from illness. The atmosphere within the car was exceptionally serene, interrupted only by the occasional notification from the tablet. Perhaps it was due to the driver's exceptionally smooth driving, or perhaps the remnants of fatigue from the previous night. Gradually, Jiang Yue's body and mind began to relax, her eyelids growing heavier until they finally closed, her breathing becoming rhythmic and gentle, her chest rising and falling in a soothing cadence. Unintentionally, Shen Yuqing turned his head and caught sight of Jiang Yue's peaceful sleeping face. A flicker of tenderness and affection passing through his eyes, he signaled the driver to reduce speed, striving to maintain a gentle pace. Then his gaze fell upon a blanket beside him. With careful movements, he picked it up, unfolding it quietly to avoid any noise, and gently draped it over Jiang Yue. As night fell, streetlights flickered to life, and neon signs flashed by in a kaleidoscope of colors. With the subtle motion of the car, Jiang Yue's head began to lean toward Shen Yuqing. Initially, it was just a slight tilt, but as the vehicle continued its journey, her head inched closer until it finally rested softly against his shoulder. Shen Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, his body stiffening slightly, and the task at hand ceased as he shifted his focus from the tablet to the woman leaning against him. Her complexion was pale and delicate, adorned with a light blush, her hair cascading like clouds over her shoulders and the seat, a few rebellious strands playfully framing her face, adding an air of languid charm. The light filtering through the window caressed her features, casting a soft halo that enhanced her beauty, making it impossible to look away. Shen Yuqing found himself smiling involuntarily, carefully adjusting his posture to provide her with greater comfort. The car smoothly entered the underground parking lot of their residence, the wheels producing a faint creaking sound as they rolled over the stone path before coming to a stable halt. Jiang Yue remained undisturbed, still peacefully asleep. "Young master," the driver began to turn to inquire. But Shen Yuqing furrowed his brow, raising his right hand with his index finger pressed to his lips, signaling for silence. He waved his hand, instructing the driver to exit first. Soon, they were left alone in the car. Shen Yuqing turned his gaze back to Jiang Yue, his expression tender and attentive. She appeared to be in a deep slumber, undisturbed even by the sound of the driver closing the door. It seemed she had truly endured a challenging night. Shen Yuqing averted his gaze, resuming his work on the tablet while awaiting Jiang Yue's awakening, his shoulder remaining steadfast, providing her with a sense of security. The parking lot of the upscale residence was brightly lit, and the occasional roar of luxury car engines filled the air, gradually rousing Jiang Yue from her slumber. Slowly, she lifted her heavy eyelids, squinting as she rubbed her eyes, her mind gradually clearing from the fog of sleep. That was such a restful sleep. Wait a moment. This scent? It's the distinctive cool scent of pine that belongs to Shen Yuqing. Startled, Jiang Yue opened her eyes wide, slowly lifting her head to behold the sharp contours of Shen Yuqing's jawline, rising further to see his tall, straight nose and the deep, shadowy black of his eyes. "Did you sleep well?" she inquired, resembling a startled kitten as she sprang upright from his shoulder, glancing toward the front seat, where the driver had vanished. "Did I sleep for a long time? Why didn't you wake me?" Jiang Yue lowered her gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment. "Not for long," Shen Yuqing replied, stretching his hand to massage his shoulder, which had borne the weight of Jiang Yue's head for an hour. "Exaggerating slightly, just about 2 hours. My shoulder has only been compressed by 2 centimeters." Jiang Yue's gaze shifted from his face to his shoulder, and she reached out to press down on the area where her head had rested. Feeling a twinge of guilt, "When we get home, I'll give you a massage." Shen Yuqing grasped Jiang Yue's hand, his touch tender. It's nothing. It's not tiring at all to bear the weight of my wife. They entered the elevator and returned home. The first thing Shan Yuqing did upon entering was to head straight to the bathroom for a shower. He tugged at his tie, loosening the collar, and the pungent scent of alcohol assaulted his senses, causing him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. He disdainfully discarded his shirt into the trash bin before turning on the shower, letting the warm water cascade over him as he stood beneath the shower head, rinsing off the remnants of the night. Jiang Yue quickly retreated to another bathroom to wash as well, relieved to finally find rest after a taxing night, her taut nerves beginning to unwind. They both finished showering nearly simultaneously and lay quietly in bed, savoring the rare tranquility. Jiang Yue curled up on her side, her delicate form snuggling against Shan Yuqing's embrace like a small kitten. Her head rested gently against his chest, inhaling the faint, fresh scent of cedar that lingered around him. There's truly nothing like the comfort of home. Jiang Yue smiled up at Shan Yuqing, who happened to be gazing down at her, their eyes meeting unexpectedly in the air. Indeed, Shan Yuqing replied, his arm encircling Jiang Yue's slender waist, drawing her tightly against him, his fingertips occasionally brushing against her skin in a tender, almost imperceptible manner. Filled with boundless affection, it is a tenderness that Shan Yuqing himself had never noticed. Chapter 64. You will know once you go up. The following day, in the office of the president of Jiang Corporation, Jiang Yue was intently gazing at her computer screen, her fingers flying swiftly over the keyboard, producing a crisp and hurried sound. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden rap at the door shattered her concentration. Jiang Yue lifted her head, her gaze directed towards the entrance. Come in, she called out. With that response, the door to the president's office was pushed open slowly, and Secretary Qiao entered with graceful strides. A gentle and humble smile adorned her face as she paused and slightly bowed. President, here is the live sales report for the last quarter that you requested. It has been meticulously organized for your review. Secretary Qiao held out a neatly bound document to Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue took the report and began to scrutinize it closely, her eyes scanning the key data. The live sales figures for the last quarter were quite satisfactory, but why was the sales volume in the food department high, yet the profits disappointingly low? Jiang Yue furrowed her brow slightly, her fingertip tapping on the food department section, her eyes narrowing with a hint of piercing scrutiny. Secretary Qiao had also noticed the discrepancies in the food department while compiling the report and had conducted an investigation. The low profits stemmed primarily from the exorbitant prices set by the suppliers across all categories. The food department's sales figures were fairly standard, but due to the high supplier costs and the need for promotional gimmicks, the unit prices were significantly lowered, resulting in severely compressed profit margins. Secretary Qiao stated her findings with methodical precision. Then let us change suppliers, lower the procurement costs, and elevate the profits, Jiang Yue commanded calmly. She slightly lifted her chin, her voice steady and clear. Keeping such unprofitable selections is a sign that the food department is living too comfortably. They need to feel some pressure. Have the food department prepare a new supplier list for me by this afternoon, and notify them to hold a meeting with the marketing department later today. Understood, Secretary Qiao acknowledged, promptly setting off to make arrangements in no time. The food department was in disarray, everyone bustling about. Quickly, Xiao Zhang, get me a new supplier list. Manager Fan furrowed his brow, exhaling a sigh. The sales figures from last quarter failed to meet the company's expectations, so it's only natural for President Jiang to take notice. Manager, those suppliers are all Mr. Huang's contacts. Xiao Zhang adjusted his glasses, lowering his voice. It's difficult to offend Mr. Huang. What do you suggest we do? Mr. Huang is one of the company's shareholders, a veteran figure who fought alongside Jiang Yue's father to establish their empire. Consequently, the suppliers for the food department were all designated by him, and the interests involved were deeply entangled. Manager Fan sat at his desk, his brow furrowed into a deep crease, as if he could crush a fly with it. His hands rubbed his forehead anxiously, and his downturned lips reflected his profound helplessness. Do you think I'm unaware? It's a predicament for both sides, and I'm the one suffering. Just compile the list and submit it. I'll negotiate with President Jiang later. Xiao Zhang nodded and began sifting through the data, quickly assembling a new supplier list. There had long been better options available, but due to the connections with Mr. Huang, Manager Fan had consistently opted for his contacts. Who would have expected the profits to plummet so drastically last quarter, prompting President Jiang to personally intervene? In the president's office, Jiang Yiwei was still meticulously reviewing the report, her pen circling the suppliers in the food department. Her gaze was profound and resolute, her right hand propping up her chin as she fell into deep contemplation. She had previously interacted with Manager Fan of the food department and found him to be quite capable. Having ascended to his position in just 5 or 6 years, clearly, he possessed considerable talent and ambition for his department's performance. Therefore, it was inconceivable that he was unaware of the issues that led to the food department's underperformance. Knowing there was a problem yet merely observing without taking action, it appeared he might have some issues of his own. A decision formed in Jiang Yiwei's mind as she raised her right hand to reach for the service bell on the side of her desk. She gently pressed the service bell for the secretary's office, then lowered her arm, patiently awaiting Secretary Qiao's arrival. Tap, tap, tap. An urgent sound of footsteps echoed outside the door as Secretary Qiao, having received the directive, hurried toward the president's office. Just as she knocked and entered, Jiang Yiwei immediately assigned her a task. Go personally and summon Manager Fan from the food department. Tell him I have matters to discuss with him. Jiang Yiwei interlaced her fingers beneath her chin, her tone cool and detached. Secretary Qiao acknowledged with a soft gently closing the door behind her as she swiftly made her way to the food department. Upon seeing Secretary Qiao, a favored aide of President Jiang, enter their office, the staff hurriedly offered tea and made polite inquiries. What brings you here, Secretary Qiao? It must be a difficult task to come down personally. Please have some water. Secretary Qiao frowned slightly, raising her hand to decline. Where is Manager Fan? Where can I find him? Manager Fan is in his office. I'll take you there, Xiao Zhang replied. Secretary Qiao nodded slightly and followed Xiao Zhang to the manager's office. Manager, Secretary Qiao is here. Xiao Zhang knocked a few times at the door. At that moment, Manager Fan was on the phone with Mr. Huang, bending over backward in a desperate plea. Mr. Huang, President Jiang has already intervened in this matter. We need to re-evaluate the suppliers. Perhaps you could. Before Manager Fan could finish his sentence, the knock at the door startled him, his body tensing as his phone nearly slipped from his grasp. Mr. Huang, however, was unconcerned. Find a way to placate her, he instructed before hanging up. Sweat began to bead on Manager Fan's forehead as he slipped his phone back into his pocket, took a deep breath, and opened the door, his hands full of nervous smiles. Apologies, Secretary Qiao. I was just on the phone. Please, come in. Manager Fan's eyes crinkled into a smile, his hands rubbing together, brimming with obsequious intent. Secretary Qiao glanced at Manager Fan, her gaze devoid of warmth, her tone flat. No need for that. President Jiang's time is quite precious. She wants you to come up. Upon hearing this, Manager Fan felt a jolt of foreboding, an involuntary shiver running down his spine. Swallowing hard, he cautiously inquired, Secretary Qiao, may I ask what President Jiang wishes to discuss with me? Secretary Qiao merely smirked, her voice as icy as ever. You will find out once you go up. After delivering her message, she turned and left without a backward glance. Chapter 65. The banquet at Hungmin. Manager Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Secretary Qiao would be so unyielding, and he could only offer an awkward smile as he followed behind her. Once they departed, the food department erupted into a frenzy, everyone catching the scent of gossip, huddling together, exchanging whispers. Did you see that? Secretary Qiao personally came down to fetch the manager. It seems like a banquet at Hungmin, inviting the gentleman into a trap. Look at Secretary Qiao's expression, cold as ice, not giving our manager a shred of face. Truly, she is President Jiang's most trusted aide. Secretary Qiao represents President Jiang. It seems our manager is in deep trouble this time. In front of the president's office, Secretary Qiao approached confidently, raising her hand to knock lightly at the door. President? Manager Fan from the food department has arrived. Come in, came Jiang Yiwei's crisp voice from within. Secretary Qiao stepped aside to allow passage, her expression still frosty. Manager Fan, you may enter. Manager Fan quickly nodded, rubbing his palms together nervously, and cautiously pushed the door open. Manager Fan, you finally made it, Jiang Yiwei said, her hands folded under her chin, her eyes narrowing slightly, a glint of sharpness flashing in her otherwise calm demeanor. Manager Fan lowered his head, cautiously approaching Jiang Yiwei's desk, his hands unconsciously clutching the hem of his shirt, his voice barely above a whisper. President, you wish to see me? He stole a furtive glance at Jiang Yiwei, his heart racing with trepidation, utterly unaware of what was about to unfold. Jiang Yiwei remained silent, the atmosphere in the office seemingly frozen. She sat behind a spacious desk, leaning slightly forward, one hand carelessly resting on the armrest while the other held the previous quarter's report. The sound of paper rubbing against the desk piercing the silence of the room. Manager Fan noticed the report in Jiang Yiwei's hand, his own hands twisting nervously in front of him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. With a sharp thud, Jiang Yiwei slammed the report onto the desk, her voice icy. "Explain this. What is going on?" Manager Fan's body trembled slightly. His lips moved. Yet he found himself momentarily speechless, as if something lodged in his throat prevented him from speaking. After a long pause, he stammered, "President, this is due to this year's marketing budget being insufficient." The sales did not show significant improvement. Jiang Yiwei impatiently interrupted him, her gaze piercing as she fixed her eyes on Manager Fan, her expression rife with skepticism and dissatisfaction. "I have already confirmed with the marketing department that your budget last quarter ranked among the top 3 across all departments. Are you telling me the budget is insufficient? It seems you're merely fabricating excuses." Manager Fan's face instantly flushed crimson, and as he attempted to feebly struggle once more, he was swiftly deterred by Jiang Yiwei's piercing gaze. Retreating to a whisper, "President Jiang, it is our fault. We will make the necessary improvements." Jiang Yiwei let out a cold snort, leaning back against her chair, arms crossed defiantly, her eyes still fixed intently on Manager Fan. "Improvements? Pray tell, in what direction do you intend to improve?" Confronted with Jiang Yiwei's relentless questioning, Manager Fan stood frozen, his mind a blank canvas of anxiety, utterly at a loss for words. Unable to articulate a response? It seemed Manager Fan might enjoy a day of respite at home tomorrow, spared from the burden of work, as Jiang Yiwei cast him a frosty glance. No, President Jiang, I will speak. I will," Manager Fan exclaimed, his urgency akin to that of an ant on a hot pan, his tongue finally finding its rhythm. "It was General Huang. It was the supplier designated by General Huang. I am aware that the supplier's prices are exorbitant. Yet I am powerless in the face of General Huang's unwavering demands. I, too, am left with no choice." Manager Fan's voice trembled, nearly bringing him to his knees before Jiang Yiwei. "No choice?" Jiang Yiwei scoffed. "I see it as collusion and incompetence." Manager Fan was rendered speechless, his complexion paling to an ashen hue. Yet he feigned composure, attempting to defend himself. "President Jiang, there may be some misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Jiang Yiwei abruptly stood, her hands pressing forcefully against the table, her face as cold as ice. "Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, we shall ascertain the truth through investigation." Ultimately, Manager Fan was placed under suspension for investigation. Leaving the entire food department in turmoil, the atmosphere within the president's office was laden with tension as Jiang Yiwei's delicate fingers incessantly traced the documents before her, at times exhaling a soft sigh, at others biting her lip, lost in contemplation. At that moment, the office door creaked open gently, and Secretary Chow entered, cradling an exquisite teacup from which steam wafted, releasing a fragrant aroma. Secretary Chow cautiously approached Jiang Yiwei, slightly bowing as she softly spoke, "Senior, take a sip of tea and relax a bit." Jiang Yiwei looked up at the sound, offering a smile to Secretary Chow. "Thank you. There is still a tough battle to fight. General Huang seems rather formidable." Secretary Chow expressed with concern, "Senior, do not overexert yourself. Remember to rest." Jiang Yiwei gently patted Secretary Chow's hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I have you by my side." Jiang Yiwei's slender fingers lightly grasped the teacup's handle, leaning closer to it, her lips parting slightly to blow away the steam. "General Huang is indeed a tough opponent, and I sense his insidious reach extends beyond the food department. We must diligently gather evidence." Secretary Chow's eyes widened in surprise. "Shall I continue the investigation? The food department has already been set on high alert. We shall resume the investigation at a later time." Jiang Yiwei replied, her fingertips rhythmically tapping on the table, her gaze fixed on the report before her. "Understood." Secretary Chow nodded in agreement. "Furthermore, the suspension of Manager Fan is merely temporary." Jiang Yiwei turned to Secretary Chow, stating, "Ultimately, he will be shown the door. Regardless of who it is, anyone who crosses the line will face no mercy," Jiang Yiwei declared with solemnity. "Manager Fan is merely a cog in the wheel. The real challenge lies with General Huang." Jiang Yiwei rubbed her temples, feeling a twinge of fatigue. "General Huang, not only a founding member of the company but also a member of the board. Though no longer involved in the company's day-to-day management, still wielded significant influence, his power intricately woven. Resolve matters with General Huang as one might with Manager Fan is unrealistic. A long-term strategy must be devised. Chapter 66. Afternoon tea. Jiang Yue swiftly completed her work. Stretching her limbs, she cast a glance at her phone nearby to check for new messages. As expected, there was a message from Yi Xiaoxiao. Jiang Yue's social circle was quite simple, with only a few close friends, among whom Yi Xiaoxiao held the closest bond, frequently messaging each other daily. Yi Xiaoxiao. Wei Wei, what are you up to? Have you missed me? Pouting emoji, Jiang Yue. Working hard to earn a living. Determined emoji, Yi Xiaoxiao. With President Jiang working so diligently, how are we mere mortals supposed to survive? Crying emoji, Jiang Yue. I'll give you a good slap. Yi Xiaoxiao. Giggling emoji, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Are you free later for afternoon tea? Jiang Yue. Okay. After arranging her tasks, Jiang Yue changed into casual attire in the break room, grabbed her bag, and headed to the agreed meeting spot. Upon pushing open the CAF door, she immediately spotted Yi Xiaoxiao energetically waving her arms. Wei Wei, I'm over here, Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed enthusiastically, rising to her feet. A smile graced Jiang Yue's lips as she quickly made her way to the seat opposite Yi Xiaoxiao. You arrived even earlier than I did. Well, unlike President Jiang, who is busy with a myriad of responsibilities, I have more leisure time. Haha, Yi Xiaoxiao replied playfully, stirring her coffee while winking. Yi Xiaoxiao picked up the nearby menu and slid it across to Jiang Yue. Take a look and see what you fancy. This CAF just opened and is quite popular, trending among the crowd. The CAF was spacious, with tables and chairs arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, ensuring both intimacy and a sense of community. Lush greenery flourished in the corners, while artistic paintings adorned the walls, enhancing the CAF's artistic ambience. Jiang Yue studied the menu, her legs elegantly crossed, her slender fingers delicately pinching a corner of the menu as she slowly lifted it. Dressed in a fitted cream-colored knitted dress that perfectly accentuated her figure, the hem flared gently like waves, complemented by a refined black belt that added a touch of sharpness and sophistication. I'll have a cappuccino and a matcha pistachio cake. Thank you, Jiang Yue said, lifting her gaze with a gentle smile. After placing their orders, the two friends began to chat. I heard you both were at the hospital yesterday. Yi Xiaoxiao leaned in slightly, scrutinizing Jiang Yue's abdomen with a mischievous smile. Is something good on the horizon? Am I about to become a godmother? Jiang Yue, who had been sipping her coffee elegantly, nearly spilled it upon hearing Yi Xiaoxiao's words, her face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily waved her hands. That's not the case. Don't jump to conclusions. She then recounted the incident of Shen Yuqing being hospitalized due to acute gastroenteritis from excessive drinking. So the truth is, President Shen is ill. Yi Xiaoxiao's initially curious expression dimmed, a sigh escaping her lips as she displayed a look of disappointment. I thought you were pregnant. With a smile playing on her lips, Jiang Yue gently patted Yi Xiaoxiao's head. Please cease your fanciful musings, dear writer. Keep your feet on the ground. Yi Xiaoxiao pouted, feigning grievance as she rubbed her head. Can I entertain a thought? Surely you both have some ideas in that regard? Jiang Yue lowered her gaze, slowly stirring her coffee, remaining silent for a moment before responding. I'm not certain what Shen Yuqing thinks. You know our marriage is a contractual one, with only a year's duration. Perhaps he has not considered it. Besides, Jiang Yue's voice dropped further, he always takes precautions. Yi Xiaoxiao's cheeks puffed up in indignation, ready to unleash a tirade against Shen Yuqing for being a scoundrel, but the sight of Jiang Yue's forlorn expression quelled her words. With a heavy huff, she reached out to gently pat Jiang Yue's hand. It's all right. His thoughts are insignificant. What matters is your own. Little Shen Yuqing, my Wei Wei will undoubtedly win him over in no time. Yi Xiaoxiao declared confidently, lifting her chin with a self-assured smile, her chest puffed out. And let us not forget, I'm here as your strategist. You can count on me to handle little Shen Yuqing. Jiang Yue couldn't help but chuckle at Yi Xiaoxiao's exaggerated antics, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling as she regarded her friend. Actually, there is something I need your strategic advice on. Shen Yuqing's birthday is approaching, and I am at a loss for what gift to give. Jiang Yue bit her lip, mumbling. I feel like he is everything. There's nothing he lacks, and I simply don't know what to get him. How about a Patek Philippe watch? He already has dozens of them. It lacks novelty. Then perhaps a custom Lego model, constructed from a photo of the two of you. Now that would be unique. But we don't have a photo together, and he doesn't play with Lego. Yi Xiaoxiao fell silent, contemplating. So, to summarize, you wish to gift him something that he would like, is unique, and would bring him immense surprise, correct? Yi Xiaoxiao quirked her lips. I think I have an idea. Zhang Yue nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she grasped Yi Xiaoxiao's hands, shaking them eagerly. I knew coming to you was the right choice, my dear Xiaoxiao, the brilliant Miss Yi. Hurry and tell me. Yi Xiaoxiao feigned mystery, blinking playfully as she waggled a finger in front of Zhang Yue's eyes. Wei Wei, don't rush. You'll find out in a few days. I need to prepare thoroughly for you. Simply await my good news at home, Yi Xiaoxiao confidently proclaimed. Zhang Yue, her head tilted in confusion, was filled with curiosity, yet managed to suppress her eagerness, patiently anticipating Yi Xiaoxiao's promising tidings. Then I shall await your delightful news. Zhang Yue said, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Count on me. After finishing their afternoon tea, the two returned to their respective homes. Upon entering her abode, Zhang Yue casually placed her keys on the entrance console, kicked off her shoes, and made her way to the living room, tossing her bag onto the sofa. She sank into the couch, her mind swirling with thoughts of the delightful surprise that Yi Xiaoxiao might conjure. She had unwavering faith in Yi Xiaoxiao's abilities. If there were no certainty, she would never make such claims. A smile lingered at the corners of Zhang Yue's mouth, her face alight with anticipation. This was her first time celebrating his birthday, and she hoped to offer him a delightful surprise. Chapter 67. The suit jacket. Madam, you have returned. Aunt Chen emerged from the kitchen, her expression warm as she gazed at Zhang Yue, a meticulously prepared fruit platter in her hands. The fruits were cut into uniformly sized pieces, vibrant in color and exuding an enticing aroma. She gently approached Zhang Yue, slightly bending down to place the platter on the coffee table, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Have some fruit first to whet your appetite. Dinner will be ready shortly. Indeed, I went out for afternoon tea with friends, so I returned rather early today, Zhang Yue replied. Her eyes sparkled with surprise and gratitude as she looked at Aunt Chen, her lips involuntarily curving upward as she spoke in a slightly coquettish tone. Thank you, Aunt Chen. You are so thoughtful. Zhang Yue leaned forward, cradling the fruit platter in her lap, lazily reclining against the soft sofa, her cascading hair spilling casually over her shoulders as her slender fingers picked a piece of fruit to savor. Aunt Chen stood before Zhang Yue, her hands folded in front of her lips parting slightly as if she wished to speak but hesitated. Her brows furrowed in concern. Noticing Aunt Chen's unusual demeanor, Zhang Yue couldn't help but inquire, What troubles you, Aunt Chen? Is there something on your mind? Aunt Chen lifted her gaze, a flicker of indecision crossing her eyes before she lowered her head once more. Whispering, Madam, there is, the words poised on her lips but swallowed back. Zhang Yue leaned in slightly, her eyes filled with concern. Aunt Chen, please feel free to share. There's no need to hold back. Taking a deep breath, as if finally resolved, Aunt Chen retrieved a bag from a nearby table, cautiously handing it to Zhang Yue, her lips pressed tightly together as she grappled with how to begin. Madam, Aunt Chen finally broke the silence. A woman delivered a suit jacket today, claiming it belonged to the young master. She also expressed her gratitude for the young master's hospitality the other day. Zhang Yue's gaze was instantly drawn to the jacket, a flicker of confusion and unease crossing her features. Slowly, she extended her hand to accept the familiar outerwear, her fingers brushing against the hem as she fell into contemplation. This suit jacket had been worn by Shen Yuqing during that evening of drinking with Lu Feiyue and the others. Yet, hadn't Shen Yuqing mentioned discarding it in Lu Feiyue's trash? How could it possibly be in the hands of another woman? What did she look like? Zhang Yue endeavored to keep her voice steady, yet the slight tremor at the end betrayed the turmoil within. Aunt Chen raised her head, uncertainty flickering in her eyes as she softly replied. She appeared quite young and was dressed elegantly. I didn't inquire further. Zhang Yue's expression shifted slightly, the suit jacket in her grasp suddenly feeling like a weighty burden. She clutched the hem tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Her heart felt as though an invisible hand had seized it tightly, pain surging through her like an electric shock. Her breath quickened, each inhalation feeling like a struggle against her shattered heart and lungs. Clenching her jaw, her chin trembled from the effort. She attempted to straighten her back, yet her body betrayed her, swaying slightly as if the simple act of standing had drained her of all strength. Taking a deep breath, She feigned composure despite the unmistakable tremor in her voice. "Aunt Chun, do not worry. I have a grasp on this matter. It might merely be a professional exchange." Aunt Chin's voice was soft and filled with concern. "The young master is often busy with work and social engagements. It is likely nothing to fret over. I can vouch for his character." After a prolonged silence, Jiang Yue nodded, forcing a smile that barely masked her distress. "I am fine. You may head home now." Aunt Chin's gaze was laden with worry, yet recognizing the boundaries of their relationship, she gently patted Jiang Yue's hand in a gesture of comfort before tidying up her belongings and making her way towards the door. Once Aunt Chen departed, the smile on Jiang Yue's face vanished as if it had never existed. She swayed slightly, as if her very backbone had been removed, yet quickly steadied herself. Gradually, she turned around, her fingers gripping the jacket's hem so tightly that they turned white, her joints trembling slightly. Each step felt like wading through molasses, her feet heavy as lead, as she trudged toward the bedroom. Entering the room, she slowly raised her hand, her fingers brushing against the doorknob of the wardrobe, a chill coursing through her as her fingertips made contact, causing her to shudder involuntarily, with a soft creak. The door opened to reveal an array of garments within the wardrobe. Her gaze swept over the neatly hung suits, and she gently unfolded one, her movements slow and labored. At that moment, a familiar embroidery caught her eye. Inside the suit, the delicate letters S, meticulously stitched in fine silver thread, glimmered under the soft light. This was a hallmark of Shen Yuqing's bespoke tailoring, present on every piece of his high-end suits. Jiang Yue had discovered this detail while organizing Shen Yuqing's suits. As she carefully opened the jacket delivered by the unknown woman, her attention was drawn to a particular corner inside, her pupils constricting in shock. Upon closer inspection, she found the same silver S embroidered there, its edges smooth and flowing, shimmering coldly in the light. Every curve, every texture felt achingly familiar, piercing her heart. Jiang Yue's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling violently as her hands clenched the jacket tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain. "How could this be?" she murmured, her voice breaking and choked with emotion. Tears streamed uncontrolled down her face, blurring her vision. She was unwilling to believe that Shen Yuqing could deceive her. Hadn't he claimed that the jacket was ruined? How could it possibly be in another woman's possession? What was the nature of his relationship with that woman? Hadn't he been drinking with Lu Feiyue and the others that night? How could there be someone else? Did Shen Yuqing truly lend the jacket to that woman? The deeper she delved into her thoughts, the more her heart ached, feeling as if a great hand was squeezing her heart tightly, rendering her breathless. She gasped for air, recalling the moments they had shared, his warm hands, his gentle gaze, and the embrace that made her feel utterly secure. Memories of their time together flashed through her mind, each scene vivid and heartwarming. Jiang Yue took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumult within her. Though her body continued to tremble and her voice carried a hint of fragility, her gaze gradually hardened with resolve. "I must trust him." Gently, Jiang Yue smoothed out the suit, meticulously folding it before placing it on the bed. She sat quietly on the edge, working to steady her emotions, raising her hand to dry her tears. Though her eyes remained red-rimmed,